Nah, IB Nation, welcome back to another edition of the Irish Breakdown Podcast. We got a little bit of a special edition today for our Friday Free for All mailbag. I'm going to have two different co-hosts at different parts of the day today. First, I'm going to have Ryan Roberts, our Director of Recruiting, also our NFL Draft Analyst. Ryan is down in Indianapolis right now at the NFL Scouting Combine, getting all the rumors and all the updates and all the notes and nuggets. And obviously, you had a chance to witness Isaiah Foskey's very, very strong performance yesterday at the NFL Scouting Combine. Although I keep reading these reports about who had good days, and I continue to not see his name mentioned. But hey, it is what it is. He had a very good, strong performance yesterday. So, Ryan, we're going to talk a little bit about just the Combine up to date, what's coming up next, and then we will dive into mailbags. I did want to begin first. I know a lot of people are wondering and asking about the report from Football Scoop today about 3 Notre Dame coaches interviewing for jobs. I believe at least 2 of those for sure are true. The third one I'm not saying isn't true. I'm just saying I haven't confirmed the third one. So I'm not saying it's a false report. I'm just saying I can't confirm the third one at this point in time. And so essentially what's happening, Ryan, is this isn't necessarily a surprise. Because this week in Indianapolis, this is what NFL teams do. It's not just interviewing players, but it's also everybody's there. There's a tons of interviews. It's kind of like the January coaches convention, where a ton of interviews happen. I mean, half the interviews I ever took in my brief college coaching career happened at the coaches convention, right? It just is an easy way to do it. It's a very early process for all 3. I'm not sitting there telling you that they're not going to go anywhere. I'm not telling you that they're leaving. I'm telling you, this is just the first stage of the process. It's just an interview. And it's essentially, Ryan, it's kind of like what Notre Dame did. This is the analogy I would use. When the offensive line job came open and Marcus Freeman did like a dozen or more Zooms for the candidates just to kind of vet and then will it down. Right now, my understanding is each of those candidate coaches are in sort of that vetting process right now. And then if there's something to be concerned about, you'll see them taking a visit to those campuses for a more formal interview is what I was told how it would go. So obviously some Notre Dame coaches are being coveted by the National Football League. So we know for a fact at least 4 coaches this offseason have been pursued by NFL teams. And these 3 are the 3. So right now, obviously, the report today was Chancey Stuckey, Chris O'Leary, and Brian Mason were the 3 names mentioned today. So we'll see how all that plays out. But as of right now, it's still the early infancy stages. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it just yet, Ryan. I mean, there's no need to kind of complain or be concerned about something that's not quite there yet. So as these things process and progress, if there's reason to be concerned, we'll definitely let you know. But right now, it's just from what I gather, it's a thing. It's a real thing, but it's early yet, and it's just part of the process that these teams are going through, and which kind of starts at the combine.
I mean, it especially happens every year at the combine from the NFL perspective, because I mean, after the combine and the draft is concluded, that's when the scouts, they have to re-up their contracts and such too. So I mean, you talk about the coaching carousel, the scouting carousel. Obviously, there's a lot of prospects in Indianapolis that are also looking for jobs. Like everyone's looking for jobs, and that's just kind of where we are, right? So I do think I would say this, Brian, and look, I don't want any of those coaches to leave because I think they all have done incredible jobs with what they've done so far at Notre Dame. But it is a little bit of it's a good sign that your assistant coaches are being coveted for other positions. That means that you are putting good people on the staff, right? So I think that's a good indicator. And at the end of the day, we're not going to worry until there's a serious reason to worry. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of where we are. But, it is something to talk about, obviously, if it does happen, for sure.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to say this too, Ryan, and I'm going to have some strong opinions on this. I'm going to have something coming up very soon on this. Notre Dame should never lose a coach in the NFL, ever, unless it's a head coach or a coordinator, ever, unless that coach just doesn't want to coach in college anymore. And the reason I say that is, Ryan, you know this, assistant coaches in the NFL don't make as much as assistant coaches at the big-time Power 5 schools. They just don't. Every single coach on Alabama's staff would have to take a pay cut to go to the National Football League if he still had a job at Alabama. That's just flat out. And while Notre Dame has improved their coaching salary situation, it's still not near where it needs to be. And so, you you shouldn't be losing anyone but a head coach or a coordinator in the NFL. You shouldn't be losing position coaches in the NFL unless those coaches just don't want to pay that. And that's why one thing that Notre Dame needs to do a much better job of is paying their coaches more. Flat out pay their coaches more. And that makes it a lot harder for those guys to leave if you don't want them to leave, right? And so we'll see how it plays out. But I'm going to have an article about this. There's a lot of things that the administration is not doing. They give lip service to the notion of we're doing whatever it takes to win, but they're not. And we're gonna have more on that soon. We'll have a lot more on that soon. So I just want to address that right now. Let everybody know what's going on, and then we'll dive into some other stuff, Ryan. So let's talk a little bit about Ryan. First, Isaiah Foskey yesterday, obviously, or last night, had a strong performance. What are you hearing, and what did you see from the performance, and then what are you hearing about how that might or might not improve his draft stock?
When I put out the combine preview for Foskey, I put up some pretty what I thought was impressive times and impressive jumps, and even 3-cone at his size. And because I envisioned that Isaiah Foskey, and I think most people thought this was going to happen, that Isaiah Foskey was going to go Indianapolis and he was going to test very well, because I don't think anybody has any questions about Isaiah Foskey from an athleticism perspective. Like, that's not something that people worry about. So I had high expectations. He exceeded just about every number, Brian. I think he was like 1 inch under the vertical that I, kind of put out there, that maybe he would get a 35. He got a 34, but just across the board, man, some really good numbers. I mean, everyone's going to talk about the 4.58 40-yard dash with a 1.66 split, a 10-yard, because that's a great number. I mean, he came in at 264 pounds, 6'5" 1/8", 34-inch arms. Somehow he had a longer wingspan and height than what he had at the Senior Bowl, by the way, which was like a month ago. Like, that doesn't make any logical sense to me how that happened, but it did. So, I mean, he looked great. He tested great in the 40, but the vertical, 34 inches. The broad jump was a really nice number, 10.5. It was great. And he had a 7.28 3-cone, which honestly, I thought that was going to be the worst test for Isaiah Foskey, but he was in a good ballpark with some other, of those more power-based rushers. So I was a little worried about what he was going to run in the 3-cone, what he was going to do in the short shuttle, but he checked boxes with those ones as well. And then he showcased that he is a high upside athlete. So I think that coming into the week, he had to have a strong performance from an athleticism perspective, because we've talked about it. The film is not there yet. It isn't. The production's there. The athleticism is there, but he's not a consistent player on film. But NFL teams are going to look at that. And I mean, the early sound of it is, NFL teams are obviously kind of, they're very intrigued by the athleticism and the upside that he has. So he did everything he needed to do this week from an athleticism perspective. He also, from everything that I heard, he met with teams and really presented himself at a very high level, which no one should be particularly surprised about with the character that he has. So he checked boxes in that regard. The medicals came back good from everything that I've heard as well. So just a lot of box checked for Isaiah Foskey this week. Coming into the week, I said that, there are some teams that think that he's going to go in the first round because of the combination of length, athleticism he has, that profile. There's other teams that are more mid-day 2, late day 2 type of conversation, because he is not a near finished product. He has nuance that he needs to get in his game, and I don't think he's a day 1 starting player, foregone conclusion. Like, can he do it? Possibly, but he needs some work. He needs some refinements. So there was a little bit of a chasm between what some teams thought of him and what some other people did. At this point, I would be shocked if he wasn't at least an early second-round pick, somewhere pick 32 to 40, 45, somewhere in that ballpark. I think that's kind of closer to the floor now than maybe it was coming into the week, because at the end of the day, he took care of business. It was an up and down Senior Bowl. I think the combine performance was one of the best at his position. I mean, he was top 10 in every single category across the board in what was a historically impressive testing group of defensive linemen in the 2023 NFL draft. So sky's up. Everything is moving in the right direction. Stock up. Everything looks very good right now for Isaiah Foskey. Brian, you're muted. Sorry, I don't think you were looking at me.
No, I know. I was trying to get over there. The interesting thing for me, Ryan, is you look at comps, right? And I think a guy that he comped very similarly to from a combine pro day / performance is Jermaine Johnson who was drafted in the first round last year. Very similar size. Jermaine Johnson was 6'4", 254, so slightly shorter, 10 pounds lighter. He also ran a 4.58, had 34-inch arms, same as Isaiah Foskey, had a 32-inch vertical and a 10.5 broad. Foskey had the same broad, 2-inch higher vertical. And according to the report, now he did not do a remember last year, like a lot of people opted out of the agilities and stuff at the combine because of the way that they did it, which made sense. But at his pro day, from what it says here, he ran about a 4.55 in the shuttle. Isaiah Foskey was like a mid to low
4.41
on that. So, from a testing standpoint, he tested out either right there with or better than Jermaine Johnson, to put those numbers into context. So I think that's going to help him. And we keep talking about how the film doesn't pan out or doesn't look as good. But I want to make sure that we're also tempering that a little bit. The film is not consistent, but one thing that NFL teams look at also is production. And I think sometimes we don't say that enough. The production the last 2 years was excellent. I mean, we're talking about a guy that's had 26 tackles for loss and 22 sacks the last 2 years. So I think that's going to help him too. But I think it's more of the regression that we saw this year a little bit compared to last year that's a little bit of the issue. But I think he helped himself quite a bit yesterday. Now, does that mean it's going to vault him back in the first round? I hope so. But
I feel a lot better about it after this week than I did coming into the week.
And the other thing too, Ryan, is I thought he looked really smooth in the drills. I thought that was a big thing. I watched him in some of the back pedal drills and change of direction drills, and he looked really smooth for a guy that's 6'5", 265 pounds.
Yeah.
So I think that helped him as well. So
yeah. Anytime you have those types of drills, I mean, for the guys that are a little more high-legged, right, which is what Isaiah is, a little bit of a taller guy, it's not going to look as clean as a Nolan Smith doing it, as a Will McDonald doing it, because they are shorter, less high cut, and 20, 30 pounds lighter than what Isaiah Foskey is. But for his size, I thought he looked really well. I mean, you can see there's a little bit of tightness, but again, there's going to be for a 264-pound defensive end, just natural. But he looked good, I thought, all the way around. And Brian, I think one good thing that I saw from day one of testing, and this is more a combine thing than an Isaiah Foskey thing, is I think guys were a lot more open to doing everything, because I think the combine actually took some nice steps this year as far as like being more player friendly, man. Like they moved the bench press to the day after the on-field testing. They kind of went a little bit earlier in the day instead of having guys out there at like 10 o'clock at night doing agilities. Like I do think that the combine actually was a lot more player friendly this year, which I was very happy to see, because you saw less guys opting out of stuff, which was good.
Yeah, that's something I noticed. We didn't see as much of that opt-out stuff. There's still a lot of guys that don't do the agility stuff. They just do the power stuff. So there weren't as many D linemen that did the shuttle as did the 40, right? Which, it is what it is. So today, Ryan, Michael Mayer is did his interview today, and then also Brandon Joseph will be working out today. So they obviously a lot more going on. And then offensive linemen, they report. They report today or tomorrow?
They report tonight, and then they have all their stuff tomorrow morning.
So they'll talk tomorrow and then work out the next day, basically.
Correct.
Okay. Yep. So still a lot going on from the NFL scouting combine, everybody. So Ryan, I don't want to spend too much time on that, but I did want to give, since people a chance to kind of hear from you about how everything is going and go there. But it is Friday, which means we got to get to some questions, and we have a lot of questions today that we've already got started, and we're going to have a lot more coming up. So we're going to begin, Ryan, with John A1. Which is, it's where we got to go. He jumps in early, gets us all those great questions, and we appreciate it. So we'll start with him, and he says, which player on both offense and defense needed to have the biggest jump in the strength and conditioning period? Ryan, so let's begin with offense. Who's the one guy that you think needs to have the biggest jump in the strength conditioning period?
Well, two players that pop out to me. One guy is more pertinent to the 2023 season, and then another guy is more for the future. I mean, for the future, it's Emil Wagner. Like, that's number one for me, because we're coming into now a season where you have Joe Alt, you have Blake Fisher, but you're only guaranteed to have those guys for one more season. Like it's conceivable that at least one of those guys is gone after the 2023 season. So Emil Wagner might be the future at left tackle, possibly, but we've talked aimlessly about, or endlessly, I should say, about him needing to add weight, needing to add strength, because there's certainly aim to this conversation, right? Like, it wasn't aimless. But he needs to be a guy that has a good offseason, has a good winter workouts, puts on some added weight. Because if he goes into the fall camp next year or this year at 260 something, 270 pounds, I really start to get worried, man. Because now he's a full year in the weight room, full year in the system. He needs to start showing growth. So that's a future one. I think another one offensively for me is Mitchell Evans is a guy that I expect to make some big gains this offseason. He's got a massive frame. He's got the ability to really add a lot more power profile to him. And I think that if he does, he has a chance to, take over that mantle as the clear-cut tight end one and be a legitimate producer in the run game and in the passing game. And he's got that frame where I'm sure – Coach Bayless, the minute that he committed to Notre Dame, he saw him in person and was like, I can work with that, man. Like, I can work with that type of frame. So I think pertinent for 2023, Mitchell Evans. But for the future, I would say Emil Wagner is also a big guy that I'll be keeping eyes on.
Yeah, Emil Wagner the next 2 years is a big one. I'm going to say on offense, I actually have a different angle. I'm doubling down on the Tobias Merriweather train this year, right? And I think he is the guy that has the most star potential at the receiver position. I think he's the guy that has the best chance to become that dude for Notre Dame if they're going to have that dude this year. And I think he needs a big year. I think he needs a big year in getting stronger. I don't care about the weight as much, but I care about the strength, the functional strength, the durability, and then that first step explosiveness. That's something that I think needs to get worked on a little bit too, fundamentally from a technical standpoint, but also then what he can do in regard to just that burst off the line from a just physical standpoint. And if he can just make a nice jump this year, and not a jump that's not normal for a guy his age, just a normal jump for an athlete with his caliber, he's a guy that I could see really having a big jump this year. And I'm hoping that happens.
Fun note yesterday at Brandon Joseph's media availability, he was asked, Notre Dame has a lot of young receivers. Who's the guy that you think is going to be the guy going into next year, the guy that takes the big jump? And he said without hesitation, Tobias Merriweather. That was his answer. He said he's going to be a very good wide receiver at Notre Dame.
You've heard that so much, Ryan. It seems like the only person that didn't know that last year was the offensive coordinator. And even he would say it behind the scenes. It just was the whole, we got to run our offense this way, that way, the other way. And, just whatever. It is what it is. But yeah, he is he is a very talented player and could be that jump. Defensively, it's two guys for me. It's Nolan Ziegler and Jalen Sneed. I really want to see those two guys challenge. I want to see them get opportunities to challenge. Now, the latter, I don't know if it'll happen. I don't know if they're going to get real opportunities, but I hope that they do, and I hope that they have good off seasons where they get stronger and thicker, more explosive, but not getting too much weight on, where they're getting stiff. I think that's a mistake that some coaches can make, especially at a place like linebacker, is you get a lot of these older coaches like Al Golden who still live in this universe of the NFL plus how it used to be, where linebackers were much bigger, and it's about, can they play, right? Can they run? Can they stick? And can they play? And so I'm hoping that those guys have big off seasons as well. And there's a bunch we can name, like Benjamin Morris has got to have a good off season. Josh Burnham, Gabriel Rubio, Jason Onye. Those are all guys, there's a lot of guys that need to make that jump for me.
Yeah. My two guys were the young edges, the young Vipers and you just mentioned one. I think Joshua Burnham is a guy that's body is developing very quickly and very well, continuing to add. Again, I don't want him to get too bulky because his biggest sell is like, that dude can move, man. And he's got length, like he can move. So I don't want him to show up at like 260 pounds as a redshirt freshman, right? But like 245, looking solid, continuing to grow into his frame. Like, yeah. And then Aiden Gabira was the other one. I think we know Aiden Gabira is a really talented football player. Might be a year away from being a real big contributor, but I mean, he's another guy that's 6'6", long arms. He's got room to grow, and he's got a frame to put it on consistently. And if you're able to get a jump from both of those guys on top of hopefully a more consistent Jordan Patelho in 2023, then you're talking about the Viper position all of a sudden be pretty dang exciting in a lot of different body types. So the young Vipers are the ones on defense for me.
Absolutely. And Ryan, what I'm going to do too is I'm going to try to find some questions here during this that are draft related as well, mixing in with the team stuff, because I obviously I want to be able to to have you speak on that stuff as much as possible when we get here. We have a question down here from Domer Grizz, speaking of the draft. Foskey spent most of the Senior Bowl in a 2-point stance, right? I would think he projects best as a 4-3 D end or a 3-4 D end, but does the NFL see him as a 3-4 outside linebacker? So first of all, I know, let's just say there's going to be a lot of teams that view him as a 4-3 defensive end.
Yeah.
But in a 3-4, where do teams see him?
I mean, so it's such a interesting conversation, Domer Grizz, because we get so hung up on 4-3, 3-4, the base stuff, right? But NFL teams barely run base anymore. I was talking to a Cleveland Browns beat writer yesterday that said that they were in subs 73% of the time last year, man. Like, so 3-4, 4-3, it becomes a little bit muddled to a degree. I mean, like, we can start talking about it being 4-2-5, 3-3-5 in some situations, 3-2-6. Like, there's a lot of different ways that you can now play defense at the next level. I would say that talking to Isaiah, he presented himself as a stand-up rusher. That's what he said he was. Like, he didn't talk about putting his hand in the dirt. He said he was comfortable working from a 2-point stance. That's how he sees himself. So I think regardless of whether it's a mostly odd man front or even man front team, though, even if it's a 4-man front, I think that some teams will still be comfortable with Isaiah Foskey being a 4-3 defensive end, but maybe not putting his hand in the dirt as much as what a traditional 4-3 defensive end will do. So I still think you're going to see Isaiah Foskey work from a 2-point stance a ton. But I think the biggest sell for me, Brian, is, I don't want Isaiah dropping back in coverage a ton. We've talked about that, but he can do it in spurts. So I think whether you're a 3-man front, 4-man front team, Isaiah Foskey is a pretty scheme diverse football player. He's not going to be a 3-4 Sam backer that you're going to use as an overhang and drop into the flat a ton, but as a 3-4 outside linebacker who's that weak side rusher, the guy that can work in a 2-point stance, as a 4-3 defensive end that you're really just trying to let him get clean vision off the snap and then work from a 2-point stance and occasionally put his hand in the dirt. I think that he's a pretty scheme diverse player, and I think that he is going to be coveted by multiple front teams.
I have to say, I hate it when players say things that limit them.
My biggest frustration from Isaiah's media day was people were asking about his pass rush plan, which we've talked about a ton. We've talked about that. And he said, I work everything off a bull rush and a long arm. And I'm like, cool, that's fine. Like, that's your initial move, right? Where's the counter, though? And he just kept talking so much about just wanting to go down guy's face and, using his power profile. And I'm like, Isaiah, I get it, man. You're long, you're powerful, you're explosive. But for you to really hit your upside, man, you got to get an inside counter, brother. Right. You got to get something to win consistently around the outside track. If you add that stuff to your arsenal, you go from being a good football player at the NFL level to maybe a double-digit sack guy every single year at the NFL. Like, Isaiah has that type of upside. So I really hope whatever defensive line coach he gets with in the NFL, they really harp on, like, hey, man, you have a great baseline of ability, but let's add something here, right? And really get him to buy into it.
Yeah. Let's go to the next question here. We have another one from Irish Blooded Ryan. Here's an interesting one. Barring injury, X factors, etc., so things that, bad coaching, something going wrong outside their control per se. Who do you think is the better quarterback going into next year's draft, Caleb Williams or Drake May?
It's Caleb Williams for me. I mean, I love Drake May, and Drake May is more the prototype. He's going to be 6'5", he's going to be 225 pounds, and he's a good athlete too. He's a good athlete. He's got a strong arm. He checks all the boxes. I just think that there's something special about Caleb Williams from just playing the quarterback position, man. I think he's a smart kid. I think he understands what he's seeing. But more than anything, Brian, like, he is what the NFL wants a quarterback right now. The guys that can make magic happen outside of structure. And Drake May can do some of that stuff, which is why I ultimately think he's going to be coveted very high as well. I just think that while Drake May has really good traits, maybe even great traits in some capacity, I think Caleb Williams has special ones in a lot of different ways. Ability to throw from different arm angles and work out of structure, extend plays, make magic happen. Like, I just think that he's just a slightly different talent than what Drake May is, personally, from a throwing perspective.
To me, it's going to be a lot similar to the 2021 draft, where the debate was always who's second. There was never any real debate from any serious people about whether or not Trevor Lawrence was the number one or not. There was never a serious debate about that. Not from anyone serious. There's a lot of talking heads that had a lot of stupid things to say, but I'm talking about like serious people, NFL people, like people that actually have a real opinion that doesn't, have to do with just them being dumb or clickbait, right? Trevor Lawrence is the best quarterback in that draft class. And I feel like that's how this draft class is going to be, Ryan, is barring something happening with Caleb Williams. And I could see Caleb Williams, like, he's such a walking contradiction. He does things where you're like, he'll take certain things that he does and he gives all the money he gets from an NIL to some charity, and you hear these good things about him. And then he does these silly, dumb things like, F UCLA or F Utah or F Notre Dame on it. It's like, bro, you're not a kid anymore. You know what I mean? Like, just that's an unforced error. But the reality is the kid's got exceptional talent. He's got just an absolute rocket arm. He's athletic. Now, him and Drake May both need to get better at making faster reads and making better decisions, talking about their timing. But that's more of their second-year guys thing than a not having the ability thing for me. They're not to Bryce Young's level, but most people aren't at Bryce Young's level as a second-year guy. Bryce Young was in a unique category, and if Bryce Young was Caleb Williams' size, we'd be talking about him being one of the best quarterback prospects, in my opinion, in a long time, in my view. And so Caleb Williams isn't quite there. Drake May's not quite there, but they both are good for their age. But I think Caleb, to me, gets an advantage because if they both are slow to make a read, Caleb Williams can still make a lot more throws because he throws the ball with such great velocity. And his ball placement's pretty good. It got a lot better this year. Like, as a freshman, he was, his ball placement wasn't great. I thought his ball placement this year was really good for a second-year player, like really good. Great. And so his overall feel for the game is pretty good. And as you mentioned, they can both make plays off platform, but Caleb is so much stronger and so much better at making people miss that I think that gives him the advantage. So Drake May, as long as he continues to develop, should be the number 2 quarterback in next year's draft class. And again, somebody's going to step up, and there's going to be some Zach Wilson type of breakout that gets everybody infatuated, some Will Levis type that everybody falls in love with. But, I think the 2 best next year are going to be those 2. But I think, to me, there's a clear difference between 1 and 2.
Do you know who is North Carolina's offensive coordinator now?
It's a good question. Let me look it up real quick. So I believe they promoted from within. I think it was the guy that was the offensive coordinator during the bowl game. So let me just find this here real quick. So it is Chip Lindsey.
Okay,
is who it is.
That sounds really familiar. Really familiar.
No, he is. He was not there. He was not there last year. He was the offensive coordinator at UCF last year, and he was the head coach at Troy from 2019 to 2021, and he was the offensive coordinator at Auburn in 17 and 18.
Interesting.
So he's their new offensive coordinator.
I'm just really interested to see what their offensive structure looks like, because I think the whole, maybe not getting the ball out on time a ton was because of that air raid stuff, right? It's because everything is vertically oriented for Phil Longo. It's just like things take a little bit longer in his passing attack. So,
and they're going now to the Gus Malzahn type of offense. I'm not sure if that's because look at where he's from, right? He was Gus's offensive coordinator last year. He was Gus's offensive coordinator in 17 and 18. I mean, that's where he's.
I don't love that because they're going to score a lot of points running that offense, but it's not going to develop Drake May for the NFL at all.
Yeah, it's interesting. Now he was also Todd Monken's offensive coordinator at Southern Miss. So I mean, it's a little bit of a spread. Todd Monken didn't run the offense at Southern Miss that he ran at Georgia. Looked a little bit different. So it's going to be interesting, very interesting. Jay Henry asks, which player on the current Notre Dame roster could dominate the NFL Combine in the future? Let's start on offense, Ryan, because what's interesting is there's a couple guys that aren't starters that I think if they ever make it to the Combine could blow it up. And obviously the first one is Chris Tyree. But there's some other guys to me that I'm like, if Emil Wagner can get up to 290 plus and stay at his level of athleticism and power, people are going to be he's going to have exceptional length, and he's going to be surprisingly powerful for a guy his size too. And we know he can move. He's one that just pops off the head for me, Ryan. What are some of your thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, that's a really good one. Chris Tyree, I mean, the kid's a speed merchant, right? So he's going to run incredibly fast. Lorenzo Styles is a player that is going to test really well all around. I mean, he was on the freaks list for a reason before the season. Like, he's going to test really well. Tyler Buckner, honestly, I mean, not a lot of quarterbacks test all the time anymore, but Tyler Buckner would put up some stupid explosive numbers, man. Like, I'm sure he would have a crazy broad. I'm sure he would run a fast 40. Like, he would test really well for a quarterback personally.
Same with his change of direction stuff. The 3-cone, 20 shuttle, I think he'd do very well there.
Yep.
Defensively, again, it's a lot of younger guys. Nolan Ziegler, if he pans out as a player and gets to the combine, is going to blow up. I mean, he's a more athletic version of Drew, a taller, more athletic version of Drew Tranquil, athletically.
And Drew Tranquil had a nice combine, man.
Very nice combine. Yeah. Exactly. Like Jalen Sneed is another one. You know, I think if Cam Hart can stay healthy, I think Cam Hart's going to surprise some people with his testing numbers next year in that regard. And Josh Burnham's another one, too, that I think is going to be a bit of a combine freak.
Yeah.
A little bit of a combine freak. Anybody else kind of stand out to you as maybe Ramon Henderson might just test well speed-wise, but I don't know if he'll do well in some of the other movement stuff.
Jalen Sneed was one that popped in immediately. For some reason, I think that I don't know if I would call him a freak, but I think Xavier Watts would test pretty well all around. You know, like he would just be one of those safeties that just like kind of checks a lot of boxes, right? Like maybe he's not number 1 or number 2 at any one, any one test, but he's just like, oh wow, he's top 5 to 10 in every single category. Like nice broad, nice vert. It's just all good around. But I think the young linebackers are a really good one. I think that one makes a lot of sense. I wouldn't be shocked because I know he's going to be a smaller edge rusher, even though I think he played at like 250 pounds. I bet you Jordan Botelho blows the place up a little bit athletically, man. Like he's going to be very explosive player.
The thing about Xavier Watts is I think he's not going to create the buzz from observers because I don't think he'll run a fast 40 time. He's going to be a lot like Alohi Gilman. His other stuff is going to be really good.
Yeah.
And like Alohi ran like a 6.8 in the 3 cones was really good. He ran sub 4.1 in the 20-yard shuttle. I think Xavier will be in like have that kind of success where maybe his 40 time won't blow you away, but all the other stuff is going to be really good in my opinion.
Agree.
So that's going to be interesting. Some other linemen, I think, Blake Fisher, I think could be a guy that people are like, wow, that guy's 325 pounds and he moved like that. He could be another one that I could see do something like that.
I wouldn't be shocked if Joe Alt's a really good tester when all is said and done either, because he just seems like that type of guy.
As long as he gets back to good health. I mean, Eli Raridan had a 10-yard split time that's better than anybody at this year's NFL draft. So
what was that time? What was
it? Like a 1.5 flat or something, like 1.51. No, it was 1.4 something. It was 1.4.
Yeah, I think it was like 1.47 or something. Yeah. Which Nolan Smith just ran a 4.39 and his 10-yard split was 1.52. So apparently he
did that 5 months post ACL surgery, according to some reports. So
pretty silly, man. Pretty silly.
Yeah,
he's gonna run. Hey, he might run a 4.2 if that happens. So
seriously. Alan Watts with a super chat. Thank you, Alan. Are we finally going to see an offense that won't be predictable? We're talking Notre Dame, right? So that's
I mean, Brian. My first thoughts is I know what the offense wants to be. I believe, I think I know a lot of what the philosophy behind the offense is going to be and what there's belief in from a staff perspective. But one interesting thing that I don't know if we've talked about. But now that you have Gino Guidugli as your quarterback coach, now that you have Joe Rudolph as your offensive line coach, you have 3 guys now on the offensive coaching staff that have called an offense at some point in their career. So that I think there's a meshing that's going to happen, right? Like I don't know if I'm going to sit here and say like Jared Parker's going to take all this stuff from Joe Rudolph's offensive coaching style, play calling perspective and from Gino Guidugli's, but it's going to be interesting if he takes like 1 or 2 wrinkles from there, 1 or 2 wrinkles from here, and then it meshes and it becomes something that maybe is a little bit unpredictable. So I think it will be less predictable, Alan, because I don't think I fully understand what it's going to look like. I think I understand what the core competencies about the offense are, what they believe in, but we don't 100% know what it's going to look like, I don't believe. I think that there's still a lot to figure out on the offensive side of the football as far as what the identity is.
Yeah. I got to bring this up from D. Troll Hunter. He says, talking about Xavier Watts, he is certainly faster than Alohi Gilman, though. Alohi Gilman ran a 4.6 flat. That's I don't know if it's a given. Not at all.
Kyle Hamilton ran 4.59, so it's at the same.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a given that he'll be faster than that. I think he'll be quicker in some areas. I think because again, people have to understand there's a difference between being explosive and being athletic and being fast. There's some very athletic players who are not fast. And in that regard, Kyle Hamilton is a very, very athletic player. He's not fast, right? And when it comes to 40 time, Alohi Gilman's very athletic. He's just not fast. I mean, 6'8" and a sub 4.1, that's really athletic.
6'8's moving, man.
Yes.
6'8's moving.
Yes. Yeah. And it wasn't like 6'8'9". It was 6'8'1".
Yeah.
You know, and so, you know, that's pretty athletic. He's just not fast. And so I think those are things that I look at, and I don't know if Xavier will be better than that. I'm not saying he will or won't. I'm just saying I don't think it's a given for sure that he's going to be faster than Alohi wills. Alohi ran a pretty good time. I mean, to put into context, you know, Harrison Smith, who's been arguably the best safety of the last decade, right? If you count just the whole length, he's at least in the conversation. You know, he ran a 4.57 at the combine, had a 6.633 cone and a 4.12 shuttle. So Alohi was right there with him on 40, right, and had a better 20-yard shuttle. And then Harrison was a pretty good, decent amount faster than the 3 cone. So
what was his 3 cone? What was Harrison?
6.63.
That's silly,
yeah.
Man. That's silly.
Yeah, and then a 4.12 in the 20-yard shuttle, which, you know, for a guy that's 6'2", 215 is pretty flipping good, you know. So
it's a good time.
And a 4.57 40. So I just think sometimes maybe we obsess over a little bit on the 40 a little bit too much. But you know, I don't know. I'm curious if Xavier runs, if he's for sure faster than Alohi Gilman, then Xavier Watts will be a guy that people are impressed by at the combine. But he won't be a guy that's like in the 4.4s in my opinion. So we'll have to see how that one pans out. Let's get to. We had a couple more draft questions down here, Ryan. I wanted to get to, but we'll try to find some as I get to it. Here's one from Alan Watson. Okay, most important. Thank you for Super Chat, Alan. Most important question: what kind of 40 time guys do a Rich Eisen?
Oh, are we running 40s? Is that what we're being asked to do here?
I would not be able to make it 40 yards right now at this point in time, if I'm being honest about it.
I would be lucky to crack maybe 5.3 right now if I was like trying
What was the
hard.
fastest 40 time you ever ran?
I was like a 4.8 in high school. A 4.8.
Mine was 4.59 was my best,
Yeah.
so I wasn't a burner either. So
yeah,
I feel your pain. All right, let's get to some questions here. John A1 asks, who is Notre Dame's best linebacker in coverage? I mean, do they have one right now?
In theory, it should be Maris Loifau, but that's not the facts of the world right now. So
I don't really think they have anyone that's I would even say is good. JD Bertrand, he's a pretty good zone dropper. I think he improved in that regard this year, but I don't think any of them are necessarily really good in coverage right now.
In theory, I would say maybe it'll be Nolan Ziegler, but obviously we haven't seen him, so how are we supposed to judge?
That's why I can't say Jalen Sneed. I can't say Nolan because they haven't played. You know, I can only look at the 4 guys that have played. And right now,
if you told me that I can just put a linebacker in man coverage all day, I would probably say Maris, because it's like Maris, run with that guy and, you know, don't drop into the zone. And I'm sure he would be pretty good at that. But not a strength of that unit right now.
Yeah, we shall see. We shall see. All right, I think that's it so far for the NFL questions, but I'll see if I see any more as we kind of move forward. Indy Estimate Trucking LLC. What does Kaiser actually bring you at Rover and that Sneed and Ziegler don't, other than experience? He makes mistakes and doesn't have the athleticism of the other two. So why is he the first choice? Can I just say something real quick? I hate when people ask questions and then eliminate a really positive thing that is part of the discussion. Like, you can't just say other than experience, like experience. Experience does matter. It shouldn't be the end all be all, but experience does matter. And I think Jack Kaiser's a little bit underrated as an athlete. I think Jack Kaiser's actually a pretty good athlete. I think he's just small. I think Jack Kaiser's small, and I don't think he has great coverage instincts in man. I think those are his issues, but I think Jack Kaiser's a pretty athletic linebacker. I just think he's small.
And I think that you made a great point. And I mean, linebacker is a position where like experience matters a lot, man. Like you need to see the game. It's a very intellectual position, you know, like people talk about, oh, just get downhill and get out of your trigger. And it's like, but until you see those live bullets and see this stuff working quickly in front of you, it's much easier said than done. So I think that experience does matter. Look, I do think Jack Kaiser would be better suited maybe inside at will, than comparative to Rover. But you can't discount the fact that he has played some good football over the last 2 years. It's not like he's been awful in every single game or something like that. Like he's had good games, man. He has.
He had more impactful moments last year than any other linebacker they had. JD was their most steady. But when Jack Kaiser was on, Jack Kaiser was impactful off defense and special teams. This is what I keep saying about Jack Kaiser is they need to limit his role and make him more of a, this is what he's good at and this is what he's not good at, and stop asking him to do the things he's not good at. So for example, you could say, well, here's something, Nolan Ziegler, for example. I think Nolan is faster and longer than Jack Kaiser. I don't think anyone debates that. My problem right now is they're spending so much time trying to put weight onto him that he's not going to be an option at Rover. And then you got Jalen Sneed, who's a more explosive athlete, and longer. So if Jack knows what he's doing, but he's a step slower, and Jalen doesn't know what he's doing, and he's a step faster, then they're going to get to the quarterback, the ball around the same time. I think Jalen's where you say, okay, well then in that case, play Jalen, because if he does read it right, he's got a greater chance of making an impactful play. You just have to then look at the bowl game and say, but Jalen now needs to eliminate those big mistakes that he made in the bowl game, turning guys loose in coverage, late hit penalties, because you have to be Jalen Smith as a player if you're going to make those kind of mistakes and still be able to be on the field. And so that's what you got to hope that they can get out of him, because he's got all the time. I mean, him and Nolan Ziegler are two incredibly dynamic athletes. It's just the defense is so complex, guys like that can't get on the field. And those guys need to play. But I don't think Jack Kaiser should be our whipping boy at linebacker at this point in time. He does certain things really well, and it's up to the staff to do a better job of putting him in those situations. Same with Marist. You know who he is. Stop putting him in positions that he's not good at, and then being shocked when he doesn't make plays. That's on you after this point in time. But you've now got 13 games under your belt. If that continues to happen next year, that's on you as a coaching staff. That's not on Marist at this point in time. And so hopefully they're able to find some ways to get that rolling, because it certainly was frustrating. Nathan Milton, speaking of linebackers, Ryan, Nathan Milton says, what starting linebackers would you like to see next year?
I mean, ideally, I would love to see Jalen Sneed take hold of a Rover spot, which allows Jack Kaiser to move inside and kind of rotate inside at will a little bit. I mean, I think that's ideal. JD Bertrand's going to be the starting Mike unless something unforeseen happens, with that experience that he has. So I would say JD at Mike, Jalen Sneed at will if he steps up. And then I would love to see something inside of, let's rotate a Nolan Ziegler with the Jack Kaiser at will, for instance. And let's use Maris Loifel as more of a niche player. Like, let's use him in a certain spot, a bunch of different spots, and just ask him to do one thing out of that alignment rather than doing 10 different things out of one alignment. So I think that is the most advantageous, because at the end of the day, I do want to see Jalen Sneed and I do want to see Nolan Ziegler and those guys on the field. I do, because I think they can be impactful. They have a year under their belt from a practice perspective, from a weight room and strength and conditioning perspective. If they're developed properly, it's inexcusable for them not to be on the field a bit as a sophomore, because they, have that full year of experience now under their belt. So I hope that you see those guys. And I think JD at Mike is going to be a guy that's going to play, the majority of the snaps at Mike, maybe I don't know if I know that they're, kind of going between with like Junior Toya Lamaka at Viper and, not as much at Mike, but I would still like to see Junior a little bit at Mike. But regardless, JD at Mike, Jalen Sneed, the majority at Rover, in my opinion, and then some combination of Nolan Ziegler, Jack Kaiser, and Maris Loifel inside at the other spot, I think would be advantageous to everyone, in my opinion.
I'm of the belief, Ryan, I don't really care who starts specifically. I just want to know that the people that are starting are the best playmakers. And I'm tired of guys not playing simply because they're not experienced enough yet. Like, that's your job as a coach. And if you can't get a talent like Jalen Snead on the field more, then you're just not a very good coach. I'm sorry. If you can't get Nolan Ziegler on the field right now, honestly, pound for pound, I think Nolan Ziegler's probably the best athlete they have a linebacker. And then it's him and Jalen 1 and 2. And it's not really close when you talk to people around the program. It's not really close. But it's just excuse after excuse for why those guys aren't playing. And that's the kind of thing that's frustrating me. But look, I don't really care specifically who the guys are. If Maris Luafau comes out next year and he's a disciplined player that's assignment correct, he's going to be a heck of a player. If he's not, play Prince Collie, play Jalen Snead, play Nolan Ziegler. I don't care. I just want guys who are going to make plays. And that's the thing, is because the linebacking core this year, Ryan, just did not make plays. And I don't think people realize how problematic that the lack of production really is. I mean, you look at it and you've got 8.5 tackles for loss by J.D. Bertrand, 5.5 by Jack Kaiser. That's 14. Maris had 4.5. That's 18.5. Prince had 2.5. That's 21. And 20.5, because you have a half from, so 22. 22.5 tackles for loss from your linebackers last year. That's it. That's all you had. And that's just not good. You had 20 from Jeremiah Wusu-Koramoah and Drew White alone in the 2020 season, which was a shortened season. You had, 18 from Khalid Kareem, 18 from Asmar Bilal and Drew White alone. In 2017, Tavon Coney and Drew Tranquil by themselves had 23 tackles for loss. And you throw in Niles Morgan, that's 30. Just those three guys alone. 3 more from Greer Martini, that's 33. Osmar had 1.5, that's 34.5. And then you had one from Jonathan Evans, 35.5. And this group is barely over 20. And it's just not good enough. It's just not good enough. And it's not just one guy. It's a problem that starts at the top and works its way down. And it's something that's got to get better.
Because you don't have to have one guy that's the overall playmaker, right? Like, you don't need one guy that gets like 20 tackles for loss. But Brian, there are some linebackers in college football last season that almost did that number by themselves. Like Ivan Pace Jr. for Cincinnati had 20 tackles for loss last year by himself playing inside linebacker. Like, you can't have production in 4 to 5 different guys comparative to other teams' one. Like, that's just not good enough, man. Like, you need to be more impactful. You need to make more plays at the end of the day. I mean, especially because the bad thing about Notre Dame last year was Notre Dame also gave up a lot of dumb plays, man, where you're just like, a guy's in a wrong spot. He took all the block wrong. He was confused. He was out of position. And you're also not making big plays. Like, if you were making big plays and then giving up an occasional one, I could live with it to a degree, because I'm like, at least they're taking chances and making some plays. Like, it's a little maybe too volatile at times, but you're not volatile at all. You just weren't impactful.
Ryan, NC State's 2 top inside linebackers last year combined for 33 tackles for loss. Hold on a second. I might have counted that up wrong. Yeah, I did. 34 tackles for loss.
Is that Drake Thomas and Peyton Wilson?
No. Nope.
Not even Peyton Wilson.
Moore.
Yeah.
Isaiah Moore had 15 tackles for loss last year. Now, I believe he's kind of like an outside linebacker, right?
I just think he's more of the inside. I think Peyton's the guy that they kind of move around a little bit.
Okay, so then it is your 2 inside linebackers.
Yeah.
And Drake Thomas is definitely an inside linebacker. He's like 6 foot 225. Yeah. Right? So, NC State can get that kind of production, but Notre Dame can't. Notre Dame can't get half that from their top 2 guys, like barely half that from their top 2 guys. It's just got to get better. Simple as that. It's got to get better. Tavis McKay with a question here, Ryan. Are we going to expect more younger receivers playing this year despite more overall depth due to the coaching changes? If yes, why?
I mean, I hope so. I mean, I just – look, last year there were moments in the season where some wide receivers did not play well enough. And there was an inability to get a guy like Tobias Merriweather before the concussion on the field more. And then Deion Coles gets back at the end of the season after dealing with injuries, and he starts playing a lot more. That was good to see, right? But, I mean, there's no excuse to not have Deion Coles, Tobias Merriweather, Lorenzo Styles, Jaden Thomas, like having that core. But on top of that, I hope that guys like Jaden Greathouse, Breland James come in and at least get an opportunity to compete for reps, right? Like I'm not asking them to come in and start day one, but Jaden Greathouse is so far along that he definitely should at least get an opportunity. If he doesn't get an opportunity, then there's some flawed type of hierarchy in how this thing works. Like it's just flawed in my opinion, because I think we get into this, like last year, there were points in the season, especially early on, where you're just like, there's an assumption from people outside the program that it's like, man, Notre Dame doesn't have talent at wide receiver. But that's not true. It's not true. Was there a depth issue last year? Yes. There's a less of a depth issue this year. You're starting to get that number in a good spot, more to where you want it to be. But there is not a talent issue at wide receiver at Notre Dame. There was a development issue at Notre Dame at wide receiver, no doubt. But I think there also has been at times over the last couple of years an inability to get some of the younger guys on the field, man. I want to see Tobias more. I want to see a couple of the freshmen play. You have to, because those guys are some of your best athletes on the team, and they need to play. They need to be impactful.
A development issue, so we're clear, because I know Ryan Beli is with me on this one. A depth issue or development issue that was coming into the season that had to get worked out during. We did like the improvements that were made by Chancey Stuckey, but he inherited that, and it took time to completely work all of that out of the mix.
If you want to see the impact that Chancey Stuckey had in year one as a coach, go watch Jaden Thomas the first 2 games of the season and the last 2 games of the season. Yes, Chancey Stuckey did a wonderful job with developing that group.
Yep, absolutely. All right, next question, Ryan, from Irish Blooded. If you could bring a rule from the NFL or professional football to college, what rule would it be? I know what mine is. You want me to go ahead and give mine first while you think about it?
Yeah.
So you didn't say it had to be an on or off the field rule. The biggest thing I would do, and it kind of what we talked about yesterday, is I would bring the tampering rule. You cannot tamper with another team's players or coaches until certain windows. There'd be hiring windows, and there would be transfer portal windows, just like free agency and such. And if you get caught tampering, you or anyone speaking on your behalf, whether you approve them or not, gets caught doing that, there are severe punishments involved, severe financial punishments, and then also loss of the ability to continue to participate in those aspects of it for a period of time. We talked about this yesterday, Ryan. Sean and I got into a conversation about the portal and how to incentivize more high school kids to be recruited, because we both agree that this is really hurting high school recruitment. But I said, look, create tampering rules to where if you get caught tampering, you get fined 7 figures. You lose the ability to be a part of you can't bring in transfers for 3 to 5 years, whatever you want it to be. Really put some teeth to it. So that's the one rule that I would bring, is tampering with coaches and tampering with current players. I don't care if you want to use NIL deals to entice a proven college player to come to your team. I have no problem with that. Once the portal period opens, and then you can have it out for this month. You guys can duke it out. Who wants to offer them the best NIL deal? Because I'm okay offering NIL deals as enticement for proven college players, as long as it's done legally within the process, not behind the scenes, offering Drake May big figures before he's even in the portal to entice him to jump in the portal. I'm not okay with that. Right. And if you get caught doing that, not only can you not get him, but you're going to get fined 7 figures, and you're going to lose portal privileges for a period of time. That's the one rule that I would bring. Because if you get caught tampering now, you cannot, not only can you not sign that player, but you lose a first-round draft pick, and you can find. How much did the Dolphins get fined? I know they lost a first-round draft pick. Didn't they get fined millions of dollars?
It was something,
as well?
Man. It was a wild amount, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. I'm going to actually look that up while you're kind of giving your
answer. And they lost the first round pick, man, which is just like, that's like a death sentence, man. That's a big thing. That's a huge thing.
Their owner was suspended, and they were fined $1.5 million for their tampering with Peyton and Brady. Sean Payton.
Which for Stephen Ross is like pennies, right? But still, it's
fine, but that's still got some teeth to it. Find a university $1.5 million, and that's not something that's like no big deal to them, right? And then again, you lose that ability to participate in the transfer portal periods for a period of time. That's the rule I would bring to the NFL from the NFL.
That's a good one. That's a good one. My mind went to in-game rules, obviously, and man, just not a ton, man. Like the NFL kind of stinks with some of the rules, if I'm being completely honest. Right? What are your thoughts on this one? Because I kind of am on this one, but I'm a little uneasy about it. So the pass interference rule in NFL, it's a spot foul comparative to a 15-yard penalty on the college level. I actually kind of like the spot foul thing because, I mean, for me, it's like
the new rule in college.
Did they change that now? It's spot foul now?
Because isn't the NFL rule it's a spot foul up to 15? If it's past 15, it's not. If it's not a spot field, is it still a spot foul 40 yards down the field?
Yeah, I believe so. Okay. Yeah, unless something just changed this offseason. Yeah,
I mean, you were talking about how the college rule used to be 15 no matter what.
Yeah, so, no. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I kind of like the spot foul thing, man, because it's like if my guy got burnt and he's 40 yards down the field and it's going to be a walk-in touchdown, how am I going to just give him 15 yards for that, right? It's like you were about to have a 40-yard gain or a touchdown potentially. I mean, that's a big play. So I kind of like the spot foul, actually. I think it's I don't know.
I don't love it because I think there's a lot of rules where you say, well, if that guy didn't cheat, that's a 60-yard touchdown kind of thing. You know, what I like about what I would change about the offensive is the pass interference offensive. I think 15 yards for offensive pass interference is too dramatic. In the NFL, it's 10, correct?
So.
If it's often, it's a 10-yard
penalty. It might be 15.
I think it's 10 now, and I don't know if it used to be because I remember watching a playoff game. I'm actually going to look this up now. Offensive pass interference in the NFL. So loss of 10 yards and a replay of the down. Yes. So that's a rule that I would also like to bring is I think 15 yards. You're basically saying if I have deliver a dirty block on a guy or a dirty play or a cheap late hit on a guy, that's the same penalty as offensive pass interference. It's a little harsh for me. So that's the pass interference rule.
Spoken like a true offensive guy, man.
Yeah,
like a true offensive guy. Well, if I was a wide receiver though on the NFL level,
I would also an offensive guy that doesn't believe if you interfere with me 40 yards down the field, you get 40 yards. So that favors the defense. So I'm at least being consistent with with you shouldn't unnecessarily overly punish a team.
The NFL is so bad at enforcing offensive pass interference too. If I was a wide receiver on the NFL level, I would commit offensive pass interference every single play because they're barely ever going to call it, man. Like I'm pushing off all the time.
Yep, no doubt about it. We have a super chat down here from Steve Rolfe. He says, haven't had a chance to watch in a while, but what is an area you think Coach Hiestand didn't do well that maybe the new guy could change?
I think that there could have been a wider scope of recruiting at times. I think that you could have pushed for maybe a couple other, like last year's class, we talked a lot about, needing offensive tackle types. I think that maybe if they would have expanded a little bit the board at some point, there might have been an offensive tackle or two that maybe they could have gotten in with in a solid situation. So Coach Hiestand knows what he likes recruiting-wise. He knows what he needs. And he recruits to it. And he pulled in a really good class in 2023, a really talented offensive line group. But I do think that maybe there's a little too much fixation sometimes on that's my guy, that's it, let's not expand. Because, what's the problem? I personally just think that if you expand a board off, from offensive line or just from a position group in general, just because you expand it doesn't mean that the guy that you're expanding to is the priority on the board, right? It's just that, maybe you see how that relationship goes and maybe you get in there and maybe at the end of the day, the fit makes total sense. So maybe just a little bit more of an open-mindedness from, maybe some, maybe a wider scope of recruiting.
Yeah, you use that word open-mindedness and you use that in an article you wrote recently too. I don't think it has anything to do with open-mindedness. I think it's about, I have a standard for what I'm looking for and I'm not going to offer a scholarship to a guy that doesn't meet that standard, right? Like, I don't think it's open-minded as much. I think there could be adjustments to the recruiting strategy. We don't necessarily disagree there. Mine would be more of be willing to engage with more, maybe a little bit of a wider group, maybe a little. But when you recruit offensive line like Notre Dame does, I kind of like the idea of getting an offer to play offensive line at Notre Dame is not something that a lot of guys can brag about. And there's something like, oh my gosh, I got an offer from Notre Dame to play offensive line. I kind of like that. I think that what I would say is maybe the criteria was a tad too strict for who should get an offer, right? but I don't think it's about open-mindedness. It's about, I have a way that has worked for me, and I'm going to stick to that way. And so I think to me that's more had to do with, but I would have liked to maybe see the criteria expand a little bit more would be the thing for me. But I think the recruiting one is an interesting one. I've always said as great as Harry Hiestand was, the one area that I didn't think was as good, I never thought his pass protection at Notre Dame was quite as good as the run blocking. So I'd say maybe a little bit more balance in that regard. I think it's a little bit more of a power pass pro type of situation. Like Joe Alt was phenomenal this year in pass protection, but Joe Alt was phenomenal the year before as well in pass protection. I think sometimes hand usage at times with the way that they did it, and maybe this wasn't necessarily him, but I felt this way even, and I've said this before, even his first tenure, that the pass blocking at times wasn't quite as good as the run blocking. And so I think that's an area where I would look at. But it's I don't know if Joe Rudolph is going to improve on that, though. It's just in theory he could. Pass blocking at Wisconsin wasn't always great either, but let's just say he was working with a different level of foot quickness and agility with those guys at Wisconsin than what he's going to inherit it at Notre Dame, Ryan. I think that would be certainly an interesting one. Let's get to another one here. Ryan, what is your favorite defensive coverage concept scheme?
My favorite scheme, I love the 4-2-5, John. I really do, because there's a couple different personnel groupings that you can fit into a 4-2-5, like 4-3 personnel. You can do a true 4-2-5 kind of nickel look out of a 4-2-5. When I was growing up, especially in high school, I got a little bit obsessive over wanting to know everything about Gary Patterson's 4-2-5. Like, that was my thing. Like, I loved it because I thought it was so revolutionary at the time. And I think you've seen that trickle not only, from the college football ranks, but also up to the NFL. I mean, that's, 4-2-5 has basically become base for a lot of different NFL teams now. So I think 4-2-5 for me is one. Coverage concept, I'm a big believer in that is very specific to what personnel you have, right? Like, there's going to be some defensive secondaries where I'm like that's a cover, that's a too high type of defense. Like, that's a cover 2, that's a cover 4, that's a match quarters, whatever it will be, right? But then there's other teams where I'm like, well, I have a really good free safety type, right? Where maybe I can play a little bit more middle of the field closed, a little more single high stuff. So maybe I'm going to play a little bit more cover 1, cover 3. So like, I don't really have a coverage that I'm like, that coverage is the one that I love to play. I do love to mix and match coverages. I do, because I think that the biggest thing to mess with quarterbacks is that, one thing is I love post-snap rotations. I love that stuff, man, because quarterbacks hate that so much. But I think that just showing different levels of zone versus man, like, I want to mix and match coverages a ton, but I love the 4-2-5 as kind of a base defense nowadays.
When you talk mix and match, you talking about personnel, or are you talking like the pattern match stuff that Alabama's run for all these years?
Pattern match, but also just kind of the ability to work different zone concepts and different man concepts, so that like everything, I want everything to look the same. You know what I mean? Like pre-snap, I want it to look the same. Like, oh, well, they're in too high. Like, you would think it's going to be cover 2 of some sort. It's going to be cover 4. It's going to be something of that. But then, oh, here's a rotation, and now they're in cover 1 where they've rotated down and they're in man across the board with a single high free safety. Or, oh, wow, they're in too high. They like to rotate it down a ton. All of a sudden, oh, now they're in match quarters. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I just want to be able to mix and match zone and man concepts, because I think that's really how you mess with quarterbacks, especially like post-snap rotations, because then a quarterback, he was comfortable with what they saw pre-snap. Now their mindset has to completely change. Like, oh, man, here comes something different now. I got to change my process. And I think that's where a lot of bad decisions happen from a quarterback perspective.
Yeah. Here's an interesting question, Ryan. This is from Gavin Harden. With scouts going crazy over tools now, is there a world where Joe Milton is a top 3 quarterback in next year's draft?
I mean, Gavin, like, my initial impulse is no, just because I don't think Joe Milton's very good. But like, the NFL is so bad at evaluating quarterbacks right now, so like, I can't fully say like, no, Joe Milton's not going to be that guy, just because he does. If
Will Levis can be that guy, then Joe Milton can be that guy. That's how stupid it is.
Joe Milton throws from an arm strength perspective. Joe Milton would be like a top 5 quarterback in the NFL if he makes it to the NFL. Like that dude has
strength.
a hose, man.
Yes.
Absolute cannon for an arm. And he's a pretty dang good athlete for as big as he is, too. I mean, he's like 6'5", 240, and he can move a little bit. So can it happen? Sure. Should it happen as of right now? Absolutely not. Absolutely.
The problem is I think there's too many professional scouts, even at the professional level, that don't understand the difference between arm strength and arm talent, and don't understand that there is a difference between those two things. And that's my issue with guys like Will Levis and Joe Milton. I could see it. And along those lines, here's another interesting one, Ryan, that's kind of along those lines from Archer 452. One NFL scout said Anthony Richardson from Florida, is a combination of Cam Newton and Justin Fields. What is the worst pre-draft chatter you've ever heard?
I mean, there was a graphic that went viral on ESPN a few years ago, and David Montgomery remember David Montgomery at Iowa State, Brian? He was a good football player, man, and he turned into and he's a good football player for the Bears. And when he's been healthy, he's a good player. But there was a graphic that I forget if it was like Todd McShay or something. So like I forget who it was, so I'm not going to slander anybody. But it said that he was a mix of Saquon Barkley. Like it had an attribute for every part of his game, which it was just like, that's a Hall of Fame running back, man. Yeah. Like you're calling him a Hall of Fame.
You just made a video game running back at this point in time. Yeah.
Oh man, that graphic was wild, man. It was just like you turned a good football player into a generational running back. Like that's what you tried to do there, man.
I've never got much into the chatter, so I really can't answer this question. But one guy that I went high that I just knew more than any other ever that was going to be a bust of a quarterback was Jamarcus Russell.
Yeah, I
just never understood how that guy could possibly be a first round. And there's a lot. Like I remember, here's one, two that I do remember. I remember when I first started hearing about how Christian Ponder was getting a lot of hype as a first round pick. I was like, there's no way they're going to draft Christian Ponder in the first round. There's no way teams are that stupid. No way. Like you get out of here.
And then they drafted him top 15. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Because I'm like, that's the smoke and mirrors that the NFL teams do. They're just putting that out there to throw teams off. There's no way. And then when I started hearing the buzz that Mitch Trubisky would be QB1 in that draft class with Pat Mahomes and Deshaun Watson, I was like, no way. That's just somebody trying to throw smoke, to throw teams off, to make people think that they may take Mitch Trubisky. But there's no way they're taking Mitch Trubisky over Deshaun Watson and Patrick Mahomes. No way. So those are two that. So the reason I take those over Jamarcus Russell is I don't remember what the buzz about Jamarcus Russell was. He could have been unanimous. Everyone thought he was a top 5 player. I have no idea. I just knew that he was going to be a huge bust. But I do remember the only 2 years I really remember a lot of buzz was the Christian Ponder and Mitch Trubisky buzz, and it made no sense to me. I mean, at all.
I've heard some stuff this week, man, that makes me kind of shake my head a little bit.
Yeah, I'd love to hear a couple of those nuggets before you get out of here.
I put one nugget on the message board as far as the rumor mill. You should go to boards.irishbreakdown.com, by the way, because I've been doing a rumor mill every week, so every day of stuff I'm hearing here in Indianapolis. Hi, Sean, by the way. Hi, buddy. But Brian, I believe this to be a pretty factual statement. And again, there's some speculation here, but like after you hear something a bunch of different times, you start to get like, it's probably legitimate. I think if the Chicago Bears trade back and Will Anderson's on the board, I think that they might take Tyree Wilson over Will Anderson. I'm starting to get those vibes, man. I'm really starting to get those vibes.
What's the reason?
I agree with that.
I have heard from multiple people in several different circles that Chicago loves Tyree Wilson, man. Like they love him. I think they're going to try to trade back, but if they trade back to 2 or 4, let's say, and Will Anderson stare him in the face, I think there's a possibility they take Tyree Wilson as the first defense player off the board.
Mr. Chicago, what do you say about that?
No, that's
because you shook your head in affirmation as soon as he said that.
I've heard that he's met with the Bears twice, if I'm not mistaken. Correct, Ryan?
I believe so.
And it's been all over sports radio here. The Tyree Wilson buzz is buzzing, and they're really trying to sell in a way. It seems like they're using radio to sell the move if it happens. Like, this guy's really good. He's flying up the draft boards. Everybody wants him. And it's almost scary, especially with the Jalen Carter news.
Yeah.
Now they're trying to – it's I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it if they choose to move back twice, which I'm hearing that as well, where they could trade with the Texans, and then you have the Colts, the Panthers, the Raiders, and like 4 other aggressive teams that could jump up and then trade, and they can move back from 2 to either 4, 7, or 8. If they move back to 4 or 7, and they still have a chance to get Tyree Wilson at 7 would soften the blow. Then if they're staring Will Anderson in the face and they take him over Will Anderson.
Because that fits into what you said the other day, Sean, when we were talking, which is that would be a tremendous accumulation of capital, draft capital. And you probably get a couple, maybe a player or 2 out of that too, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Putney, get Putney, you know,
David
like
Putney.
you know, some kind of like that, right? So
Ryan, I heard someone that's down there as well that I worked with.
Mm-hmm.
They said it's a chance that the first 5 picks might be quarterbacks. They were like, it could actually roll out this way, the way.
Who'd be 5? Hold on a second. So hold on. You'd have a Stroud, you'd have Bryce Young, you'd have Will Levis, Anthony Richardson, and who'd be the 5th?
Oh, wait a minute. Top 4 then. I think
Okay.
he said 4. Yeah. He said the top 4 picks could be good quarterbacks. The way he explained it, I said, I guess I could see that.
It's the NFL, man. So you never know. It's just it's wild, man. I mean, people are going to overthink Will Anderson so much, and it is just driving me crazy. Like that kid is just.
We actually had Irish fans today on the podcast say, "See, Foskey's more athletic. He runs faster than Will Anderson. You know, I would take Isaiah Foskey," and I'm sitting there like.
Okay.
Well, I mean, here's my thing. I would take Isaiah Foskey if I'm running a 4-3 defense, right? Because I don't think Will Anderson is a 4-3 defensive end. But if we're talking about like for the same position where they both are like could play like as a 4-2-5 Viper or a 3-4 outside linebacker, it's not even a conversation for me, right? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like if I need a 4-3 strong side end and it's between Will Anderson and Isaiah Foskey, I'm taking Isaiah Foskey because Will Anderson's not a strong side end. But for everything other than that, this isn't a conversation. I mean, it shouldn't be a conversation.
It should not be a conversation.
But it shouldn't be a conversation.
Tyree Wilson,
Will Anderson either.
Exactly.
Like, it shouldn't even be a conversation there either.
Tyree Wilson this year is very reminiscent of Trayvon Walker last year. That's where we are. You have Aiden Hutchinson and you have Kayvon Thibodeau that should have been the top of that class, right? I liked Kayvon a little bit more than Aiden personally. That should have been the top. And then Trayvon is like maybe 3. But I was a big George Karlaftis fan. George Karlaftis played fantastically as a rookie. So I think he was underdrafted at pick 31 or whatever the heck he was. But I mean, regardless, like I get betting on traits, but I don't even think Tyree Wilson is that special of an athlete. He's long. He's a big dude. But I don't think he's a special historical athlete like a Trayvon Walker was, for instance, right? Like Trayvon ran 4.51, had like a 40-inch vert at 272 pounds. Like, I got that to a degree, right? Like he is a historical anomaly as a tester. I don't think Tyree Wilson's that. I don't think he's that, which is why he isn't testing this week.
Right.
I just don't. Texas Tech defender. It doesn't even sound right. Like
he was at Texas A&M originally, Sean. If that makes you feel better.
No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. Honestly, I mean, I would much rather if it were me and I'm the Bears and I'm moving back and I can't get one of the top 2 guys, then go offensive tackle.
All right.
Then go get a tackle to protect Justin Fields. Don't force it. And to me, getting him would be a force, in my opinion, because you're getting the 3rd or 4th best defender when you can go get the number 1 offensive lineman to protect your most valuable asset.
Who is that guy this year, guys? You guys know who is the top tackle in this year's class?
It's the Skoronski kid, right? From Northwest.
Some teams like Skoronski as a tackle. Some people are afraid of the arm length. I mean, it depends what team you're talking about. There's some people that obviously like Paris Johnson from Ohio State. He's another guy that's a player that people talk a lot about. I mean, it really depends on flavor. Like a team like the New England Patriots that don't care as much about arm length will probably have a Skoronski higher, right? But then a guy that's a more traditionalist would probably have a guy like a Paris Johnson more at the top.
I just the difference in upside is what would make it hard for me to take Skoronski over Paris Johnson. I mean, Skoronski's a much better offensive tackle going into the draft, but I just think Paris Johnson has elite potential. And right now he's more about potential than he is anything else, right? I mean, that's the reality of it. But if I, it part of it would depend on who my quarterback is and where I am. If I'm a team that's just not very good, I'm taking Paris Johnson. If I'm a team that just had a down year, but we should be good again, it would make it much tougher for me between those two. Yeah. Here's a comment to somebody, man. I'll let you guys respond to it. Gideon Rosa said, I would take Isaiah Foskey over Aiden Hutchinson, but never over Will Anderson.
I mean, long term, yeah. I mean, I could see a world where Isaiah Foskey's a better player, but Aiden Hutchinson was just a much higher floor player. I mean, like he had like 9.5 sacks as a rookie. Like he was just a good, solid football player. I don't know if I can project Isaiah Foskey to be as solid in year one as what Aiden Hutchinson was. Like I just don't. Aiden Hutchinson is a higher floor player than Isaiah Foskey. Isaiah Foskey's a higher upside guy. So like, what are you pushing for in that regard? Because I mean, we have to remember the NFL recycles and cycles through coaches so much too. Like sometimes you need that short term boost, man. Like this isn't always just like the recruiting side of stuff, Like it matters.
I know why some people don't like Aiden Hutchinson. I'm just like, how much more does this kid have to produce and play at a high level before people start showing that kid a little bit more respect as a player? You know what I mean? Like,
I mean, it's just a matter of what people don't consider him a number one overall pick.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just not that caliber of defensive end that you figure would be gone or taken
he's not
with
sexy.
the number one overall pick.
He's not sexy. But the production's there.
He's going to be consistent. Going to be consistent. You need guys like that. Right?
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with a guy that shows up and you know what you're getting from him week in, week out.
Yeah. I've never understood the lack of respect for him. I mean, this is a kid that had 16.5 tackles for loss and 14 sacks in his last year at Michigan. And so, well, it was because he had David Ajabo on the other side. Well, what's the excuse for what he did at with the Lions this year? Because for the Lions this year, he had 9.5 sacks. I mean, that's more than the next two guys people talked about combined, Trayvon Walker and who's the other end we were talking about, Sean? Not Karlaftis, but who's the other defensive end that was taken in last year's draft that we were just talking about him. Give me a second. Sorry, I'm going to go 2022 NFL draft. Who was the other edge player that we were just talking about? Him is Trayvon Walker, Kayvon Thibodeau. Sorry.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he had. I think those two combined had 6.5 sacks, and Aiden Hutchinson had 9.5 sacks last year.
Yeah, Thibodeau missed the first
Missed a chunk.
4 games.
Yeah, but Hutchinson had 9.5 sacks and 3 picks last year, so he gets the job done. But I get it. He's not a sexy player. I think that's really what it boils down to. He's not a sexy player. So, yeah, we shall see. We shall see. All right, let's get back to some more questions here, Mr. Davis. Thank you for joining us, by the way, Sean.
Oh, it's my pleasure.
I'm glad to know that Malik has finally apologized for costing Notre Dame a national championship. You and I talked about that before the show today. And I was like, I do blame Malik.
He also apologized for the 16 season and leaving.
Okay.
I got him to apologize for everything.
I supported his decision to leave because he got screwed in 2016. My only thing is he should have gone to Wisconsin, not Florida. That was my thing. Is I had a bad feeling when he did that, and I had a bad feeling about that one.
He was a little selfish, and he's part of the reason we're still suffering. 35 years.
It's all Malik's fault.
It's all Malik's fault.
Not Brian Van Gorder's fault.
No.
Paul Longo or none of those guys.
No.
It's all Malik.
The fact that he called his own number on an RPO that was wide open, yes.
Yeah.
It's his fault.
Yeah, obviously we're having some fun at Left's expense. We're not truly blaming Malik for that. At least I'm not, by the way. So,
Hey, fans enjoyed it though.
yeah,
Fans
it's
enjoyed
fun.
it.
It's fun, and he showed some graciousness in it as well. So, um, Tyler Ehrig says, "What team would you like to see Notre Dame schedule more or less in the future? I would personally like to see Michigan come back." Sean, I've already said who I'd like to see Notre Dame play less. I am over playing Stanford. I'm done playing Stanford. I would like to see Stanford come
Yeah,
off the schedule. Maybe play them a home and home every decade. One home and home every decade. And
yeah.
I'm good.
The shine has come off of that
Yeah.
a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm a traditionalist, so maybe the return of a Penn State
Mm-hmm.
every other year or Michigan State to the
Let me
schedule,
ask you this,
something like
Sean.
that.
If I gave you the option,
Mhm.
I'm setting the schedule. I gave you the option. We're gonna come back to playing a home and home with a traditional team, and you get to choose between Michigan, Miami, Michigan State, or Purdue. Who would you take every year for the next 20 years?
You
Of
said
those, who would you
Michigan,
take? Michigan, Miami, Purdue, Michigan State.
Michigan.
Michigan? Okay.
Yeah.
Tell me why. Not that it's a bad choice. Tell me why.
No, I mean, I'm just merely going off on my childhood
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and what the game meant.
It was
Like,
big every year when you and I were kids, man.
yo, I remember the first game. That was the '88 game under the lights, and I begged my father to let me stay up. And my bedtime was 9. I begged him to let me stay up and finish the game, and he did. So, yeah, moments like that. The Rocket game the next year in '89 with the 2 returns. You come back in '90 with Rick Meyer late in
That was
that
the tie,
game.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and yeah, it even some losses like the 4th down, the classic game where Desmond Howard catches the fade from Elvis Gerback in the corner. I mean, it was just some
Mm-hmm.
fantastic football games in that series. Really,
The
the Denard
2011 game
Robinson
was
11,
it's epic. Yeah.
yeah, the Denard Robinson comeback, and who was that? Charlie Weiss's first game on the road
Oh yeah, the game
there.
is Raymond McKnight got hurt. Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't they
Yeah.
that was like Michigan fumbled on like the half-yard line
Yeah.
and Zibby recovered in the end zone. And I
They
think
were
Tommy,
ranked
that was
really high at the time.
Tommy
Yeah.
Reese, yeah, came in and absolutely. There's been
You
some
talking Tommy Reese talking about the 2012 game when he came in and threw that touchdown pass to TJ
touchdown
Jones?
pass.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's been some
Yeah.
classic games. It's hard not to say Michigan. I'll say even
It's
the
easy
80,
for me not to say Michigan because I
yeah,
despise everything
you
about the Michigan
despise them.
football program. And
That was
also because it goes back. Yes, I agree with everything you just said. But I just can't get over the fact that of what they did to Notre Dame as far as keeping them
from
out.
keeping them out of the conference.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Yeah, yeah,
twice.
yeah. Yeah, yeah.
And I wouldn't want to reward them with you don't deserve to play us. And
Yeah.
that's why I say for me it'd be Michigan State. Number one, Miami to me is a rival that should not be an every year rival. Notre
Yeah.
Dame and Miami should play 6 times every 10 years. Go 2, go 4 home and home, take 3-4 years off. That you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Because I like it better when it's like, okay, I like it for a 6-7 year stretch, and then let it cool down for a couple years, and then bring it
Yeah.
back. Michigan
Yeah.
State would be the pick to me because of the loyalty that they showed. I mean, I think Michigan State, fought hard for Notre Dame to get them into the league, and it was loyal to play them for a long time. And I would say that's a program that I think deserves to have Notre Dame on their schedule every
Yeah.
year,
Yeah.
personally. So even more so than Purdue. I know Purdue and Notre Dame in state and all that. I just that game's never meant much to me, to be honest with you. It just as a rivalry from that standpoint. And the Stanford rivalry's new. It's like that one is like that didn't start till the 90s where they played
Yeah.
every year,
Yeah.
and played at the end of every year. I mean, so there was long stretches where Notre Dame and Stanford didn't play each other. So I'm
Purdue
totally
really
fine with.
didn't become interesting until Joe Tiller got there, right?
Well, no, I mean in our lifetime,
In our
correct.
lifetime. Yeah,
Correct.
yeah. Tiller
Correct.
made it
Yeah.
interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Notre Dame and Stanford only play each other 35 times, Sean.
Yeah.
Right. And you talk about Purdue and honestly, I don't really care much about the Purdue game, but I'd rather see that than Stanford every year. Notre Dame and Purdue have played each other, 6, 78, 85 times, at least 85 times, and so the Stanford thing, and I get why they did it at the time. It made total sense. West Coast recruiting was very important for Notre Dame.
Yeah.
It was just one of those things where, travel was such a thing. You had to close for February and all that. It's like now it's like by the time you play Stanford last game of the year, your recruiting class is basically done. And just West Coast recruiting just isn't the way that it was in the past, where you're getting more of these kids on campus. You're not waiting until November to go seal a deal. And this year, in November or December, Sean, Notre Dame spent most of the month doing in-homes with the kids that were already committed and keeping them in the class. So the process is just different now. And I just don't think there's that same need for that West Coast game at the end of every year. So I would be okay being done with the Stanford one for me. Yeah. Here's one, Sean. Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm saying the move of USC and UCLA to the Big Ten kind of helps with exposing the West Coast to Big Ten football and Notre Dame and the Midwest region. It kind of helps in recruiting indirectly, honestly.
Yeah.
Because now California kids start thinking about Midwest Big Ten programs
Right. And it's just, I don't like Notre Dame recruited the West Coast pretty well before they started playing Stanford.
Yeah.
Right. Like you're playing USC every year. That's enough. And what I always said is, okay, if you want to play another West Coast team, that's cool. Mix it up. Play Stanford 2 years, play UCLA for 2 years, play Cal in a home and home, play Oregon, or I don't know, Oregon as much, Washington in a home and home. I mean, I'd rather do that than playing Stanford every year, especially now that Stanford has just basically just said, we don't care about football at this point in time. Like that's really what it boils down to for me. It's just, the recruiting stuff, but then also the last part of it is just Stanford is so blatantly just apathetic towards football. It's like, do you really want to associate yourself with that? Like, I don't.
Was that man? I know UCLA with Carl Durrell came to
06 and 07.
Stadium. Did they go to UCLA?
Yeah, the next year. That was one of Notre Dame's 3 wins that next year.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, Mo Crum had that big fumble return because they could not score. And 06, I'm telling you what, if another example of why I hate the prevent defense, although I liked it that particular day, they could not block. It was Bruce Carter, and I forget who the other
Davis. It was Davis and Carter. Bruce Davis.
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember the first name of the other defensive end, but like they just couldn't block them that day. No. And it wasn't until they went away from that edge rush and went prevent, and then Brady said, "Cool, you're giving me time to throw for the first time all day," and just let him down the field for a big score. I never understood that, but yeah, that was mix it up. That's my thing, is mix it up. So although Pac-12 made it look a whole lot different here next couple of years with all the stuff coming out today. So that'll make it very, very interesting. We got one from John A1. Will Tyson Ford be fully healthy this spring? And if he is, what do you hope to see from him? I don't know. I assume he's going to be healthy, Sean. As far as I know, I haven't heard anything.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything.
He just needs to show progress, show the ability to start making some plays, show a little bit more of a motor. I think Tyson is an incredibly talented kid. I just think he's one of those guys that just needs a little bit of a push, just a little bit more fire from him. You know what I mean? Like he's always just so much bigger and stronger than everybody else. I don't know if he necessarily understands what it really takes to say, hey man, let's turn this thing up to 100. And I don't know if he knows how to do that yet. That would be the thing for me. It's just really turn that dial up. Lewis Nix had that problem coming out of high school. Lewis was just so much bigger and athletic than everybody else. It took him a while to like realize what the dial needed to be turned up to really dominate the way he's capable of. And I think Tyson's a different type of player, but I think that would be the big thing for me is I want to see him play with a little bit more, and see what kind of player, because he's very talented. He's very talented.
It's amazing, right? Because you look at his recruiting story, he was excited about the opportunity to play early, to go to Oklahoma, and then eventually listen to reason with Mike Elston and Marcus Freeman, and came to Notre Dame. You just never know the psyche of young men and how they interpret different things as far as playing time and needing motivation. Some people are self-motivators in life. So And then at some point, kids grow up and it clicks. It clicks for them, So
Mm-hmm.
we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
I will say this though. We talked about culture with the offensive line on the offensive side of the ball yesterday, and the continuity being different this year. And you've pointed this out. I think the culture in the defensive line room is going to be different this year. And I'm very interested in seeing how that impacts the younger guys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. Very interested to see that. We got another question here, Sean. This is from John A1. Caleb Smith and Jaden Thomas have very similar body sizes, around 6'2", 220. Are they similar players? I don't believe so.
No, I think Caleb Smith. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Sean.
No, Caleb Smith has the ability to be more of a vertical threat. In my opinion, he's been used as a vertical threat, and he's played all three positions at Virginia Tech. He came to Notre Dame because he was tired of being used that way, just 50-50 balls and go up and get the ball. So he wants to be more diverse in his route running, and that's why he came to Notre Dame, to be used more in that way. And Jaden Thomas is pretty much the I think Jaden Thomas is growing into the dependable guy, third down type guy for Notre Dame.
It's, to me, Sean, it's inside out is the easiest way I could explain it. It's Jaden is more of an inside guy that can play outside.
Mm-hmm.
Caleb is more of an outside guy that could also do some things inside. I think Caleb is more of a vertical player, and I don't mean vertical player by just go routes and post routes, but I mean everything vertical, working off deep ends and comebacks and things like that. I think Jaden Thomas can do that stuff too, but I think he's just better in the slot with some of those things. So that's what it boils down to for me with those two guys. I think that's where I would come from on those.
If you are an opposing coach, B. Drisk, I don't know if you know that's your nickname on our show.
Yes, I've heard. B. Drisk or B. Driz is the two that I've heard.
So if you're an opposing coach and you're watching the other team warm up, like would you rather see a wide receiver group that just tower, like they're all like 6'2", 6'3", 6'4", or would you like to see a bunch of fast, quick guys that are just getting in and out of their breaks?
My preference is as an offensive guy is the bigger guys, because I feel like I can recruit to speed to a degree. Like if like you look at Notre Dame's corners right now, like I think they can hang with speed relatively well. Like Notre Dame would match up much better against 2020 Alabama now than they did that year, right? Where that year you kind of wanted to face some bigger guys because you had some bigger guys that couldn't really run, And whereas now it's like, I feel like Notre Dame can check those guys. It's just, to me, big guys it's hard to look. Ideally, Sean, with all sports, you want to find a skill set that's more slump proof. And I think speed can be slump proof. And what I mean by that is not even just your speed, but number one, what if I'm going against a cornerback that's equally as fast as me? What if I have, a speed guy, but he needs time to get open. So in my pass rush isn't there. Or, what if my quarterback's having an off day and he's just not quite as accurate as he is, and my 5'11", 5'10" speed guy is just not able to make as many plays?
Yeah.
Where I feel like a 6'4" guy that can run, even if it's not like running like, a 4.3, is going to be hard, because if my quarterback's off, he's still going to be able to make plays with that guy, and it's harder to find there's not a lot of teams that have two Cam Harts out there playing cornerback, right? And so I think that's kind of where I fall on that one, Sean. With that,
it's crazy because I'm so intrigued as to how they deploy everyone this year. And it's going to be interesting because remember last spring they had Deion Colsey working in the slot, and he was running plays from the slot in the blue and gold game. So it's going to be interesting, right? Because you expect Jaden Thomas to be inside. You expect Jaden Greathouse to be inside.
Yeah.
You expect Braylon James to be outside. You expect Rico to be outside. It's really going to be interesting to see how they deploy these guys, because they could come out 6'4", 6'4", 6 with Caleb Smith, Tobias, Dion. If they come out with those three,
yeah,
it's like, yo,
Yeah.
What's-
Good luck.
Right.
Good luck. Oh, and by the way, we're bringing Jaden Greathouse and Braylon James and the two Caleb Smiths and
Yeah.
Lorenzo Styles. And
Yeah.
that's what we're bringing off the bench. So,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
Notre Dame's got a talent problem at receiver, though, Sean. Right. So, yeah. Whatevs. Notre Dame 2164. If Notre Dame wins a championship or two, do you guys think the recruiting ranking shenanigans will stop for kids committing to Notre Dame, or is it just something we have to accept? Probably will change, because then being pro Notre Dame becomes more advantageous for you. That's really what it comes down to. I don't think it's this deep hatred for Notre Dame with all of them. Some of them have that. I know a couple guys that just have a deep hatred for Notre Dame, more so Notre Dame fans than Notre Dame per se, I should say. But yeah, I mean, look, the hot teams, that'll always be the case. But look, I don't think they ever did that with Clemson. I don't think Clemson's players get necessarily overhyped because they're going to Clemson. That's why Clemson consistently doesn't recruit in the top 5. And I've said this from the rosters that made up Clemson's 2 title teams. I don't think had a single top 5 recruiting class in it. And so those guys didn't get hyped just because they went to Clemson. So I think it's more of a Southern thing more than anything else. And and those fan bases are, from a volume standpoint. Look, here's some Notre Dame fans that don't understand. This fan base is not as big as Ohio State's fan base for multiple reasons. It's not a state school, right? Where states grows up loving it. It's a smaller state than like Ohio, for example, or Texas. It's a very wealthy fan base. It's a very loyal fan base, but just sheer numbers, it's just not as big. Right. Like, so for example, Ohio State comes close to selling out their stadium for spring games. Notre Dame is lucky to get half the people in their stadium. Why? Well, because a huge chunk of Ohio State's fan base is right there in the state. Notre Dame's is more spread out across the country. So that's a big part of it as well. But yeah, it's just a different animal, and it's about volume and clicks, and that's just really what it boils down to. But I would say if that happens, what happens is that they either have to start doing Notre Dame's guys properly, or they become less and less relevant.
And then it's locked into relationships, right, B?
Mm-hmm. In what regard?
Because certain companies are connected to certain media outlets.
Sure.
That have certain contracts with certain conferences, and you expect the schools that they represent in that region or in that conference to be rated a little bit higher in that aspect. So I don't want to get too specific, but there's one in particular that it's in my mind that I know for sure they're going to have SEC players or kids committed to SEC schools ranked a little bit higher.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll be specific with it. You're talking about ESPN, right? Well, I mean, and the numbers are easy to I mean, I said this to you the other day, Sean. If you look at the number of players in their ESPN 300 every year from Florida, Georgia, and Texas, and you compare that to the number of players from those states that actually get drafted, it's significantly higher for ESPN than what gets drafted. And it's even more of a difference when you look at the All-Pros. There's far more of those guys ranked that high than become All-Pros in the National Football League.
Yeah,
which just further evidence that there's an overranking of that area. And I've said this before. You'll see it all the time. Kids commit to a certain SEC schools, and all of a sudden their rankings shoot up. Sometimes it's justified. You're like, well, you should have had him there before, and other times it's not. Got a question from Scott L. here, Sean. Is there any indication that Marcus Freeman has been making positive changes to ameliorate any of the program's off-the-field issues? Examples might include adding more analysts, better nutrition, etc. Yeah, he's fighting that fight, but Brian Kelly fought that fight for 12 years as well and didn't always get what he wants. I mean, look, he's going to fight that fight, and over time, he's going to have to get a lot. But right now, when it comes to that stuff, he doesn't have a lot of leverage, in my opinion, because they went 9-4. That's just the reality of it. And I would say if they have a big year this year, because Notre Dame donors, from what I've been able to gather, love Marcus Freeman. And if Marcus Freeman goes out there and can take this team, let's say a playoff game, and they have some big wins, and heck, let's say they didn't make the championship game and lose by a field goal. I mean, he's going to basically be able to write whatever check he wants.
Yeah.
to get that stuff. And if they win a championship, it'll be a lot different now than it was when Lou Holtz was coaching, where, it didn't matter what he did. They weren't going to support him the way they needed to. It's a different animal now. It's a much different animal now. So he's fighting the fight. It's just, it's a slow build. It's a slow process. It's going to require some more winning to make happen.
Man, shout out to Scout on the usage of ameliorate.
I know, right? Seriously. Mike Reddy with a question here, Sean. It's for, say here, we'll kind of have you answer this one. Thank you. And the question is, who is one for me? And I'll let you answer. We'll both answer both of these, Sean. From Mike Reddy, who is the one Notre Dame recruit who had superstar potential but was ruined by a coach in the last 10 years? Well, I have a couple different ways I want to go with that one. You could easily say Jalen Smith, but he was still superstar. But Jalen Smith should have been a superstar that put up numbers like we haven't seen from a linebacker. He never had 10 tackles for loss, but he was still would have been a first-round pick and was still Butkus Award winner and, unanimous All-American and all that. So it's hard for me not to say he wasn't a superstar. So I look through, I'm trying to think of some different guys that I thought could have been in the last 10 years. See, some of it's let's say ruined by a coach. Like Javon McKinley, to me, was part coaching, but also part his own decision-making when he was young. Yeah. And he also had a leg injury that caused him to lose a little bit. It was a combination of things. So yeah, it's an interesting one, Sean.
I would say, I think Niles Morgan was held back.
Yeah. I don't know if he could have been a superstar, but he was definitely held back.
He should have been better. And should have popped sooner.
Yeah.
At Notre Dame. I think, dude, without Drew Tranquil would have been a superstar if he doesn't get injured. Now, it has nothing to do with the coaches.
Yeah.
If he doesn't have
flipping good his last 2 years, even with the 2 knee injuries.
With the 2 knees. If he didn't get injured, just the way he was playing early on as a freshman.
Yeah.
He was making plays, like getting in spots in certain formations and alignments. That I would say injury more than coaching.
Right.
For me, I could say, and this is based upon what I've been told, Notre Dame has been devoid of a superstar at the quarterback position, but most people would tell you personal reasons and coaching reasons that Everett Golson should have been a superstar quarterback at Notre Dame.
Yeah, if Everett didn't put himself in the position he did with the cheating thing, then I would be willing to say that. I think you could also, again, I know that some people are going to agree with this, but if you're going to talk about quarterback, Ev's one, but I would say that Deshaun, there's 2 other quarterbacks that I'm going to put in this category. One's Deshaun Kaiser, because his coaches weren't bold enough to say, hey, man, what you're doing is not okay. Mm-hmm. If you want to be our quarterback, you need to conduct yourself this way. Mm-hmm. And they allowed him to do the things he did that caused him to think he could get away with certain things that he couldn't get away with. I thought Deshaun could have been really, really good. And then the other one's Phil Dracovic. I'll stand by that one. That's just one of those ones that's never going to change for me.
That's a good one.
So
that's a good one.
Yeah. I wouldn't say he was ruined, but Chase Claypool should have been a lot better if he had better coaching. Like he could have been a lot better with better coaching.
Yeah.
He had that last good year, but he should have been better from day one, in my opinion, with better coaching and a little bit more of a kick in the pants, in my view. That's another one that I'd look at.
And I don't know superstar, but I really thought, and we've said this in conversation, or I mentioned in the conversation. Early on, you give me early Cole Luke at Notre Dame.
Yes.
And I don't know what transpired.
His Brian McGorder just destroyed his confidence. That's what happened.
Cole Luke, freshman year?
14. His sophomore year was one of the best individual seasons the Notre Dame cornerbacks had in the last 30 years.
Yes.
He was brilliant. Because remember, that was the year that Kavari got suspended.
Mm-hmm.
and they had Cody Riggs transferred in, and Cole Luke took over because Cole played a little bit as a freshman, was a nice reserve guy, but he was spectacular in 2014. And, 4 interceptions, 11 pass breakups, good tackler. He was really good. And then he just slowly went downhill. Yeah. And a lot of it was about confidence and having a coach that didn't know how to put him in position to be successful in regard to Brian Van Gorder. So you could point to a lot of guys like that. Cole Luke's a good one, Sean. That's a really good one.
Yeah.
Because that's one that is like, some of these are like not coaching related. Like some of them, it's like, like you talk about Drew Tranquil and, Javon McKinley. I can't blame the Notre Dame coaches for all of why Javon McKinley didn't pan out. Some of that's on him. I don't blame the coaches for why Jerry Tillery never was as good as he should have been. Same with Jerron Jones, right? I don't necessarily blame the coaches for that one per se. So, yeah. So those are the ones that I have on my list, Sean. David Lowe with a question here. David says, if Marcus Freeman loses more coaches this year, do you think his leash will be longer since he's had so much turnover on staff in his first year? Number one, I don't care if Marcus Freeman loses every coach on the staff. Your job is to replace them with guys who can get the job done and you go out and win. Like, that's my expectation, right? And you lose good coaches, you replace them with – I mean, we just had a show yesterday where we said – even with the coaching losses, you're including a legendary offensive line coach. So we think the Notre Dame offensive situation is better right now than it was a year ago. To go out and get it done, right? And that's, look, I like Chancey. I think Chancey Stuckey's done a great job this past year with Notre Dame, Sean. But if he leaves, there's other really good receiver coaches out there. Go get one. That's the thing. Is like there's not just one guy that can coach these positions, right? Like, and honestly, I would say that a couple of the positions that we're hearing, well, at least one of the positions we're hearing about, potentially there being, Chris O'Leary being a guy that supposedly interviewed in the NFL. I like Chris O'Leary. He's a good safeties coach. Not much. That's a position you got to be able to upgrade over. I'm sorry. You got to be able to upgrade over that. Brian Mason, if you lose him, that's a big loss, but there's other guys out there that you can hire. If you lose Chancey Stuckey, that's a loss individually, but it go upgrade. That's what you do. And so that's what he'd be tasked with. And the talent's going to be there. And and this is the other thing too, is when you lose good coaches, let's just say hypothetically Chancey Stuckey leaves for argument's sake, Sean. It's the same thing we're talked about with Harry Heastan. The guy that's replacing him is walking into a much better situation because of him, where the kids were coached better last year and they're bringing in an outstanding receiver class this year. So if he leaves, it sucks, but it's Marcus Freeman's job is to go replace him with somebody that's just as good or better. And that's what he's got to do. And so, no, I'm just not someone who is into the excuse making. I'm tired of the excuse making in Notre Dame. Tired of it. And hey, Jack Swarbrick, if you don't want to lose coaches, then do me a favor and pay guys better. Take care of your program. Make your program more of a priority with more than just words, right? Do it with actions. And, look, if Dylan McCullough were to leave, all right, cool. But then go replace him with another great running backs coach. That's what you do. And it's up to Jack Swarbrick to say, hey, I promise you money will not be an issue. He can say, and not just give lip service to it, Sean, but actually mean that. To where if Marcus Freeman's got to go cut $1 million check to get a running backs coach, then you go cut $1 million check to get a running backs coach. Stop with, a running backs coach should make this. Why? Go talk to your donors. I promise you, if you get the right guy, that they'll pony up the money to make that happen. I promise you that. Hey, you need to get this guy to be your new D coordinator, so you need your donors to pay a buyout or whatever else, or you need them to pay an amount to get a receivers coach here and whatever. Fine, then go get that guy.
Yeah,
and do what you need to do. So. I'm not into the excuses. I'm just not. I don't know what your thoughts are on that, Sean.
For me, that is a rich man's problem. Losing coaches. You're doing something right if you're losing coaches the majority of the time. Unless you know that you are the tier 2, tier 3 program that big time programs come after to get coaches when they lose their coaches to the NFL or other programs. So it's something that Marcus Freeman should have expected as the head coach in Notre Dame.
And I can assure you
Anticipate. Yeah.
He has a list of guys he turns to in every position if he loses a coach. I can assure you of that.
Yeah.
That he has that. He will not be like, oh my God, what do I do now? I can promise you that.
Yeah.
It's exactly what he did with the OC hire. It's exactly what he did with the O-line hire. It's exactly what he did at quarterback. He knew exactly who his phone calls were going to and where he wanted to go with those. And the same thing will be true with these other positions. Now it's about, okay, do you have the money to pay him to get him here? That's the bigger question mark.
Yeah.
That's the bigger question mark. Here's a super chat here, Sean, from Steve Rolfe. Thank you, Steve. Would you say that Joe Rudolph, is closer to Harry Hiestand or Jeff Quinn? What are your expectations? Notre Dame won a lot of games with Quinn. Not saying Quinn did a good job. He is significantly closer to Harry Hiestand than he was Jeff Quinn. And Notre Dame won games in spite of Jeff Quinn and not because of Jeff Quinn. And that's disrespectful to say, but it's also true. I don't mean it to be disrespectful, but it's just true.
Yeah.
Notre Dame won in spite of coaching at times in the last several years, especially on the offensive line.
Yeah.
So, yes, Joe Rudolph, it's not even – and this is what I've said from the beginning, even when I was saying I wasn't super high on Joe Rudolph. It was compared to Harry Hiestand. It's always have said it's a significant upgrade over what they had before.
Yeah.
And as I learn more and more about Joe Rudolph and I become higher and higher on Joe Rudolph, the gap widens even greater. So that's not even close, Sean. That's an easy one. And my expectations are go build a Joe Moore Award winning caliber offensive line.
Absolutely.
That's what I expect. And one that can play consistently good football. That's it. I mean, Sean, you and I said this the other day, man. I don't care if coaches leave. The expectations don't change. It's Notre Dame, man. The expectations don't change. Nor should they. This isn't Brian Kelly's tenure. We don't accept mediocrity anymore. We don't say, hey, 10-2 is good enough because it could have been worse. It could have been worse under if this coach or that coach. I'm tired of that. This is Notre Dame. And your expectation is going to be go out and win.
Yeah.
Go out and win. And, I think did Lou Holtz fire or lose his defensive coordinator off the 1987 team, Sean? He lost him, right? Then that coach left, correct?
Yeah.
Wasn't it Foge? Wasn't he the defensive coordinator on that team?
Yep.
Right. And so, he leaves Notre Dame to go to the Atlanta Falcons, and he goes out and hires this guy named Barry Alvarez that had never called a defense in college before, was just a linebackers coach, and what does he go out there and do? He goes out there and coordinate the defense that helped them win a national championship in large part because of the defense. I mean, he was the linebackers coach the year before.
Yeah.
Right. And so you lose Mike Elko, who I thought did a phenomenal job in 2017, turning that defense around, and you replace him with Clark Lee and he keeps it rolling. I mean, that's what good teams do. That's my expectation for Coach Freeman, is to bring guys who are going to do that. And he believes that he's landed guys that are going to do that. And I promise you he'll be shooting for the moon if those other coaches leave as well. And that's just, that's like you said, Sean, if you're doing things right, you're not bringing 10 coaches back. You know why Notre Dame didn't lose any coaches from their 2015 team? Because there weren't a lot of teams that wanted those coaches.
Yeah.
Facts. Nobody's beating down Brian Van Gorder's door to get him to come coach for them. So, now there were some guys that were good coaches. I'm being a bit hyperbolic. Like Harry Hiestand was on that staff, and Mike Denbrock's a good coach. But the point is, there weren't a lot of coaches that teams were trying to beat down their door to bring in.
Yeah.
I want to make sure I'm clear. I was being hyperbolic by none of them are good coaches.
That staff has some real. LaFleur was on that staff.
He was on the 14 staff.
14 staff.
Yeah, he got replaced by Mike.
During his time, he had some really good coaches or GAs come through at Notre Dame when Brian Kelly was the head coach. And look, Barry Alvarez left in '89.
Yeah.
After winning the national championship to become the head coach at the University of Wisconsin. And Lou had to go get Rick Mentor that replaced Barry Alvarez. So if you're going to be a big time head coach, you have to have, like you said, a list of guys stacked. Like, if this guy goes, this is my next move.
Right.
Just par for the course.
Right. Next question. We had another super chat down here, Sean, from Charlie Weiss's last belt loop. Thank you, Charlie. If Mason, O'Leary, Stuckey leave, do you think Freeman might have to bring in whatever coaches he can get at this point in the offseason, despite if they are needle movers at recruiting? Thanks, IB. Why would he have to do that? I don't understand why he would have to do that. So, okay, well, those coaches are employed by other people. Well, so are Notre Dame's coaches. Like, I don't understand why. Like, that's a defeatist attitude, Charlie. And I understand why some Notre Dame fans feel that way. Number one, they had to live through the Brian Kelly era for 12 years.
Yeah.
And then before that, it was even worse with Charlie and Ty and Davey. I get all that. And it's been a chaotic offseason. But no, he might not. He shouldn't have to bring in guys, just whoever. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, that's not. No, go out and get good coaches. It's March. There's plenty of good coaches out there. Go get them.
Yeah.
So no, you shouldn't have to. He shouldn't have to do that. No, shouldn't. So, yeah, Sean, anything to add to that?
No, you hit the nail right on the head. I think it's Notre Dame.
Yeah,
it's Notre Dame. You'll be able to go pull coaches from other programs. This is a bigger opportunity. It's a better opportunity, and they want to advance in their careers. So, I think people are kind of starting to feel the residue of certain things that have happened recently. I think the question was that you and I that asked that question on one show. Has the coaching positions at Notre Dame become less attractive?
Yes, that was us. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right now, I think they're becoming more attractive because that's why people want to come here, because you come to Notre Dame, other people are going to covet you. So it's about, do you look at something intentionally from a negative standpoint? I think that's really where this conversation comes from for me, Sean, is there's two ways to look at things, and sometimes more. There's always at least two ways to look at it. So coach leaves. Okay. Boy, this sucks. They lost their offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Why would okay, but the other way to look at it is Alabama took one of Notre Dame's offensive coordinator. That makes Notre Dame's offensive coordinator position a coveted one because of the potential to go somewhere else.
Yeah.
Right. And that's now, again, that doesn't mean it's not a loss if you lose a coach. It's a loss if you lose Chancey Stuckey, but it's only a loss until you replace him with somebody else of equal or higher value. So let's just say hypothetically Dylan McCullough leaves. That's a loss, right, Sean? You and I both agree he did a great job coaching last year.
Yep.
But if you replace him with like Tony Alford, it's not a loss anymore.
No.
Right? And so that's the way you got to look at it. Is I just don't think he has to settle for that. I guess, Sean, and I just don't want to live in that world where I have to accept defeat just because, right? Like, that's just not how you win.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I don't want to start this business, man. It's just too hard. And COVID hits. I don't think I should keep doing this, man. It's too hard. I should just go work at UPS and no, you battle. You keep fighting. You keep scrapping because you have something you believe in and you want greatness, right? And that's why Marcus Freeman became the head coach at Notre Dame at like 35 years old, because he doesn't just take, we can't do this because we're at Cincinnati. Can't recruit that guy because we're at Cincinnati. No, you go out and I can't recruit the 5-star, so let me go freaking find Sauce Gardners,
right,
and go evaluate and develop and find, recruit, and develop those kids. And that's the mentality that Marcus Freeman had, which is why he's here. So, the only person whose attitude about this really matters is Marcus Freeman's, and the good news is, Sean, is I don't think he looks at it that way.
Yeah.
He's going to look at it like, hey, I lost this guy. Let me go upgrade. Let me go try and upgrade. That's where I think he's at, Sean. All right, we got one question for you from TJ Stalika. Sean, what's the latest on our favorite Chicago player for 2024 from Chicago for Clarity? Of course, he's talking about Justin Scott.
Oh, my mind was all over the NFL draft and everything else.
Yep.
I don't know. I'll tell you. I talked to him Wednesday.
Because you were at his game, right?
Yeah, and I'm going tonight to check him out. Hopefully the snow will slow down a little bit and not be too hectic, but I'll talk to him tonight. I mean, he's really not thinking football right now.
Mm-hmm.
He was kind of reflective. In our conversation, I was like, do you realize that this is like your last chance to go downstate? And he didn't realize that.
Oh, for basketball?
Yeah.
Because he'll be in college next year.
Yeah. So. And he was like, yo, I didn't even think about that. So they're 2 games away from being in the Final Four and going downstate for basketball. I told people all year long, like, they have a really good shot. I think they're going to win tonight. They actually face Fenwick, which is their Catholic League rival, who sports 2025 Notre Dame target Nate Marshall at defensive end. He plays basketball as well, so he'll be going up against Justin Scott tonight in the paint. So that'll be interesting to watch them battle because they both play defense, so they don't face each other. Well, yeah, because Justin Scott played offensive tackle, so they did face each other last year. But no, he's focused on basketball. I've been saying that. He honestly is focused on basketball, and nothing's changed. I kind of laughed and scoffed at recent news about him in Georgia, because I have like messages from a year ago in January when he was literally waiting for Notre Dame to offer him. Like, man, that's the one offer I'm waiting for. And you saw how he responded when they made the push with Marcus Freeman showing up to his school in January. You saw how he reacted to it. So all of this late news about him and Georgia and all of that stuff, propaganda.
Yeah.
From certain, in my opinion, propaganda from certain sources that are connected to certain schools, in my opinion. So
Nate Marshall's a guy you got. Go ahead, Sean.
No, go ahead.
Oh, no.
I've talked to him several times, like openly about like programs everywhere. Like this young man has talked about Alabama, Colorado, USC. He never mentioned Georgia. Never mentioned Georgia.
Well, apparently it's his dream school, from what I was told the other day.
Right, but he never mentioned them.
Right.
Never brought them up. In a year full of conversations, never mentioned Georgia. Talked to Alabama, talked to other SEC schools, but never mentioned Georgia. Yeah. And it's like, yeah, he has family down there. I have family in Atlanta. Throw a rock and hit somebody in Chicago on the south side or the west side. They have family in Atlanta. It's like, okay, look, he's a Midwest kid. He's going to stay in the Midwest. And I'm firm on that. So I would be more worried about Ohio State than I would be Georgia or Michigan. Those are the two schools I would worry about rather than Georgia.
Charlie Weiss's last belt loop has a super chat. Thank you, Charlie. I'm not saying settle, but I'm just asking because it seems Jack isn't really that excited about paying assistants, especially with big buyouts. Thank you. But it kind of sounds like you're saying settle because you're already saying, well, you can't go get this certain guy. Chancey didn't have a big buyout last year, got him, Jared Parker. So it's like we have to – we can sit there and say, well, I hated how the whole OC thing happened. Mm-hmm. And say that the way Jack Swarbrick and Ron Paul has handled that was disgusting and incompetent. And also admit that most buyouts aren't like that, right? Like they've had, as far as I know, in the last 2 years, they've had 2 issues of buyouts. And yeah, so when Jack Swarbrick says we've never had an issue with buyouts, he's not being honest because they have. And so, but it's also 2, not every single dude. And so we need to not take something that happens and turn it into an even bigger thing than it actually is, number 1. Number 2, not every guy that can do a great job at a position is someone who is going to take a big buyout. We didn't know what Chancey Stuckey was going to be last year. We were all bummed that they didn't hire Jamarcus Shepard, who I wanted to be the guy to take that job because he was a proven commodity. Well, Sean, Chancey was the guy. Did pretty flipping good. Now NFL teams want him.
Yeah, I think so.
Right? And so, who was jumping for joy when Jared Parker got hired last year? Did a pretty flipping good job this year, right? Mm-hmm. And so, there's just all these things where, look, how many Notre Dame fans when they hired Brian Mason were like, yo, this is a game changer, right?
Yeah.
They weren't, right? Yeah. And so just chill, let the process play out and realize that there's a lot of good coaches out there. Some are expensive and you can't get. That's always true. That's true for Georgia. They're so like, well, okay, yeah, I could pay that money for that guy, but I think this cat over here that I could get from Middle Tennessee is just as good of a coach. He's just younger and hasn't gotten that opportunity yet. I'm going to go pay him a third of what I'm going to pay this guy, and he could do just as good of a job. A name isn't always the best choice. And so sometimes it's like, hey, this cat over here can coach, Sean.
Yeah.
He may not have a rep, but this cat can flat out coach. And when you get hired at Notre Dame, your rep automatically builds flat out. You know, like Jared Parker's recruiting studs right now that had no clue who he was when he was at West Virginia. None. They know who he is now, right? Because he's got the interlocking ND on his chest.
Yeah.
And so that's a big part of it. Hey, Frank McCaffrey has an interesting comment because so Frank is an LSU fan, and he listens to our show, and we appreciate it. Frank, you had a great contribution, but he a little perspective for today, Sean.
Mm-hmm.
Podcast about coaching staff is a good problem. Sex, drugs, street racing, or gun violence, that's a headache. And he's referring to things that are going on with SEC schools right now.
Yeah.
In different areas.
It's not just SEC schools.
You know,
I mean,
yeah.
I said we talked about this on the phone, and I don't, maybe people don't understand because I had to sit down and have conversations to really understand. When these young men come from the places they grew up and they go to these other cities and universities, institutions in these cities,
Mm-hmm.
They have run-ins with locals, and some unfortunately put themselves in positions where they feel like they have to protect themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it would be shocking if we actually had stats in college football and basketball on how many athletes feel like they have to protect themselves and find a way to do so by certain means. I think most fans would probably be shocked at the number of athletes that do so. So, anytime you do alcohol and driving, I don't care if you're driving 5 miles per hour.
Yeah,
it's a problem, and you involve alcohol and street racing. That's a whole nother level. So
my thing is, Sean, you do something that's stupid that only hurts you.
Yeah,
you're stupid. The thing is, but when you start doing things that by the very nature of it are putting other people at risk, that's where I have a bit of a problem.
Yeah,
with it.
And,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I don't think sex is
That's
an
the
athlete
LSU.
problem.
That's the LSU.
Dude, I was about to say that's college. I mean,
no, he's talking about the LSU thing.
But yeah, the LSU thing,
that's beyond just college, Sean. That's that's wrong.
That is
a problem.
That's a staff. That's definitely a staff thing.
Staff and players.
Yeah, but that's a staff thing because you expect. Look, let me tell you something, man. You get an attractive staffer coming on to a football player, they're not supposed to do that. The staffers are the ones that are supposed to know better.
Right.
I'm willing to bet that at least 50% of the football players would probably indulge at the age of 18, 19, 20. But it probably wouldn't be a post-game celebration. A post-bowl game celebration orgy or something like that.
Which is exactly what we're talking about, basically.
Right. Yeah. It wouldn't be along those lines.
Right. I just think sometimes we make too many excuses and say, well, it's just 18, 19, 20. And, it just, they're just, that's a problem. But the point is like what we're talking about now is natural. It's stuff that happens in with football programs. You have coaches, they leave and you replace them with new people.
Yeah.
You could be talking about a lot more problem. I'd much rather be talking about this than some of the stuff that's going on. Like, God forbid we'd had to discuss about a player passing away that we've covered and got to know and things like that. I just, like when you think about when Lewis Nix passed away, you start thinking like, man, it's just like, you're such a great, it hurts, man, because you get to know these kids and things like that. And then, and when it's a tragic thing, it stings, man. And that's what Georgia had to experience. And I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. And I'm much rather be talking about this stuff than that stuff.
This is where I challenge us to have objectivity, because Notre Dame is like the perfect test case, in my opinion, because they're all about their traditions and making sure that the experience of the athlete is much more geared to being a student than isolated as an athlete, right? So you want them to operate as a student and not as an athlete, but then in certain positions, like think about the ramifications as an athlete but your whole stick is you're a student more than you're an athlete. It's like wait a minute, you don't want to isolate them. You want them to be like a student. And when they think like a 17, 18-year-old student in college, then you want to bring up, well, you have to think about the ramifications. You're an athlete. And you can't have it both ways.
Yeah, you can.
No,
Yeah,
you can't. No, you can't.
Yeah,
no, you can't. As a parent, I can't tell my daughter one thing and then expect her, after I poured into her one thing, think this way, and then she gets into a situation and expect her to think a different way.
But you're acting as if the student part is what they emphasize to get them there. It's not. You're recruiting them to come here to be athletes.
I'm talking about fans. I'm talking about fans. This is the whole stick, right? Because I'm just responding to what Elizabeth said in the chat. Like, they have to think from sex. You're talking about an 18-year-old boy looking at a young lady that he's attracted to, and he's going to look at her and say, you know what, how are you going to affect my draft status? Or if something happens between
I don't think she's talking about draft. No. I mean, look, I'm sorry, these kids need to be smart about that stuff. They have to be smart about that stuff because it's their futures. And
I'm telling you, college students, there are not a lot of college students that have that much wisdom on college campuses.
Okay, fine.
When they think
they may not, and I'm not disagreeing with that. But it doesn't mean that it's something we should just accept.
No, I'm not accepting it.
That's my whole thing.
I said take a step back and be objective and understand that the vast majority of 18-year-olds, that's why, wait a minute, that's why, if we're being honest, that's why rape on college campuses is as big as a problem, and we ignore it as a society. Just do the research.
Sure.
On college campuses, it's ignored, and it's a huge problem.
It's a lot of things that are problems that we ignore.
Absolutely.
I understand that.
Absolutely.
And that doesn't make it okay.
No, it doesn't make it okay. But people will just sweep it under the rug and just act like, oh, no. And that's what we do with these kids. Either way, either we sweep it under the rug and say, man, you need to be more accountable, and don't understand that they're kids that still need to be taught and raised and need to learn.
Yeah, but she never said that they shouldn't be taught it or shouldn't be emphasized. She's stating a fact. College athletes need to be more conscious of it.
I'm responding to, I would not teach or talk to an athlete in college any different than I would talk to a college student. They're college students. So if we're talking about guns, I wouldn't talk to an athlete about guns any different than I would talk to a college student going to a city about guns. I would have the same conversation with them about the ills, responsibility, but somehow, some way, we expect that athletes should have more morals about certain subjects.
You're conflating you're conflating topics. I don't think you can throw every topic into the same thing, right? So when you talk about firearms, for example, I'm a big believer that every student, every young person in America should be educated on their rights regarding firearms, but also the importance of safety. And I think that's something we should absolutely spend more time on. No question about it, because we've made certain things such these taboo topics that, you can't talk about that. You can't talk about, you can't talk about this in public. You can't talk about that. This is a bad thing. No. We have a Second Amendment right to own and bear firearms. It is not a lot of people don't understand what the Second Amendment is all about. I'm a believer, Sean. You know my stance on guns. I own several. I'm a big proponent of the Second Amendment. But I'm also someone who you also know is very, very focused on, in my home, gun safety, knowledge, all that type of stuff. Know what the laws are. I've said this before. You and I've talked about this. I've said every college coach in America, if you are not spending time with your players, letting them know what the gun laws are in that state that they have come to play college sports, then you are delinquent in your responsibilities as a football coach, because they're all 18 or older almost, and they all have the right to own firearms.
Yeah.
Now, you need to be smart about where they can and can't have them. So for example, if you come to Notre Dame and you're from a certain state, you have reciprocity. So, basically here in Indiana, you don't have to have a permit to have a concealed firearm. You have to purchase the firearm legally, but you don't have to have a permit. Well, what we learned with LSU with the neighbor's kid is in Louisiana, you do have to have a permit to carry a concealed firearm. What we were told is not you don't have to carry conceal. You can open carry, and it's no problem. Well, I would never advise I would never advise someone to open carry, because if there is a situation, they're looking for the guy with the gun. Right. To me, it's conceal is, to me personally, the way to go. So every coach should be doing that with young people, just like they should be saying, when you are with a young woman, make smart decisions. If you are intoxicated and she is intoxicated, I'm holding you accountable. I'm not saying it's okay, you were drunk. I'm sorry. We should be holding these young people up to higher standard, because that's the world I live in. I live in the coaching athletics world, and I don't think there's anything wrong saying, hey, you are different. If you don't want to be different, then stop playing sports. If you don't want to be lifted up on a different pedestal and say, well, I want my fame to matter here, but not here. I want to get NIL deals that no other kids on campus are able to get. I want to get drafted and get paid money, but I also want to still live like them. That's where I would say you're trying to have both.
You're saying, and that's where we differ. I don't care who you are. Life is life. I'm going to tell you to protect yourself, protect the young lady. If you're both, I'm telling that to a regular college student.
So let me. So am I missing your point here, Sean?
Yeah.
Are you saying, because I think this is where we may be disagreeing. Are you saying that you think this is something we should be talking to everyone about?
Period. If
Okay,
you're a college student,
then we're good. Then we're good.
That's the baseline. I mean, I think when we kind of, it comes across as if it's cool for the regular college students.
I got you.
But our athletes,
then we're on the same page, Sean.
Yeah, it's like no. And that's
I thought you were saying we should let them do whatever because we let everyone.
No.
We're on, because so you're saying like me. I get sick of this. Well, they're just college kids crap. I hate that. I get sick of that. So I'm saying I do hold athletes to a higher standard. Yeah. No question, because that's the world I live in. I also find it kind of disgusting that we view college now as your last 4 years of freedom to go out and act however you want. That's not what college was meant to be.
Yeah.
College is when you're being an adult was supposed to start.
Yeah.
And we've turned it into your last 4 years to act however you want and live in ways that, so we're on the same page then.
Yeah. Like I'm like full transparency when it comes to guns, the teaching, the education, the rights. Brian and I agree. Brian has several. I have none.
Right.
And I've had the same conversation with my nephews, with my daughter when it comes to guns, and have given them the right. Like, you want one? Go get one. I've chosen not to get one.
Right.
But I agree with the same philosophy and ideals as Brian. So it's like.
Well, and Sean, I didn't get mine until I was in my 40s.
Yeah.
I mean, and my stance on guns has never changed. The only stance that I've changed is whether or not I wanted them in my home or not.
Yeah.
Right.
So, I mean, for me, it's not about, and that's the reason why I responded to Elizabeth's statement, because I just thought it stood out to where it's really not sex, guns, and violence. It's a college problem.
Sure.
It's really not it's like alcohol and things that happen. It's a college campus problem. And to just kind of like make it bigger because it's an athlete,
right?
It's like,
but it is bigger. I mean, that's just the reality too. It is bigger. Yeah. It is bigger.
But in the big scheme of things, it shouldn't. No young lady that the Jalen Carter news isn't any bigger than what happened at Michigan State, unfortunately, and which didn't involve any athletes.
You talking about the shooting recently, or you talking about
unfortunate shooting? Okay. Or it's not any bigger than the young lady that disappeared here at the University of Chicago and has been missing. Like, it's all unfortunate things that are a byproduct of
it's evils. National news because he's a football player.
Absolutely, and it's really, a lot of things that I encourage people to become a part of the solution. If you have any way to become a part of the solution, whether it's through mentoring or helping out someone that that needs help, because these kids, it takes a village. These kids need people in their lives to help them through some tough situations. Now, I agree. I said this earlier in the day. I said, look, I don't know about anybody else, but I know my kid. Like, I can hear somebody talk one sentence about my kid, and I can tell you whether they did it or not. Like, yep, that's my baby girl. I know one thing. I know if my baby girl was driving and her friend crashed, I have full confidence that my daughter would not leave the scene of the crime before the authorities got there. Now, should she have been speeding, racing? No. But I know she wouldn't leave her friend or her teammate to protect herself. That I know she wouldn't do. And for me, we started talking about the Jalen Carter incident. There's levels to things. That if he just stays there and deals with what he was part of as a man in high character and high integrity, I think people will be able to look at the situation and say, yeah, you shouldn't have done that. Yeah. It's a trend, but the way you handled it as a mature person. You were accountable, and you faced what you did, and now you're willing to deal with the consequences. I think that's the bigger problem that people are having with what took place. Not only was he part of the situation that someone eventually lost their lives, but then he tried to avoid the police, misled them, lied, and almost tried to act like it didn't happen. Right. And that's supposed to be your teammate.
Right.
Like,
I'm going to say one last thing, Sean, and we're going to get back to football. The notion that that these are things that football coaches should not be responsible for teaching, to me, shows an incredibly fundamentally flawed view of what the role of a football coach should be. If you are a college football coach, you should not just be my only job is to win football games. There are very few people in the lives of young men and women that can have a greater impact on what kind of human beings they're going to become than their coaches. And if you don't want that responsibility, find another freaking job. Go coach professional athletes where it's not your job. If you're going to deal with young people, if you're going to deal with student athletes in high school or college level, and you don't put value in the type of young person you're developing off the field, find another freaking job. So, yes, it is the responsibility of a coach to make sure that his players know about the laws so they don't end up in jail. So a guy does that and say, well, it's not my fault, it's his parents' fault. No, he's thousands of miles away from your parents who have now turned him over to you to be a role model and a leader to them. And you're going to say, this isn't my job because I'm just here to coach football? Forget that. Find another freaking job if you don't want that responsibility. So yes, football coaches should be saying, treat women with respect. If a football coach is not demanding his players treat women with respect, then I don't want them. If he's not smart enough to say, hey, what is a big issue in our country? Young men getting arrested for illegal firearms, right? Then yes, it's your job to make sure. Now, you can't babysit them and make sure that you've got to say, hey, this is what you're going to do. But at some point in time, they got to make their own decisions. But to say it's not my job to make them aware of the risks, the dangers, the way that I expect them and to require that they live their lives as part of this program, because you represent me. And if you go out there and act a fool towards a young lady, then you make me look bad and this program look bad, and that is not okay. And to people to say, well, it's their job to just coach football. Screw that. No, it's not. It's the job of the head coach of the Denver Broncos to just coach football. He's dealing with grown men who are professional athletes. Go coach at that level if you don't care about developing young people off the field just as much as you care about on the field. Because their time as an athlete is going to end very soon. If you have a long NFL caliber career, you retire in your 30s in almost every instance. What are you going to be the rest of your life? And how much value do you put on that as a coach for having an impact on that? I would much rather have a backup kid who never played for me that turns out to be a great husband and a great father and a great contributor to society than some starting All-American who turns out to be a giant prick the rest of his life. I take no pride in that guy. No pride in that guy. I take pride in the guy that does the hard stuff. So, yes, if you don't think that's a part of your job as a coach, then find another freaking job to do or go coach professionally. And that absolutely needs to be something that we are teaching. No one, and this is even true with some parents. Yeah, if you're a parent, let me ask you this, Sean. I know this was true of me with my dad.
Mhm.
My dad would say something to me over and over and over and over again.
You have to.
And then I'd come home someday and say, "Hey, Dad, I learned this great thing from my coach today." You're like, "Are you serious? I've been telling you this for 5 years." Right? Well, that's my dad. It's, but so my whole point is there are people that have ability to speak truth to young people and impact them in positive ways. And if you don't take pride in that and make that a very important part of what you do, then find something else to do. And I don't care if coaches don't think that way. They should think that way. And if you're a college administrator and your head coach doesn't think that way, fire him.
There you go.
Because some things are more important than winning. Now, there are coaches that can do both.
Yeah.
Lou, ask any player that played at Notre Dame from 1986 to 1996, and they're going to tell you flat out, we had a guy that cared about that. On and off the field. Demanded excellence of us as football players and takes just as much pride in the men we've become. So, yes. And the whole problem we have in society is that we accept too much bull crap because, well, at least he wins. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
They're not babysitters. They're leaders. And leaders lead. And if you think that's just about football, then we have a fundamental disagreement on what a football coach should be.
Yeah.
And if you don't take pride in that, don't be a football coach. Don't be a basketball coach. Don't be a baseball coach. Go do something else where the future of young people is not in your hands because you're the problem at that point in time. You're the problem. And so yes, they are paid for that. They are paid for that.
Who in this chat or who watching would literally turn your son or daughter over to someone that does not have their best interest in life at heart? Who? Because that coach for the next 4 years has, in some way, form, or fashion, has to support what you're teaching, what you have taught, and what you continue to teach that young woman or that young man. You can't be teaching them one thing and then have a loose culture that tells them they can do whatever and get away with whatever. I said something earlier today, and I said I might be taking the Santa Claus out of college football. I said it's unfortunate, but if you don't want to hear it, cover your ears. Every major college football program has a fixer. Every last one. On call. They got a fixer. We need a situation fixed. And that's unfortunate. Because that's really not the way it should be. Right? You're not teaching life lessons. That's not real. You shouldn't be able to get into a problem and then someone else alleviates it for you and you don't have to suffer the consequences for it. You're setting a bad precedent for that young lady or that young gentleman for the rest of their life. And it's going to come home and roost years down the line when they have their own family or when they're awake. Now you don't have the fixer anymore. Now what do you do? So look, I remember all of Coach Brown, Coach Ray. I remember my first Little League coach. So you can't tell me that coaching, if you don't want to be impactful with someone, Brian, I tell you all the time about the young men. I'm just blessed to have young men that come through our ministry that are being recruited by Power 5 schools or either have gone the junior college route over the last 20 years. And I have a young gentleman that's JUCO wide receiver right now, freshman. JUCO wide receiver. My favorite part is when he comes to church. First of all, the fact he brings his girlfriend to church with him. Puts a big smile on my face. And then the second thing, when she comes up to talk to me after church, I ask her every week, how's he treating you? And she says he's treating me like a gentleman. That's it. I care more about that than whether or not he caught 2 touchdowns in a game. Because I'm not mentoring him he has coaches to mentor him to be a football player. I'm in his life for him to be a great young man. That's it. And football coaches are not in these young men's lives just to teach them on the field.
No, shouldn't be anyway. There's too many that are. There's too many that are. That's the problem.
It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. And like you said, that's your first job as a head coach. You're a teacher. You're a teacher, not just of football, but of men, right? And if you don't have the time as a head coach to be able to do all of that, then you need to make sure you have a hell of a staff around you that can get information to you, that you can delegate things to make sure you're connected to your players, to make sure they're growing on and off the field.
Yeah.
Like Harry Heastand just doesn't have his offensive linemen move as a unit just so they end up being like that on the football field.
Right. Oh, you talk to any of his linemen and they'll tell you that. He demands
that's a life lesson. Absolutely. It's bigger than football field for Harry Heastand. And that's what makes him great. That's why his players love him. That's why a kid like Steve Elmer that left early gets into the political world and looks back on certain lessons he learned on the football field that he can apply in the political world. Like, that's what coaching is, man. That's what parenting is. That's what parenting is. Like, man, every parent that's watching Brian, my baby girl's about to be 21, man. I wish that was the finish line. I wish that was the finish line.
It's just a new
challenge.
Yes.
It's a new
and your role changes, but the end game's still the same.
Absolutely.
Your daughter, here's the thing, Sean, your daughter's going to have her own kids someday.
Absolutely.
And your role changes. And but it's still meant to, how can I help the people that I care about be the best people they can be?
Yeah.
Right? Like my wife and I's relationship is not the same now as it was 15 years ago when we got married. It's changed and evolved, but the goal should always be the same. Love, honor, cherish, defend, and protect, and provide for.
Yeah.
It just looks different now.
Yeah.
So anyway, I do want to get back to football. Before we do, though, there's 5.5 minutes left in the ACC tournament game right now. Notre Dame is leading NC State 55-44. NC State is the back-to-back defending champions of the ACC tournament. Notre Dame has them down 11 with 5.5 left in the fourth quarter right now.
Hey, I'd just like to say that Citron kid, she's gonna be okay.
She's
gonna be pretty good.
And Olivia Miles did not play today.
She didn't play today, yeah.
Yeah. So you've seen Sonia bring the ball up the court a lot of this game too.
She can play.
So yeah, she
can play. She's pretty good.
And the thing about her is what's unique, Sean, is she's purposely taken sort of a complementary role for most of the season. She would, and I've talked to Sean Stiers has talked to me about this. He's like, like with Dara Mabry, she would kind of take a subservient role to her and make sure she got her shots. And then obviously you had Olivia and her role in it. But like ever since all the injuries kind of happened, she's had to really take the team over a little bit, and she's done so. Right now she has they're up 55-45 now. Sonia's got 23 points, 8 rebounds, 4 assists right now. So yeah.
No, when Olivia comes back, let both of them just go.
Well, hopefully that's kind of what happens. Hopefully she doesn't just immediately take that backseat role again. Because Olivia, if like Olivia's like, okay, fine, you're hot, I'll feed you. I'll keep feeding the beast. There's no doubt. No doubt. So anyway, let's get back to football, Sean. We still have a lot of football questions here. So Jamie Morgan says, what limits on accepting transfers? Would limits on accepting transfers be a good idea? Jamie, we talked a little bit about this yesterday, so I don't want to spend too much time on it. Sean and I are both proponents of, yes, there should be some sort of cap on that. What that exactly is, I'd have to really put more thought into it. My first thought is kind of like, 10 over a 2-year span is kind of my first thought. With waivers, unlimited waivers for the first year when a coach first gets hired, that first off season before he coaches his first season, take as many as you need to get your roster to where it needs to get to. And then the next year starts the 10 over 2 years. So then years 2 and 3 would be where you're held to 10. So the first 3 is just a free pass, because that's just to me, that needs to be part of what the first year is, in my view. So, yeah. And by the way, speaking of, Sean Stiers is down there. Obviously, he is the women's play-by-play coach, so he's down there. And Marcus Freeman actually flew down there for the game today. So he's there supporting the women's basketball team. No, he's not. You have the football players driving out to Omaha last year. I love the fact that the football team is so, and they've always been this way to a degree, but they're just so more open about and out there about like supporting the other sports programs. I think that's huge.
And that's one of the benefits from them not being isolated. Like, that's one of the great benefits of athletes not being isolated at Notre Dame. They're really part of the culture with everyone. I would be cool with the hockey players. I'm telling you, if I went to Notre Dame, oh yeah, me and the hockey players would have been super tight. Would have been super tight.
Because those are some tough dudes.
Yeah, those have been my dudes. They've been my dudes.
No doubt. Craig Bolton says, "Hey Brian, will IB be coming to the NC State or Duke games? I'm positive that you will be at the Clemson game. I plan on being at all three. Personally, I'll be IB's representative of all three of those. As a matter of fact, John, I've already bought my tickets for the Duke and NC State game, my airline travel. So the thing that I do is my parents live in Virginia Beach, Virginia, which is like, right down there by the southeastern border of North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
So what I always do is I'll fly in a couple days early to Virginia Beach, hang out with my family for a couple days, then drive down for those games. Because Raleigh's about 5 hours or so. Raleigh and Durham are like right beside each other. So it's an easy drive. My dad will go with me. And actually what we did this year is my dad actually went with me to the North Carolina game and helped me because I don't have anybody else that can kind of go with me. So I drove down there, and he actually was in the press box helping me out, charting plays. So it was really helpful actually having him there, which is really huge. But we'll probably do that again this year. But and then I haven't bought my airline tickets for the Clemson game yet, but I will. But I'll be at all three of those. So
where are you flying to go to Clemson?
Well, not sure yet. I got to look at the prices. It'll either be Greensboro or Atlanta. Last time I flew into Atlanta, it was easy to fly into Atlanta and I got a hotel like right outside of Atlanta and then just drove to Clemson. So that way I didn't have to have a long drive the day that my flight came back. So it just depends. I was working a little tighter budget last time. So Greensboro wasn't really an option. So I was paying with somebody else's credit card last time. I was working for somebody else. So I don't mind splurging a little bit if it means a little quicker trip. But I mean, Atlanta to Clemson is not. I mean, it's like an hour and a half at the most. So it's not that bad. It's not that bad at all. Like I couldn't get into Tallahassee when they played Florida State. Go ahead.
Clemson really is more. It can be really. It's an SEC school, even though it's in the ACC.
It's a very different than most of the ACC.
Yeah.
I mean, academically, and it's very different. Very different. A-Bent ND has a question, Sean. How do you feel overall about the future of Notre Dame football today versus how you felt when Freeman got the job and Kelly being gone? Same. I'm optimistic about the future of Notre Dame football. There's some things that happened in year one that didn't go as you'd hoped, and there's things that were actually a little better than you hoped, and some things where Coach Freeman showed growth a little bit faster than you thought. So about the same. And every new challenge is going to provide us new evidence of whether he can or can't do this job, right? Like, coaches are leaving. Okay, well, let's find out what Coach Freeman can do to replace him and see if he's got the chops to do that. You had some adversity this year. You lost a crap game to Stanford. I would never want that, but because it happened, we got a chance to learn a little something about Marcus Freeman as a football coach.
Yeah.
And so now we need to see, can he get them to the point where they don't make those mistakes anymore? We'll find out. But we know when those things happen, we're going to know that this team can overcome those things and, go out there and play football. So
I would pretty much say that I feel a little different towards the end of the Kelly era. I started to feel like, okay, like things are kind of declining. Even though they went to the college football playoff in 20, you just had the vibe like, all right, things are declining, and I don't know if he's capable for a lot of different reasons. Like, you got the feeling like, man, does he want to be here at this point? Things he's been fighting for. It was just a lot. You just felt like it was a relationship that needed to end. So that was kind of the vibe. Even though I felt like Notre Dame was, if you want to call Notre Dame a tier 2 program behind Alabama and Georgia.
It was a loveless marriage on both sides.
Yeah.
That's really what it boiled down to.
And it was kind of like resignation, I guess, as a fan of where the program was. And now it's kind of like excitement about what the program can be.
Sean, we do recruiting, right?
Yeah.
And the one thing we do at Irish Breakdown, we talk a lot about floor versus ceiling.
Yeah.
You and Ryan were talking about that earlier with Aiden Hutchinson and Isaiah Foskey, right?
Yeah.
Brian Kelly's the high floor, low ceiling coach. You're going to be here, but you also know you're not going to get here.
Right.
Marcus Freeman's the opposite. He's the low floor, not quite sure what he's going to be,
Right.
but the high ceiling, if
Yeah.
it hits and it works, you can get to this level here.
Yeah.
And I think that's where I'm at. That's how I view it. Now, do I know for a fact he's going to reach a ceiling? I don't. At Notre Dame, I don't. I, as an analyst, as a fan, yeah, I'm confident he's going to win. He's going to win. He's going to win. Right? As an analyst, I don't know. There's a lot we got to learn. Sean, as a fan, I know you're like, hey, he's going to win here. But then when we sit down and we talk, okay, let's put our fan hats, take our fan hats off. Right? So
Yeah.
you take my fan hat off, put my analyst hat on. Okay. Well, I don't know if he's going to get there yet.
Yeah.
Because I need him to prove this to me and that to me, and we just don't have enough evidence of that yet, right?
Yeah.
And so that's kind of where I'm at, Sean, but I do know this as an analyst, there are things I see in him that I see in the winners, the champions.
Yeah.
Can he put it all together here? We'll find out.
Yeah.
I don't know the answer to that, but I'm optimistic because I see a lot of things that have that high ceiling type of potential for him. We just got to see him get there or not. And the other thing too is I think he genuinely has a great appreciation for Notre Dame that the previous coach just did, and previous coaches didn't have. I don't think Bob Davie had a great appreciation for Notre Dame. I think Ty did. Ty just wasn't good enough. Just didn't work hard enough. I don't think Davie appreciated Notre Dame. I don't think Kelly appreciated Notre Dame. Charlie did. He just wasn't good enough.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
With Coach Freeman, he gets it, and I think that gives him a leg up. Now we just got to see whether or not,
that's what makes it strange, right? Like the coaches, if I knew that I had a coach that didn't get it, I would be hesitant to give him everything. If you understand what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
But if I had a coach that got it and represented Notre Dame the way it needs to be represented and treated it the way it needs to be treated, I'm like more willing to be all in. Like, you know what? Let's give this guy whatever he needs.
Sean, you remember earlier we asked a question about what would give him a longer leash, and I was like, to me, that right there, what you just said, that's where a longer leash would come from.
Yeah.
He's putting in the work. He gets what makes this place special.
Yeah.
Let's support him with all the resources he needs and give him a little bit more time than maybe we would give someone who didn't get it.
Yeah.
Because he's going to represent what you're about. And that's the thing is like, we listen to these press conferences after practice and they're kind of annoying because you hear a bunch of kids running around and yelling in the background.
Yeah.
I'm like, what the freaking what? But then you find out, it's Coach Freeman's kids and other coaches' kids. And you're like, well, why are they there? And then you hear him explain why. Because I want these young men to see me as a dad and see me as a father and as a husband. Why? Because he wants them to understand the importance of being a father.
Yeah.
Right. So he gets that whole, it's not just about football thing.
No.
And so I can't share the story, but there was something that happened on campus on Monday and how he handled it with someone that's not part of the football team just shows you like, this is a good man. Will he win a championship? I don't know.
Oh, so
but
basically
those kind of things, I'm going to give him a little bit of a, hey, you tell me what you need. I'm going to support you because I believe in what you're trying to accomplish here. And I'm going to make sure you have the resources. And that's where I think Notre Dame is failing Marcus Freeman right now, is in that regard.
Yes.
And I'm going to have something to say about that here very soon in an article and in a podcast. But because of that, Sean, you're saying like, this is why I think he's a smart football guy. It's not just because he's a good man. There's a lot of Ty Willingham is a good man. He just was lazy and not a really dynamic football coach.
Yeah.
It's a good human being. His players went to class. They didn't get in trouble. They had good grades and all that, but it's got to be both. You got to do both. It can't just be, well, hey, I develop good young people. Okay. That's only part of your job. Just like I'm also not going to give you a pass for being a jerk, for not producing good kids because you win. You got to do both at a place like Notre Dame. You should do it everywhere, but especially at Notre Dame, you got to do both.
So basically, you're telling me, you just made my heart jump, bro, because now you're telling me that I have a head coach that walks out of the football building and sees something going on with a regular student, and he says, whoa. Wait a minute. I'm just giving a situation. I'm not saying that's what took place, but that's the type of head coach you want. Right.
Yeah.
That's like, he doesn't walk past the situation like, man, those not my players. It doesn't have anything to do with me. No, Like, wait a minute, hold on, what's going on here?
Yeah.
Like this, no,
Well, it's like I get a text message from a parent of a Notre Dame player, and he's about to have surgery. And he talks about how Coach Freeman came in there, sat down with them, was with the family, and I mean it was a minor surgery. And they're like, "That's never expect like that just didn't happen before." Just didn't happen before.
uh,
And
I
that's
that let me
pretty one with me.
know for you to say that without me even knowing what happened. It's like, yo, this is what I'm saying. And maybe over time that wins the day.
Maybe.
Maybe the messenger being different, asking for the same things, eventually over time is received differently.
Yeah.
You know,
Here's an interesting question from John A1, Sean. If the linebackers play to their potential in 2023, based on talent, where would you rank, in your opinion, with the linebacker groups around college football? Top 25 or top 10? I personally would say closer to top 10. I don't think they have the talent to be like a top 5 linebacking core,
no,
but top 10 to 15 for sure
yeah,
in level of play. And right now, they're not even top 30 right now with the way they played last year. But like top 10 to 12, 8 to 12 would probably be the range, I would think. I'd have to study other teams more, Sean, but just kind of what I know of college football, I'd say 8 to 12, 8 to 15 is kind of the range I think that they're capable of being with the older players. Now,
with the older
the
players,
younger players,
yeah,
they eventually have the talent to be a top 5 group.
yeah.
Like when the depth chart's dominated by the Jalen Sneeds and the Nolan Zieglers and the Drake Bowens and the Jaden Ausberries and the guys like that, then eventually they can get to that level. So like when I say you guys are not giving enough respect to JD Bertrand and Jack Kaiser can do some good things, it's to the level of they can be a top 12, 10 to 15 group.
Yeah.
But they don't have the talent to be a top 5 group. Like they don't have the talent to be like what the group that Georgia had a couple years ago with Nakobe Dean and Channing Tyndall and that group of guys. They don't have that type of potential with the veterans. The younger kids do.
Yeah.
But I don't expect them to be that in 23. Just like the Nakobe Dean, Channing Tyndall, Quay Walker group weren't that when they were freshmen and sophomores. They showed potential, but it wasn't until they were more veteran players that they became that type of elite group. So right now for 2023, top 10 to 12, 10 to 15 is where I'd be at with that group, Sean.
It's funny you say that because I agree totally with everything you said. And for me, I think some of the things that we're going to be looking for from this group moving forward is something that is pretty much standard in certain programs. We talked about this. Well, it might have been early this morning. We're talking about certain programs. Like you look at Wisconsin, and like just for some reason they produce really sound fundamental linebackers that are productive. You look at Iowa; they always end up with linebackers that are productive linebackers. Like it's just programs that are able to produce linebackers that are productive and sound. Penn State always ends up producing really good linebackers. And I think Notre Dame has been a program that has had some really good, like you had Manti, you had Jalen, you had Jeremiah Wusu-Koramoah. And then you had, for me, what was that? The Coney Drew Tranquil combination?
18, yeah.
Was fantastic.
Well, the 17 group of Tranquil at Rover,
yes,
and you had Coney, Greer, and Niles as your 3 inside. That was pretty good linebacker.
That might have been the best. That might have been the best 2 years of just overall linebacker play.
Yeah, top to bottom.
Top to bottom in Notre Dame. Yeah. So I would love for Notre Dame to like get to that area, and I think the young group has an opportunity to establish.
Yeah,
that.
and in this group, it's kind of like Sean. This group is sort of the you've got good players but nothing special. And other years you had great players and then not very good players around them, right? Not big time players around them. And the younger guys have the chance to be the combination of both, and that's where you want them to be, where they've got big time players and talent, and they just need to be developed properly. In my view, that's going to be the key.
Yeah.
We have one here from Siggy13. Is the Marcus Freeman experience at Notre Dame in year one the most tumultuous beginning for a first-time head coach at a major college football program you can remember outside of major scandals? I guess I just don't view it as overly tumultuous. I mean, they had a couple upsets, and I mean, Nick Saban had a pretty rough first year at Alabama. They went 7-6, lost to Louisiana Monroe.
Yeah.
I mean, look. I mean, what's been tumultuous about it, right? Like, it's again,
Right.
they lost. They had an offensive coordinator left to go to one of the preeminent programs. Now, I don't like it. That doesn't make it tumultuous. You know what, Sean? The whole OC buyout thing has just completely put a black cloud over this thing. That's what it comes down to.
Yes.
That's what it comes down to.
Yes.
Well, Notre Dame had to settle for their third guy. Well, so did Alabama. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, but Alabama did it. We went this guy, didn't get him, so let's go get him. And it did bang, 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 deal over with. Notre Dame has to turn everything into like some soap opera, you know, and it's created a perception that this has been a tumultuous. And look, right now, these coaches are just interviewing. That's it. This happens all the time. It's just now everybody's looking to get this stuff out there and it's scoop, and you can't keep anything quiet anymore. This is not an abnormal thing for me. You know, I mean, look, Alabama had to replace both of their coordinators and other coaches on their staff. It's part of the deal, you know. And when you have good coaches, you're going to lose some of them. So it hasn't been a pleasant offseason. I'm not saying it's been oh wow, this has been a phenomenal offseason, but I wouldn't say it's been tumultuous. And he's talking. And then you look at the first year, you know, the bad loss to Marshall and Stanford. That was rough, you know. But like, you know, go look at Dabo's first year at Clemson, had a losing record, almost got fired. Go look at Saban's first year at Alabama, you know, like, and again, I know that the situations that they inherited were different, but the reality is, you know, I mean, I'll put it like this. Who has had a more tumultuous first year, Marcus Freeman or Brian Kelly?
Yeah.
Brian Kelly.
Yeah.
I mean, when you look at the stuff going on at that
happened off the field. Yeah.
And you had 4 losses. You had some blowout losses. Yeah, they had a big win over Bama. Okay, cool. Notre Dame beat Clemson more convincingly than than LSU beat Alabama. Notre Dame didn't have a 27-point loss to Tennessee. They didn't have a loss where they trailed beginning to end against the Florida State. They didn't have the crap. I mean, they lost to Stanford, Marshall. Okay, well, LSU lost to Texas A&M. And so, yeah, they neither of them had great on-field. They had good on-field seasons, but not great. And then you look at Notre Dame's big drama this offseason is they've had some coaches leave. Yeah. LSU's has been the stuff, you know, guys getting arrested and, you know, coaches doing the craziness with players and staffers that was going on. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't trade there. But the point is that stuff happens. I'm not banging on Brian Kelly for this one. That's probably an inappropriate use of a phrase there when referring to LSU. I'm not criticizing Brian Kelly for that. That's part of what you need to do to overhaul a culture. You're going to have those things that are going to pop up from time to time, right? So it just that stuff happens. You know what I mean? And that's part of it. It's part of it. You know, it's part of the deal.
I actually think it was. I actually think his first year was necessary for what he wants to do. I'm going to take a totally different look at it. Tumultuous? No. I think it was the fire needed to bring him to the place that he needed to be to elevate the program as the head coach. Mm-hmm. He didn't need to come in and everything went hunky-dory. He needed the things that happened because I think everything that has happened has been enlightening. I think he's learned about himself. He's learned about his staff. He's learned about his football team during the season, after the season. And I think he's learned about the things around him in his first year. So I think it's been very educational. Marcus Freeman's first year on the job. Mm-hmm. Like now, I don't think there's anything that he is unaware of now. Like, you know what? Let's roll. Mm-hmm. Like I understand everything that's going on because it's a lot to be the head coach of Notre Dame. It's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot, you know, and he's gone through the fire. Yeah, you know, to be proven. And I think you're going to start to see a proven head coach at Notre Dame.
I'm not saying he hasn't been through a lot. I want to make sure I'm clear on that. This isn't like a
Yeah.
normal year. I'm just saying, like, I don't think it's been tumultuous to the point where I'm like, I don't know if a coach has ever had to go through
Yeah.
this. You know, like
Yeah.
a lot of coaches go through this. It's about how you come out of it that defines you,
Yeah.
right? I mean, Lou Holtz didn't have the greatest first year at Notre Dame. You know what I mean? It's part of the deal, right? Brian Kelly's first year at Notre Dame wasn't. Brian Kelly's first 2 years at Notre Dame weren't very fun.
Yeah.
You know, on and off the field, right? I mean, you want to talk about some tumultuousness. Let's talk about some of the things that happened during Brian Kelly's first 5 years in Notre Dame.
Man.
So we're talking about coaches leaving, right? Like we're talking about, and that's where I think Frank had the great perspective because Frank's not a Notre Dame fan. He listens to our show and watches our show. He's an LSU fan. He's an SEC guy. He's like, hey, some perspective, fellas. You know what I'm saying? Like this is more part of the deal, in my opinion. Coach Koch has a couple things. He says a couple parters. When the whole OC buyout fiasco is happening, you mentioned facilities and state of the football team's equipment. I always imagine top-tier equipment, especially the gym gear and clean up-to-date facilities. What is the state of the Goog and other places the team uses? The indoor facility is pretty good, but the Goog is very old and outdated, and they don't always, from what I'm told, and I've been told this for several years, they don't always keep it completely up to date. And like, you know, hey, everything's fixed and everything's working up to par. It could definitely be better. And I believe they're in the process of trying to upgrade it. It's just the way Notre Dame works. And I don't have a problem with this. This is fine. They don't pay for it. They don't start building anything until they've gotten the financing for it. So they've raised the money for it. So like when they started building the Crossroads project, it began after they had raised all the money needed to pay for it. And the same thing in the indoor facility. And honestly, Sean, I don't have a problem with that. I think more institutions should act that way. I think we as Americans should, hey, if you don't have the money to afford a TV, don't buy a TV. My wife and I had that discussion when we were getting married. She's like, we're going to go get a new TV. And she was like, we can go get a Best Buy card, put in the Best Buy card and pay it off. And I was like, baby, if we don't have the money to pay for a TV right now, we shouldn't pay for a TV. I'm not, you know what I mean? Like, because then that $1,000 TV all of a sudden over the course of a year becomes a $1,500 TV. You know what I mean? So, if you don't have the money for it, don't buy it, So that's why I drive a janky car because I don't have the money to pay for a car as expensive they are right now. So yes, there definitely needs to be upgrades for sure. And here's one from Coach Koch. He says, if everyone in the combine, talking about Notre Dame, I assume, performs as well as you think they can, how does their draft stock look? Best guess for where they all may go. I'm not going to take a shot at that last one. Just because I'm not a draft guy. Like I would be speaking to you as a fan. That's more up Ryan's alley. I think how does their draft stock look? I think the guys that can help themselves the most in the draft stock are guys that were the athleticism matters a little bit more. I think Isaiah Foskey helped himself. I think Michael Mayer can solidify himself in a certain tier if he can test well. And I think Brandon Joseph can recover his draft stock if he has a good combine performance. So I think all of those three guys more than anything. I just don't think like a combine is something where an offensive lineman is going to see his draft stock will go way up. If anything, I think offensive linemen can tend to see their draft stock go down from a combine more than it can go up. I just don't know if there's anything from a combine that makes you say, hey, that guy's really, really good. I think if anything, it's like you start focusing on, boy, that guy's not that good. Because of you look what happened in the combine. And, I think a perfect example, Sean, is and Ryan and I talked about this recently, is Orlando Brown Jr. He fell to the third round because he had one of the worst combines I've ever seen. That guy's a Pro Bowl offensive lineman now. You know what I mean? But because you went away from the tape and you focus on the now some positions I actually put more emphasis on the combine than I do others. I honestly do not care about the combine for an offensive lineman. I literally have never looked at the combine and be like, gee, I care what so-and-so does to the combine. I don't care. Other positions, that means a whole lot more to me.
It's funny you mentioned that. I think I've heard one scout over my years say the only thing he listens to or he goes to the combine for with offensive linemen is to hear how they hit the pads. He's like, he said, I'm paying attention. I'm looking for a sound.
Yeah.
When they go through the drills and they have to punch, he said, I'm looking for a sound because that sound when someone can deliver a blow with their hands.
Yeah.
They have a really good punch, which I thought was weird. I'm like, wow. All right. Never thought about that. But it goes back to what you said. The tape for the vast majority, that the tape is what, 85% of a scout's job.
And the other 15 is not the combine. The other 15 is a lot of
going to
character
games and watching games and doing the
learning
background
about it.
check.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. Now, there are some positions where I'm willing to take a chance on a combine hero to a degree, because I'm like, well, I can coach that. I can coach that stuff. If he has the physical tools, I can coach that. Others, I just don't care. I really don't. Ronnie Stanley had a terrible combine. It's kind of funny, actually. Both of the Browns, actually, no, he wasn't. I'm sorry. Orlando. He left Baltimore to go to Kansas City, but Orlando Brown and Ronnie Stanley were pretty darn good tackle tandem for a couple years, and they were both terrible at the combine.
Terrible at the combine.
Just, terrible at the combine.
But the Ravens have a very good front office.
Yeah,
that probably depend more on the tape. I'll give you a perfect example, because you talked about tape receivers. If a receiver runs 4.2, 4.3, Kansas City will love them. If their tape doesn't match up with the speed, Kansas City will say, well, we don't need the tape. In our system, all we need you to do is this. All we need you to do is be a McCole Hartman. McCole Hartman didn't produce, didn't have heavy production at Georgia, but he served the purpose for the Chiefs. Like, be our speed guy. These are your routes, right? And he got hurt. Who did they insert? The rookie they drafted, Sky Moore. Okay, he's hurt. We need you to come do this, do that. So when you have great organizations with great systems, great coaching, they can go get guys based upon measurables that they feel like they can use in a certain way, and those players can go to other programs and you expect them to be a number one wide receiver that's a great route runner, and just because they run 4.2, 4.3, man, you're overlooking the tape. That's my biggest thing with Jalen Hyatt this year. Like, people going up into the first round to get him. Like, what are you expecting? Like, where is he going? You do understand he ran post routes and fly routes all year.
Right.
Like, he wasn't asked. Tillman is the more polished receiver from Tennessee.
Right.
Like, if you're
with him, it's the injury stuff. How does that go?
How's that play into it, right? But if you get up to the NFL and he can stay injury free, he's probably going to be the more productive wide receiver.
Well, that's what you saw.
Hyatt goes to. No, I'm just saying, unless Jalen Hyatt goes to the Eagles per se,
right?
Where you have Devontae, you have AJ.
He's got to be more of a niche guy.
And he could be a niche guy with his speed. Yeah.
And this was my thing with Jalen Reagor, right? Like, I never understood the love that people had for Jalen Reagor. And I just, you look at it and say, okay, he did well at the combine, but he didn't exactly blow it up. And I just never understood where this infatuation came with him as a player.
Yeah.
And it's like, at some point in time, you'd expect him to be a little bit more of a dominant player. Right. I just kept always waiting for that. And he had that one good year, but like, the tape was, he played in an offense where he ran like 4 routes. He just played in a good offense. And so, you got to take that stuff into account. And not enough people put that stuff. Now, here's the thing for me is, like, does the guy have the physical tools to become a good route runner or not? That's something that, as a coach, you got to look at. But in the NFL, not a lot of teams want to teach that stuff. You either have it or you don't, right?
Yeah.
And, I think there's a lot more. Like a Will Fuller can be a dominant college player and not a dominant NFL player. And even if you take the injuries aside, Will Fuller would not have been a elite wide receiver in the NFL. Size, and he just wasn't a really sharp route runner and contested route runner. Now, he could have been good, but he's not Cooper Kupp. He's not Devontae Adams. He's not that guy. He'd have been more productive, right? And he might even been a 1,000-yard receiver, but he'd be more Alvin Harper than Michael Irvin. Is the point as a 1,000-yard receiver. And that's what I'm saying. Now, it doesn't mean he couldn't have been good, but you got to think about that. So you draft him at 21. You just don't draft him at 5 like they did John Ross. You watch the film of John Ross. John Ross just ran by people in college. We have learned over the last 40 years of the NFL, you can't just take a guy because he's fast. Otherwise, James Jett would have been a Hall of Famer.
Hall of Famer.
Right? I mean, and you have to be able to play. And John Ross wasn't a very good receiver.
No.
He just was really fast.
Yeah.
And he played in a league that couldn't defend anybody.
Yeah.
You know, and so I think those are the things where that's why you see these, and you see it over and over and over again, Sean, because it's easy for me and you to sit here and say, oh, you don't do this, you don't do that. And then you pop on the film, you know, you go to the combine, you're like, I know that I said that, but God, that's 4.22, man. What I wouldn't do with a 4.22. And I'm like, okay, cool. That 4.22 had 5 catches for 28 yards against Alabama.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's what that 4.22 got you.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. When he was going against other cats could run, that 4.22 got you nothing. Couldn't get off the line, couldn't get open, but he ran a 4.22.
Yeah.
But he couldn't do anything against Alabama. Right?
Yeah.
And those things I look at and say, man, you know, you got to look at that stuff, take that in consideration. In my view.
But I will say this, Will, man, he was blessed to go to the right spot. Because DeAndre Hopkins was the dude. Yeah. They had their guy to run routes, go over the middle, they had that dude. Sure. Will, you just come in and be our big play guy. Right. And he early on he had success being able to do that. You know, so it's very much, you know, like you said, there are some positions you can take a chance.
Sure.
It was the Kansas kid, the defensive tackle that ran like a 4.7 yesterday. He was already a top 20,
right,
top 30 prospect. So it wasn't like he was jumping from like being unknown to, oh, who is this kid? You know, but still, you know, he ran a 4.7, 4.40, but he's in the trenches. Like, how many times is he going to have a clear path to run a quarterback down? Like, how's he with his hands, his leverage, his get off the ball? Like, what is it? You have to, the film is always.
There are anomalies, and then there's sometimes where guys can be like the guy that I still have a hard time with is DK Metcalf. And everybody talks about how I didn't think he was going to be that good in the NFL. He's been better than I thought he was going to be. He's had 2,000-yard receiving years, which I don't care as much about in the NFL. But I'm just like, a guy that big and that fast, don't you think he should be a little bit more dynamic than he is, right? Like, that's like – but, you know, it's because of some of those limitations, right? I mean, I don't know.
When you're that big and that fast, it's hard to – you can't be as precise in your routes, man. It's hard to slow that down. And
it's not that.
Megatron, Megatron was somebody we saw do it. Like, you tell me how many big, fast wide receivers.
I'm not talking about that, though.
Okay.
You still have to be able to get out of a post route, right? You still got to be able to sink your hips on a comeback, right? Is my point. Is I guess what I'm saying is, like, you know, I expect if he's going to be as good as people say, I expect him to be Mike Evans, right? I mean, because he's that's what I expect, right? Like, he said 2 years he didn't have 1,000 yards receiving, 1 year is barely over. He's a good player from all I can tell. What I'm saying is, like, when you're that big and you're that fast, I expect you to be a lot more dominant than he has been, in my view. But again, that's someone who doesn't watch him a ton, right? That's just, you know what I mean? But that's a different one. It's like, at some point in time, he doesn't have to be a great route runner to still produce because he's so big and fast. But so that's kind of where I kind of get into that. You've got to find that balance of, okay, he's big and he's fast. How far does he drop, right? So, like, he's not a guy that should have gone in the top 15 or top 20 in the NFL draft, but maybe he fell too far down to 64 because you picked apart too much his tight hips and things like that, right? So I'm like, there's some of those guys are in that weird spot, Sean, where there's some things you look at and say, boy, I really don't like how tight his hips are. I really don't like this. I really don't like this. And then you look at it and say, yeah, but this other stuff he has, man, you just can't teach. You can't teach 6'4", 235, running a 4.4, jumping 40-some in. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, so then where is it top 15? Is it top 40? Is it top 60? And those things can be there. So, like, I don't think he's necessarily played like a guy that should have been a first-round pick. He's been good, but he hasn't been, like, dominant. I don't even think he's their best receiver. I think Tyler Lockett is still their best receiver.
He's kind of like the NFL version of DeAndre Ayton.
That's fair.
Like, DeAndre Ayton's stats, you look at his stats and you're like, hey, he puts up pretty good stats. But you watch him play and you're like, okay, to be that big and that agile and that fast, he should really be dominating a lot more than he is. But you can't sit up there and, I mean, okay, I see why they took you number 1 overall. Like, your stats say it. You're a pretty good player, but
But to your
I
point,
expected
Sean,
more.
a guy that's 7 foot, 250 pounds, athletic should be a guy that's in year 5 better than 18-10. I'm sorry.
18-10 is nothing to sneeze at.
It's right. But again, we're talking about, it's like anything else. Part of the reason I feel like Dak Prescott has always gotten a little bit of a pass from some people is because he was a 4th-round draft pick.
Yeah.
If Dak Prescott was a top 10 NFL draft pick,
he would be catching it.
He wouldn't be the Cowboys anymore, in my opinion.
No.
They wouldn't have paid him that kind of money.
No.
And so those are the things you look at and say, hey, look, that's where you go. And somebody brought up Chase Claypool, and this is where I'll give DJ Metcalf a little bit of a positive is he at least seems to put in the work to get the most out of his ability. Whereas I don't think Chase Claypool has done that. I don't think Chase Claypool gets the most. I think Chase Claypool is a more gifted wide receiver than DJ Metcalf in theory, but he hasn't produced like it because I don't think Chase has shown the how do I say this, necessarily the maturity needed to be great, and hopefully that changes.
I'll give you a story. So local media asked Chase Claypool, man, Justin, are you looking forward to spending time with Justin Fields over the summer with the rest of the receivers down in Florida? And Chase Claypool's response to the reporter was, I'll be in California.
Yeah.
And the Chicago media had a field day.
Oh, yeah. Understandably.
Like, what do you mean? I'll be working out in California. What? Like, okay. All right. Okay, buddy. Now, maybe you don't understand that this is Chicago. Like this is not South Bend. This is Chicago. Mm-hmm. They gave up a 2nd-round pick, which would have been a 1st-round pick due to the fact that the Dolphins lost their pick. So basically, you would have been the 31st pick in this year's draft. Mm-hmm. They gave that up to go get you. And you're talking about you don't want to put in the work in the offseason?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's been his issue. I mean, he's got talent to be a star, in my opinion. A star. I just don't know if he has the work ethic to be a star. And and the thing that frustrates me is he should have had enough failures by now that it kicked in.
Man.
But apparently it hasn't kicked in a little bit yet. Man. Let's get to some more questions here, Sean. Scott L says, is there any evidence that Golden is upping his game in recruiting, or evidence he's bought into a greater extent? How hopeful can we be for a great season if the answer is no? Well, I don't think that the recruiting aspect has anything to do with the season per se. I think his upped effort in recruiting is he's offering more people. I guess that's a step, I guess. I'm not overly optimistic about it. Look, without Golden, it's a show me mode. That's where I'm at, Sean. I don't care what he or anyone else says. I need to see it. To see it. Nathan Milton asks, what are teams allowed to do during the summer? I.e., can they do full practices, scrimmage, et cetera, or are there no limitations? There's definitely limitations. When they do enroll for summer school, which is usually sometime in June, they can do workouts with the strength staff. And coaches are allowed at those to a degree, but they have to be workouts. They're not 7-on-7s. They're not practices. They're like, you saw the video that they did the other day, and they were playing like dodgeball, and then they're there doing workouts. You're allowed to be there for that, which I think is smart. I think coaches should be allowed to be there for that. But they can't be football workouts per se, meaning like you're not out there running 7-on-7s and those type of things. You know what I mean? So
I know.
Yeah.
What was that? Malik has mentioned this, and also Robert Hainsey mentioned this. Like, sometimes you get a vibe coming off a season where you've wasted opportunity. I think it was 17 for Robert Hainsey that he talked about that, like they losing that game to Miami, and how they felt like, he felt like the 17 team was better than the 18 team in a lot of ways.
Oh, they were.
And he was like, he said for some reason that summer, we really stuck together. And Malika said the same thing about 14 to 15 for them. Like the players just kind of, they chose how hard they were going to work. over the summer. It really didn't matter what the coaches said or did. They took ownership of the team. So, really the teams can really they can approach it. The players per se can really approach summer workouts as hard as they want to approach it based upon. But you're saying the coaches have certain limitations as far as how much time they
like
spend.
there's limitations of time, but also like you can't do like football stuff. You can't be
Yeah.
in there like running them through receiver drills. You can't be
Yeah.
in there running them through, drop backs and
Yeah.
running back technique. It's a workout. It's a conditioning workout, and you can
Yeah.
be there to support Matt Bayless and his staff for what they're doing. But it's
Yeah.
not like a football workout.
That's where I
So
think Jared Parker, they put out a tweet of Jared Parker and the coaches competing against the players
playing
and like
cornhole.
cornhole and some other
Right.
games. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Rob Osgood. I just wanted to bring this up. I'm not ducking this question, but we're gonna. Those are things we're gonna be doing. So spring ball, and there's another question about the spring schedule from D. Troll Hunter. Do we have a spring schedule yet? All we know is that practice starts on March 22nd and the Blue Gold games on April 22nd. That's all we know as of right now. As we get closer to March 22nd, Rob, we'll talk about this in much greater detail. And so since we're already 3 hours in, I just want to put this one off, and I promise you we will get to that, but it'll be more in a down the road. Here's a good one, Sean. Jay Henry asks, could we see Jared Parker attempt to use Deion Colsey in the same fashion that Florida State uses Johnny Wilson? It seems like he always comes down with the football. I'd be curious what Deion's speed is compared to Johnny Wilson. I think they can if Deion wants to be that kind of guy.
Well,
That's going to be
remember Marcus Freeman, if you go back and listen, there was a play early in the blue and gold game where Deion Colsey ran a corner route on a third down. And look, the ball was on the money. I mean, it was on the money, and he dropped it. And Marcus Freeman, I'm sitting right there. Marcus Freeman was like, dude, you have to catch that. We need you to make those plays. And the expectation is that I'm sure the expectation for Deion Colsey is to be a big part of the passing attack.
Yeah.
I think when he came back, he immediately became one of the big targets for Drew Pine. So I don't expect anything different. Heck, 6'4".
I think to that specific question, I do think there's a lot of the things they do with Johnny Wilson he could do. Go routes into the boundary, comebacks, downfield type stuff, and some possession type stuff. Yeah, there's certainly some things, Jay, that I think could be some carryover. Now, as tall as Deion is, he's about 6'5". He's not as tall as Johnny Wilson. It's like 6'7". But yeah, I mean, he could do a lot of those things. There's no doubt. Let's get down to some more here, Sean, as we get to more questions. Leighton Burkholder asks, will it be until fall camp for when we will first see if Coach Stuckey's gotten Styles out of his funk? No, I think we'll start to see it in the spring. I mean, look, nothing matters until games. But Lorenzo struggled last spring. I mean, we started to see the issues that he had this year kind of last spring. I mean, I wasn't at any of the spring practices last year. I will be this year. But you started to hear from people, sources that I had, and then you guys saw the practice you were at, but then you'd hear it from sources that were practices about how he was dropping balls and he was having issues even in the spring. So it kicked in early. Sean, here's an interesting one I want you to answer from Joe Medina. Fellas, in your respective opinions, why do immature quarterbacks, and he cites Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray, Malachi Nelson, and Caleb Williams, gravitate towards Lincoln Riley? I will say one thing. I think Caleb Williams has made some poor perception decisions. I would not classify him outside of the silly fingernail thing as immature. Not the same way that Kyler Murray and Baker Mayfield and Malachi Nelson are.
Yeah.
But anyway, Sean, do you have any thoughts on? Because I mean, I do think that he attracts a certain type of quarterback. But you can't ignore Jalen Hurts either, who's the polar opposite of some of these other guys you're talking about.
Yeah, so you have to give him credit for he developed Jalen in a lot of ways, or Jalen developed from a passing standpoint underneath his tutelage. I agree with you about Caleb Williams. Malachi Nelson is something that we'll see. Baker Mayfield was Baker Mayfield before he got to Lincoln Riley.
Right.
He had that chip on his shoulder at Texas Tech.
But I think that's the question he's asking. Why do guys like that gravitate towards Lincoln Riley? And I think part of it is his offense allows a lot of freedom for the quarterback.
That's true.
And I think that's an attractive thing for a guy that has that personality. It's not as structured, right? So Kyler Murray is going to be attracted to that because he's a freelancer.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of that to his offense, right? But I think a big reason why quarterbacks are attracted to him are because it's a quarterback-friendly offense. And I think some of it's just a coincidence, to be honest with you. I think some of it's a coincidence, to be honest with you. I really do. I think their immaturity manifests in different ways. And again, of the 5 quarterbacks we could talk about with him, you could throw Spencer Rattler in there and say 6 quarterbacks.
Yeah.
They're not all that way.
Yeah.
I don't think Spencer Rattler's immature. I just don't think he's real mentally tough. As a matter of fact, he was one of the first quarterbacks that got a big NIL deal that said, I'm not keeping this money. I'm giving it to my teammates or in charity and stuff like that. That's far from an immature thing. I've never heard of anything about Spencer Rattler being immature. Maybe he is. I don't follow Oklahoma.
Well, you've heard some things about him being a jerk.
But that's different than being immature.
That's immature, yeah.
Yeah, that's different than being immature. That's just you're just kind of a prick, right? I don't think he's a real mentally tough guy. I don't think it's immature. Jalen Hurts is certainly not immature. And I don't think I don't put Caleb Williams in that immature category outside of beyond what like we talked earlier about how young people are viewed. We all have a level of immaturity at 18, 19, 20. That's different than saying we should just embrace them doing stupid things. Just, it's being a kid, you know what I mean? But we all look back, I think, at 18, 19, like, I wish I'd have handled that differently. I wish I would have done this differently. My life experience led me to make this decision, and now as a grown man, I would have made a different decision. I would hope that Caleb Williams, when he's 35 years old, looks back and sees pictures of what he put on his fingernails against Notre Dame and Utah and says, I'm not letting my son do that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, I did it, but I'm not letting my son do that because I now have the wisdom of life that I didn't have when I was 19 years and 20 years old. Right.
Yeah.
And so there's some of that where it's, we say, hey, look, it's a dumb decision. I'm going to chastise you for it, but I'm also not going to say that your entire career is not going to be marked by that lack of immaturity because I just don't think he's the same kind of player as he's not the same personality as Baker Mayfield. I don't think, or Kyler Murray. So if he would have gone to a different school, I don't think we would view him in the same view as those two guys. It's just he kind of get lumps into it because he's playing for Lincoln Riley.
I think the position itself, you can correct me if I'm wrong. There's certain positions in the game of football.
I'm a former quarterback, so be careful with.
No, it's certain positions where you know, Trevor Lawrence is a 101. Peyton Manning is a 101. When I'm talking about just complete everything that you would want in a person, a quarterback, a leader. Like those guys, Patrick Mahomes is a 101, right? You heard some things about Josh Allen and his temperament. You hear things. You see the immaturity of Deshaun Watson. It's like quarterback is just one of those positions that it demands so much that it's really hard to be Trevor Lawrence and Peyton Manning. It just really is because it's a position that's constantly under the microscope, right? So it's very rare that you like Jalen Hurts you can find Jalen Hurts, Peyton Manning, you can find those, but the vast majority of times you're going to have most of them.
Here's the big thing for me. This is going to be controversial, Sean.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Why is Jalen Hurts the way that he is?
Oh, that goes back to his father.
Bingo.
His parents.
Bingo.
Absolutely.
Bingo. And that's a big part of it too.
Coaches. Yeah.
Right. That's a big part of it too.
That goes back to Peyton Manning and his dad, the way he was raised. And I'm sure Trevor Lawrence and his parents. Right. The young man he is. That's
not every kid that turns out a certain way is because of his parents. there's some kids who you were raised right, just made bad decisions. I do think, and it's also coaching as well. Like when you, and this is the issue with Deshaun Kaiser, right? I never got the sense of in any interviews with Deshaun Kaiser's parents, or that they were a certain way that would make you think that he would act the way that he thought. He was allowed to get away with immaturity at Notre Dame and was not held accountable at Notre Dame. And that comes back to it is, I can't treat him. He's a quarterback. I gotta, he's really talented. I don't want to make him upset or make him want to, and so they get coddled, and they're told their whole lives you can act a certain way, and because they're so gifted that they can get away with it. But then they get to certain levels, and for Baker Mayfield, it wasn't to the NFL, and Kyler Murray wasn't to the NFL, is where they're just so gifted and they had so much around them that they could still act a certain way, and it didn't cost them. But then they get to the NFL where it's like, hey, dude, all of us are as good as you were. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know who you think you are. And I think it costs them. It hurts them. And there's different levels of immaturity. I mean, Baker Mayfield's immaturity is a whole lot different than Deshaun Watson's. Deshaun Watson, I don't know if he's necessarily mature. He's just stupid. You know what I mean? And we can say a lot of things about what Deshaun. Maybe, yes. And lacks respect for certain groups of people that he shouldn't be lacking respect for. But I don't want to throw Kyler Murray not being a hard worker into the same boat as Deshaun Watson, right? And so there's all types of different, like Pat Mahomes is kind of goofy, right? But that doesn't make him immature or not a hard worker. He just has a unique personality. But here's the other thing too. Some of these guys that are the way that they are, like Patrick Mahomes was not someone who was brought up and everybody told him how great he was. I mean, his dad was a professional baseball player, but he was a 3-star kid, had to go to Texas Tech. Josh Allen in certain ways that he is. And because these kids that come at it where they weren't highly ranked kids coming out of high school. Where some of these other kids have been told for a long time, you're great, you're great, you're great, you're great, you're great. And then life smacks them in the face and they weren't prepared how to handle. Like, here's a question we have. Like, I think that's a big problem that Jimmy Clausen had. He was told he was basically raised to be a quarterback, not a man. And then it came down to where you got to act like a human being. And he's like, well, he didn't know how to do that all the time the way he needed to. Right.
Yeah.
And so he develops certain and here's another one. Todd Marinovich. Todd Marinovich has to make his own choices in life. But at some point in time, you say that kid was not given much of a chance.
No.
What I mean? And if he'd have been, what's Jalen's dad's? Is it Cecil? What's Jalen Hurts' dad's name?
No,
Cecil.
No,
he's
Cecil
the writer
Hurts. He's the writer, for Alabama.
Whatever. If Todd Marinovich was raised by Jalen Hurts' dad, his life turns out way different, most likely. Let's be real about that, right? And so, and that's part of it. But the reason we Marinovich, this is an interesting question, Sean. Josh Buffalo, the motivational business banker.
Brian and Sean Hurts.
Greater wasted talent. What's his name? What's his name?
Is Averion Hurts.
Okay.
Yeah.
I keep wanting to say Cecil, but that's the writer that covers Alabama.
That's the writer that covers Alabama.
So Brian and Sean, greater wasted talent, Marcus Dupree or Todd Marinovich? I'd say Todd Marinovich, because I think Marcus Dupree, part of his issue is he had a devastating injury.
Knee injury, yeah.
Yeah. So, and I mean, his 1 year at Oklahoma was, from everything you talk to, is
he
pretty
did some phenomenal stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And he was so phenomenal, even after the injuries, he still came back and played with the Los Angeles Rams. So, and that was before surgeries were
right. Those injuries were career enders, Sean, for people.
Yeah. So
that the greatest that never was, that 30 for 30 was one of their best.
Man,
was absolutely one of their best. Here's a funny story for you. So Fred Akers was one of the coaches in that, right? He was at Texas at the time.
Yeah.
I had a buddy of mine who was a GA for him at Purdue. And he said one of the things because they used to treat GAs like crap in coaching. It was just like, they were like, go get donuts and coffee. It just was real disrespectful.
Yeah.
And he said one of his jobs was he had to go feed. And this is in Indiana. This is in West Lafayette. He had to go feed Fred Akers' Longhorn. Because one of his things that was part of his buyout is they gave him a Longhorn. When he got fired from Texas, they gave him a freaking cow. Like, they gave him a bull, a Longhorn. And he kept it with him. And the GA would have to go feed it and do all this other kind of stuff. It's one of the wildest things I've ever heard in coaching, man. It's like, what? He said, yeah, it was one of my jobs as a GA. Is I had to go to his ranch and feed his longhorn. It's wild, man. Absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. Man. So yeah, that's that. But that was a great. If you haven't watched that, there's a lot of great 30 for 30s, man. That's the. I've said this before. That's the best thing that ESPN does besides air games. And I would even say the production value is better than games, right? But that when they do that 30 for 30 stuff, I can't think of one that I've seen yet that sucks. Honestly,
that goes back to, dude, that 30 for 30 for me is a perfect example of why 18-year-olds need the right people around them.
Yeah.
Like, are you shocked that an 18-year-old didn't know how to handle the situation with the coach at Oklahoma when he was feeling a certain way, when he didn't have a father to say, yo, son.
That's it right there.
Like, he's 18. Like, you expect him to be immature at some point. It's going to show up. That gives you the example of why these young men still need people around them.
Right.
Whether it's the coaches, on the staff, people in their lives that will undergird them.
Unfortunately, too many young people have Uncle Curlies around them who are looking to use that young man as a way to benefit themselves. There's way too much of that.
My fault. Did that come out? Did that slip out?
Yeah, it did.
Oh, my fault. I'm sorry.
Oh, my goodness. All right, let's get to the next one. All right, let's get down to let's go Rob Didoff. Let's get down to this one because we gotta wrap up here soon. Brian and Ryan, this is for Brian and Sean. Your thoughts if the men's Final Four went back to having a consolation third place game before the national championship? I think it adds incentive for the two teams that lost in the semis. Sean, I'm a little torn on this one because I feel like part of me would not want to play that game as an athlete because it's like everything we're working towards is the championship, and we just lost that. I think it'd be hard to kind of. I would wonder how hard the motivation level for that would be, what it would be, in my opinion. And honestly, we'd probably just see guys opt out of it once their season's over. You know what I mean? Like the high NBA draft picks would probably just start opting out of it. But I think it'd be great television, and I think and it'd make money because it's another game you can sell tickets to. But just looking at it from the student athlete standpoint, I wonder what their motivation level would be like going into practice and all
how
that.
Competitive.
Yeah.
Because losing that Final Four semifinal game is really it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. Like, I'll use my guys, from 2005 in this example. So, Illinois comes back in the last 3 minutes from like a 14-point deficit to Arizona, and they end up winning. After a loss like that, I don't even know if those Arizona players would even want to play. Like, and that wasn't even, no, I'm sorry, because that wasn't a Final Four. That was Elite Eight. But I'm just saying, if you had a game like that where a team gave up a big lead or something, they really had the game in hand and they lost it. Oh, that's difficult to get back up.
You know what would be fascinating, Sean, is if you had some sort of Final Four that was almost kind of like a little, not, I don't say round robin, but like so the two teams that win play, and then the two teams that lose play, and then the loser of the championship game has to play the team that wins the losers bracket, and then the winner of that you get a best out of two with the team that won it. And if you win the first game, then you go to another game, and the winner of that's a champ. But if the team that won the first Final Four beats you, then it's over. Like if you were going to do something like that, that's the only way I would probably want a consolation bracket for me. Just looking at it from a competitor standpoint, I just don't know if we can't win a championship, right? Yeah. Like we had our chance, we didn't get it. I'm just going out because what would be the reason to play that game? It would just be to make money.
Yeah.
And
now I'll tell you how far we went for football, buddy. We went far. Like me and Malik got to talking. He wants double elimination. this year in the 14 playoff.
Okay.
He's like, okay, if you lose in the semifinal, fine. Like next game. My counter to that was no double elimination, but the final two teams play best of 3 games.
It's just
And
so hard to do that in football because it would take 3 weeks to do that. Where basketball and baseball, you can kind of play in back-to-back days or every other day or something.
We said it would be interesting to see that because teams would have to adjust because you might lose someone to injury in the second game. And
right.
You might have to come back. Of course, we were wondering how it would play out just from a fantasy standpoint. But I think it goes to what you're saying. I think double elimination for the Final Four in basketball is very much something that could be done. I think it would be especially if it was back-to-back Friday through Monday night or Saturday through Monday night somehow. I think it would be fantastic TV.
Yeah.
I think it would be fantastic if the two losers had to play to see who's left, and then the winner of that game plays the loser of the two winners to see who plays the winner for everything. Now, the only thing is, in that format, if someone goes undefeated, would you force them to play win it all one game?
That's why I was saying if they beat the team in the losers bracket again, it's over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right? I mean, it's over.
Mm-hmm.
But at least this way, the team in the losers bracket can beat them, but then you got to beat them again the next night,
right?
Or 2 nights later, or whatever the case may be.
Right.
But the team that if you win your Final Four game and then the championship game, and then you beat the winner loser bracket, you don't have to play them again, right? I mean, you've earned that one. But
I'm saying, if the team that's undefeated loses, do you want that final game to just be this is winner take all, or do you have to beat them twice?
You'd have to beat them twice because that's unfair because you got a chance to come back from a loss.
Right.
Why aren't they? You're punishing them for winning their first 2 games for me.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the only way I see it work. And I don't think that makes a lot of sense. Because then it changes the whole format of what the entire tournament was up to then.
That's true.
So, I kind of like the idea of I'm a single elimination guy. I like that concept. You lose and you're done. You survive another great 30 for 30, survive in advance.
So, I like that. I think series always work for basketball. Like I love series.
Mm-hmm. Because series is gonna have a greater chance of the better team winning.
Yeah.
But that's also what makes the college NCAA tournament unique is it's not always the best team that wins it, right? And we have Villanova that we celebrate because it wasn't a series. Let's be real, Sean. If they had to play Georgetown in a series, Villanova wins the first game and that's it, right? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, that's just what would have happened. And right? I mean, Duke beats UNLV, right? The next year. If they had to play again in some sort of round robin, that ain't happening again.
No.
The next game's going to look like it did the year before.
The year before, absolutely.
Game, right?
Absolutely.
So I kind of like the idea of, hey, look, this is the great part. You just got to be the better team for that one night. And I think that's great in college sports. In professional sports, I have a different view of that, Sean, because professional basketball, it's a little bit of a different deal. It's again, it's pro sports, right? I love the idea of college basketball being that you just got to be the better team that one night. That is it. That one night. Like I felt, and this is someone who grew up being a Michigan basketball fan as a kid, right? Like give the Fab Five a 4-game series or excuse me, a 3 or a 5-game series against North Carolina and they win a championship.
They win a championship.
But that's not how it works. Right. Yeah. And so, and I like that about the tournament. I do. Now, if you say, what would you say, Sean, like a 3-game series with the last 2 teams? Again, I think that kind of takes away from what makes it magical. You've survived in advance, and then you got one more game you got to win.
Yeah,
and I think that's just for me the way I like it.
Yeah, I mean, high school and college basketball are phenomenal in that sense with March Madness. It's just phenomenal, right? Because the game I'm going to tonight, they played a 2-point game in the regular season, and I'm sure it's going to be a last possession game tonight. So it's going to be rocking down on the south side. Yeah.
Now, I also know, Sean, that there have been games in my life where I'm like, that just wasn't what you expect from those teams. And you kind of wish that you could get another game between those two teams because that's just not the way it would go if you played again. But that's kind of what I love about it, right? I love the fact that if you played again, well, yeah, sure, but they weren't, right? Like that night, we were the better team. Ed Pinckney's a national champion because of that format.
Yeah.
You take that away, and he's not a national champion. We don't know who Ed Pinckney and Villanova are.
And Dan Dockins built his career on the fact that he held Michael Jordan to a bad game in a tournament. If they came back the next night, Mike probably put up 40 on him.
I saw a thing on YouTube the other day. They were talking about Michael Jordan had a game with the Wizard. Was it the Wizards that he went to?
Yeah.
Washington, right? And I guess he had like a really bad night and he was injured and all this. And the media just roasted him. It snapped a stretch of like 800 some games of scoring in double digits. And there was a little bit of this going on in the media, and then the players the next night, and like the next 2 nights, Mike drops 96. This is at 41 years old.
Yeah, he dropped 50, 2 games. He dropped 51 one night, and then he put 45 on Kenyon Martin, Kerry Kittles, and Jason Kidd. He put and Richard Jefferson. Yeah, like don't forget.
At 41,
right? Don't forget.
It's just like, yeah, you may not want to poke that bear. And we've heard this is what separates the greats for me. Like we've heard stories about that from him and Larry Bird, where it's like you may not want to piss him off. You know what I mean? Like that isn't the way to go. My favorite one is the Kevin Garnett story about how he was with the Timberwolves as a rookie. Did you ever hear this one? That's my favorite one. Where basically like early in the game, J.R. Ryder's just hot.
Oh yeah.
And J.R. Ryder's like, hey man, shut up. and he looks at Michael just says, hey Michael, that's him. He doesn't know any better because he knew what was coming. He knew what was about to happen.
You know what the funny part of that story is? When Kevin was in high school, he would play pickup games with Mike.
I heard that. Yeah.
So he knew better.
Yeah.
So it's like, he was just a little bit too excited. First game back home in Chicago. Yeah. It's like, just relax.
Hey, man, you don't got to guard him, okay?
So Kevin Garnett tells a story. When he told the story, he said, yo, so we're up. And he said, we go to the fourth quarter, we're up. And he said the first 5 minutes of the fourth quarter are like nothing I've ever been a part of. I think Mike scored like the next 23 points in the
game. Something crazy. Something
ridiculous. And he said, it was just one of those runs where you couldn't take a timeout.
Yeah.
They were just running us ragged. Yeah. And he said, we finally take a timeout. And he said, I sit on the bench and I tell JR, my bad. My bad. And JR was like, that's cool. Next time, just shut up. He said, next thing you know, they were up 20. And it's like 6 minutes in the game. And Mike walks over like, what, young fella, y'all done? What's up, young fella? Y'all done?
I watched that video the other night. It was great.
Like they taking y'all out the game?
It's like there's a Bird Dominique story like that when Dominique was a rookie. And this is Dominique telling the story. He's like, because Bird would treat rookies disrespectfully. Like he would shake their hands, and Dominique tried to go up to him, and Bird was like, I ain't having that. And Bird comes down on him and hits one, and he's like, I'm scoring 40. He's talking trash, and Dominique comes in, he's like, I just bam, threw it on him, and Bird goes, I like you, Rook. You got heart. I'm still dropping 40 on you tonight. And he did.
Like, that's nice. That's nice. I can't exactly do that, but
I'm still dropping 40.
Still take this 40 with you. That's incredible.
Oh man,
that's incredible.
Yeah, I love the stories like that, man. I love stories like that. Let's get to some more questions here as we wrap this up, Sean. All right. Here's one from Tyler Ehrig. If you are Joe Rudolph, who's the first lineman you are going to reach out to? Also, does he have any connections with anyone that holds Notre Dame offers currently? So he did recruit and offer Liam Andrews and Caleb Brewer at Virginia Tech.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, you talk about, but Gearby Lambert and Caleb Brewer are the first two kids that I call. I mean, there's no questions about that. That's 1A, 1B. I don't care whoever you get a hold of first, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm texting them both saying, hey, this is Coach Rudolph. Give me a call when you can or whatever. And then first one that calls me is the first one I'm talking to.
Yeah.
Because then it's like, but yeah, those are my first two calls, Sean.
I agree.
Absolutely. And I'd call Liam Andrews next. I mean, he's a pretty good football player as well. But that's who I'm calling. That's Archer452 says Notre Dame's last 1,000-yard receiver was Claypool in 2019. Does that change this year? I need to see spring ball. You and Ryan are less optimistic on that as I am. I just still feel like Tobias Merriweather can be that dude. Over the course of a 13-game season, I think he can be that dude. Am I predicting it? No. Do I think it could happen? Absolutely.
I think it can happen, but I'm not putting my money on it.
No, because I'm not, because it's going to be tough because of what we said is the ball's going to get spread around a lot.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that it's not happening because I do think he can be that kind of guy.
Mm-hmm.
I just think it'd probably be if I was going to bet on it, I'd be more comfortable betting on it in 2024 than I would be for 23. But with Sam Hartman, a quarterback, knowing how he likes to throw to big boys, I'm not saying it's not going to happen. That's for sure. All right. Jeff Bryant says, what are some of the weaknesses, Sam Hartman's weaknesses? I feel like we've heard about Tyler Buckner's, just haven't heard much on Sam in that regard. Thanks and love the show. Well, I mean, I think if you go back and listen to our original shows on Sam Hartman, we've talked about these, right? And he is inconsistent at times with his ball placement. We've seen that. I think and that comes from footwork. And that comes to me from the mesh. Really, I think that mesh can jack his footwork up. And I think at times he forces balls he shouldn't force. And I'm very curious, that part more than anything, Sean, people say he turns the ball over a lot. And to a degree he does, but he also throws the ball a ton. I mean, they ask him to throw the ball a ton. And they ask him to throw the ball a lot down the field. But for me, I think there are definitely games where I think Sam tries to force things because he knows I have to carry this team.
You have to, yeah.
And I'm curious if he can get that out of his head at Notre Dame because, like, hey, brother, we don't need you to do that. We just need you. We got dudes. We just need you to get the ball where it needs to go to. You don't need to try to fit an in cut in between three guys. We got you. Dump it down to Audric and let him go run over 17 people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you don't need to do that, right? There's a time and a place for trying to make a play. Then there's just being silly with
Yo. you know how you solve that? Oh, you want to make mistakes today?
Mm-hmm.
All right. We're going to turn you into you're just going to serve. You're going to hand this ball off. That's what you're about to do.
Yeah.
You hand this ball off until you get the picture of what you need to do. We'll be fine. We'll be okay. Hopefully you'll get it in a couple of series. That was one of the things we blamed Malik about today. Like, hand the ball off, man.
Yeah. No need to be a hero. You're about to go up 26-14.
Just hand the ball off.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Look what CJ did the next play. Come on now. I love it. Absolutely love it. All right. Man. Dane J asks, thoughts on Isaiah Foskey's comments on Jordan Patel? Look, he didn't say anything that's not true. We've said Jordan Patel has all the talent in the world. Yeah. That's never been the question.
Never.
He's got to be better with his technique, which is true of a lot of young linemen, and he's got to make good decisions all the time off the field. If he does that, Sean, we've talked about this. What are the big? And I've never said Viper's a concern for me this year. If all the Vipers stay healthy and eligible, I'm not worried about Viper. That's not a position I'm worried about. And Jordan Patel is a part of that.
Yeah,
is a part of that. It's him. It's Josh Burnham. It's Junior. I mean, I'm just not worried about that position. I'm just not. But you always like hearing. I mean, because Chase Claypool made that prediction for Kevin Austin.
Yeah.
Now it took 2 years for him to get there because he broke his foot the year before, right before the season. So I mean, he had a great spring, but yeah, I mean, you see that and you listen to that, right? Yeah. Like, oh, okay, that, and that's like when Howard Cross is like, this Billy Strouth dude is not someone I want to, and you pay attention to that because they go against these guys. So when Brandon Joseph's like, hey, keep an eye out on Tobias Merriweather, you hear that because you say, okay, this is they know this because they go against these cats every day in practice, right?
The Tobias Merriweather thing is like,
duh.
Like, no kidding.
You don't say.
Don't say.
All right. Next question, Sean. This is a good one from Detroit Hunter. Which coach needs to have a good year more, Mario Cristobal or Mel Tucker? Both feel like if the season doesn't take a step, the programs could lose all momentum. This is an interesting question, Sean. What say you on this?
I think, look, I'm going to be honest, man. Mel Tucker, they ended the season. They played Michigan tough at home. They had the unfortunate tunnel incident. They go on the road. They beat Illinois. Like, as bad as the season was, Mel Tucker kind of recovered. And I think people expected they expected Michigan State to take a step back because they knew what he lost in the season before was strictly, because of the transfer portal.
And he inherited a bad roster to begin with.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So you give him the people that know are giving Mel Tucker another 1 or 2 years to get his guys in and get his roster. Mario Cristobal was happening.
It's also Michigan State. Let's be real, Sean. It's also Michigan State. The standards are different.
Yeah.
And I would say even with they kind of got back on track, and I don't mind them losing to Penn State on the road. Losing at home to Indiana, though, after you just beat Illinois, kind of sapped some of that. Like, oh, man, really? Like, but yeah, it's – and here's the other thing. You can't afford that buyout. So it doesn't matter. You can get all mad all you want.
Already he's not going anywhere. Yeah, he's already paid.
He's not going anywhere.
And Mario Cristobal, it's just a lot going on, man.
Yeah.
And once again, I don't know if they claim that he has the full support of the institution. I don't know if I buy it.
Right. And that's a Miami thing, not a anti-Mario Cristobal thing.
No.
It's just, is Miami really supportive of football?
Yeah.
Like, okay. I believe when I see it.
Yeah.
Believe when I see it. We have a super chat here from Dane J. Also, bring in Golden Tate if Chancey Stuckey leaves. I mean, I get that, but give me a guy that's at least coached something, right? Has Golden Tate ever coached anything? I'd bring Golden Tate in as an analyst or GA in a heartbeat. I'd love to give him a shot. You know, I've said this, Sean. I would have an on-field coaching role that if I was an NCAA one of the things I'd do if I was NCAA president is I would have an on-field coaching role that doesn't count towards your 10. You can have one on each side of the ball that you can bring back a former player of yours to mentor as a coach. He can be on the field, he can coach, he can do all that kind of stuff, but he has to be a player that came and finished his career at your school. So, like, if Golden Tate wants to get into coaching, Notre Dame can hire him. He serves that, whatever role, right, mentory role, whatever it is. Yeah. And he doesn't count towards the 10, so he doesn't have to have his own position. Because right now, if you hire him, he's got to coach his own position.
Right.
I'd rather him come in and not have to be a GA where he's got to take fake classes that nobody really cares about. He can if he wants to.
Right.
But say, hey, look, you can serve in this role you can make it like a 2 to 3 year role if you want. You can only serve a max of 2 to 3 years because you don't want to be, some guy made $100 million and you're just going to leave him there forever because you don't have to pay him, right? But make it like a 2 to 3 year mentorship type thing. He can work with coaches. You can have him, be the number 2 receivers coach or help out with the offensive line. You'll like put Chris Watt in that kind of role and doesn't have to worry about being a GA. He can just be there to help and learn, and it doesn't count towards your 10. I think that'd be brilliant, and it'd be a way to develop young coaches without having to commit to a guy that has no experience, right? So it'd have to be a guy that has never coached before, right? Like it wouldn't be a way where Alabama gets some 50-year-old who's been coaching forever but happened to play at Alabama, scam him into a way to get him on the field as an on-field role, right? Like it'd have to be very clear, a guy that has not been a full-time coach at the collegiate level or, you'd have to set parameters on it because it's geared towards former players whose careers are over that want to get into coaching. And it takes some of the burden off of hiring this guy and giving him a full-time position and setting him up to fail because he's just not ready for that role yet. Something like that, I think, would be great for the NCAA. And now you're giving back to the players that bled, sweat, and did all that to help build your program up or keep your program going or whatever. You're now you're helping them transition into this life. into this coaching life, I think that would be phenomenal. And it would be only for guys that played at your school. It's a specific carved out role, one on each side of the ball for former players that want to get into coaching to serve in a mentorship. I think that'd be phenomenal. Like they do stuff like this in the NFL, Sean, like for minority coaches. They have programs they can go spend off seasons like working with NFL teams and learning the ins and the outs and the ropes and things like that. That's a different emphasis. That's for minority coaches. I'd like to see the NCAA do something like this for former players at those schools to carve into that niche. I think that'd be awesome.
Yeah, I agree with you. So put on our players allowed to just come back when they come back. Like I hear Robert Hainsey say they come back. The offensive linemen plan to come back like every April.
Mm-hmm.
And they just come back for like a few days and they just avail themselves to like the young guys on the roster to like watch film or just talk about anything. I think that would be actually dope if a program actually did that, like made a concerted effort to like have that on an annual basis sometime during the spring.
Right.
Like an alumni week or
Yeah.
alumni weekend and just have older players come back around. Man, do you understand, man? If I'm Tyson Ford and Bryant Young came back and was like, come here, young fella. Let's watch some film. Like let's talk about technique.
They can do that, right?
Yeah.
They can do that. And I think that's great. I think that's great. I'm more referring to trying to help a former player that wants to get into actually being a coach is what I'm giving them that opportunity.
But I would think Notre Dame would definitely be very amenable to that. Like
the problem is the NCAA won't allow it because you're only allowed to have so many people on field coaching and practice. That'd be my thing. So like an analyst right now, it's just the 10 full times in a GA are the only guys that can coach on the field.
Yeah.
Right. And so an analyst can or can. And I know there's people saying you need to let analysts coach and I'm okay. You know, maybe have one analyst per side of the ball be on the field coaching too. That's fine too. But I'm more referring to like it's a carved out role for each side of the ball for each team where you can bring back a former player that has no coaching experience that wants to become a coach to serve a 2-3 year mentorship as a coach. It's more geared towards specifically for former players. I mean, that's what it should be about, right? We're trying to help them reach their, build and develop them for their future goals and aspirations. We can't major in coaching in college. Trust me, I tried. You're not allowed to do that, right? They don't have that. This would be a way where you're kind of giving back to those players that want to do that. And some of them you can hire as analysts or whatever, but this way they're getting an on-field role. And so Golden Tate, you can hire Golden Tate if he wants to get into coaching. And you say, okay, this is our receivers coach. You're going to work with him. And then maybe next year we have you work with the running backs. You get a little bit more experience doing different things or whatever, or we may have you do different functions during the season, but this is going to help you learn without having the responsibility of being that full-time position coach in that room. So now you're learning trial by fire, and if it doesn't work, then you're in trouble, where now there's a little bit more of a safety net that allows you to say, hey, look, you're working with Harry Heastand, Chris Watt. Yeah. Think about how valuable this has been for Chris Watt. Yeah. Well, fortunately, he was able to do a GA thing. But if an older player wants to come back, he's too far removed from whatever, he can't do that because, some guys may say, I don't want to go to, I already got a master's degree from here. I was a 5-year player. Robert Hainsey doesn't need a master's degree from Notre Dame. He wants to get into coaching, right? So this is what I want to do. I want to be a football coach. And you're not going to hire me to be your full-time offensive line coach because I don't have experience. Yeah. So let me serve a 2-3 year mentorship on top of who you have in, because then GAs can be more guys that aren't from your school. So you could have Chris Watt serve in this role and then still hire a GA to help work with the receivers and another GA to work with something else. I think because who does that ultimately help? It helps current and former players. It helps the former players by giving them an opportunity to get into the game and to learn and develop. And then it helps the current players because they have more people working with them and to help develop them as players and people. I think all of that stuff is beneficial. I would fight for all of that.
Now, see, you know me, my mind works. If you can only have 10 on the field, like, okay, we have some in an analyst position doing practices, watching, and they're able to communicate. Well, technically they're not communicating, but they're able to watch keep things, talk to us in meetings after practice. I'm sure there's still ways around the rules to where you can give experience, even if you came down and had like an alumni weekend for 10 former players that wanted to get into coaching and have them follow the coaching staff around,
Sure.
And sit and do film with players at certain positions. I mean, it's ways if guys really want to get into it.
But it's harder, and you even said it though, Sean. You have to work around it. Why?
You have to work
That's
around
my whole
it.
thing. Is why?
Yeah.
Why are we not making this institution of college athletics one that's more welcoming of those type of things?
Yeah.
These are former professionals or former student athletes that want to come back and do this. Why are we not doing this?
Yeah.
We have internships and other things, right? Why are we not doing more for coaches that want to get into coaching? Because now some of them have to go to smaller levels, which is fine.
Yeah.
But others, they get hired and they're not ready for this yet.
Yeah.
Where you do something to where, hey, Golden Tate wants to get back into coaching. Cool. Come serve in this designed role for 2 years. And to where you're not just following them around for a couple weeks,
right?
But you're an assistant coach. It's because they have this in the NFL, right? The assistant offensive line coach.
Yeah.
You're the, the what is it? What is the thing from assistant to the regional manager, right? Like, you know what I mean, from the office. Where, hey, I'm now, and some guys may be good enough to where, hey, I think this guy's been coming back working our camps every year. I think this guy's ready for this role. You know what I mean? Where you say, hey, Golden Tate wants to coach. You come here, you work with our receivers coach or our running backs coach for a couple of years. You learn the ins and outs of this profession. We also get to use you because we have another resource to help with these kids, but we're also preparing you to jump into this profession that you want to be a part of. And I don't understand why we don't see more things like that from the NCAA. Because, oh, no, you can only have certain – because, okay, you don't want to be abused. Make rules to prevent potential abuse, right? Hey, you can't hire some guy that's already been a coach for 7 years because you're just trying to game – because that's what Nick Saban would do. He'd pay some dude $800,000 to come be the alum thing. The guy's been guy graduated in 1979. He's been a college football coach for 35 freaking years. He doesn't need this role. This isn't what it's for. Right? This can only be for this, and this. And I think that would be beneficial.
That Nick Saban would definitely do that.
Oh, yeah. He's some 60-year-old former Alabama player that's been a college coach for 35 years gets that mentorship position. You know what I mean? It's like, come on, dude. Like, really? Really? So you'd have to put it in there and say, hey, this is who it's for. And that's where we have to be. All right, let's get to some more questions here as we wrap this up, Sean. We had another one and thank you for the super chat, Dane J. We have another super chat from John Faulkner. His is fun question Friday. You can have dinner with 3 famous people, living or deceased. Who would you choose and why? It's an interesting one.
I got mine. You got
go. Yeah, go.
Oh.
You take first crack at it.
Yeah. Does Jesus count?
I mean, we could debate whether he's living or deceased. That would be a different discussion. But yes,
okay.
I believe he was a man. Yeshua from Nazareth. Yes, he'd be one. He's on my list.
Yeah. Malcolm X would be another one for me, and the third one for me would probably be my great grandfather.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you ever meet him?
I was a little lad.
Okay.
I was a little lad. I mean, I might have been like 2 or 3 when he passed away. Like he held me, was able to see me. I remember his face oddly, as young as I was. But there are some historical things, some stories I've heard that I would love to sit down and get his. And talk to him about what it was like growing up, like during slavery, like during those times, like slavery, Jim Crow, like, yeah, I would love that. Like, I'm not really famous people. And like if you talk to me, anybody that knows me, I love stories. I love telling stories. I love hearing stories. So man, people that have great stories, I'm all man. I need to sit down. Like Jesus is definitely one. Like I definitely need to get your stories, bro, because I'm sure you got some extra ones besides what we see.
Right. Well,
And,
and that's what's been so fascinating about watching that series, The Chosen. I've been trying to
yeah,
get you to watch, right? And
yeah,
now some of it they even say, like, look, some of it we add to add context to the stories, and some of it is biblical. But it's just
yeah,
you see it in TV form, and you're like, this was the thing, right? I mean,
yeah,
this like I couldn't even imagine like being one of his followers,
yeah,
and even then they still would see miracles and still question what he did or why he did it or
yeah,
whatever the case may be. But that'd be really fascinating.
yeah.
But you got to be ready for that. It was not easy being a follower of his. You were talking
No,
about being held to higher standards. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
So yeah, that would be one for me certainly. And the nice thing about that is we can know how he was and all that kind of stuff, which is
yeah,
um, very very fascinating.
yeah,
But yeah, that I've always you always say, oh, Jesus, of course, but like after watching The Chosen, it even adds even more to it. Like
yeah,
I would just, I'd ask him. No, I wouldn't ask him a dang thing. I'd just sit and listen.
yeah,
Like, do you know who you're talking to? Just shut your
yeah,
mouth and listen. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah.
So that would be one. You know, three famous people. So I'm going to stick to the specifics of the question because my grandfathers were not famous, and I was blessed to be able to
Who is that famous?
know
Oh, hey,
know my grandfathers. Um, uh, Ronald Reagan would be one for me for a lot of different reasons. That'd be someone
mhm,
who I would like to talk about. Like, how do you go from here to here? You know, you talk about his movie career, then you talk about the other things he did in California and as president. That would be one for me. Who the third would be, man? Like, I don't even, because I don't really think about this very often. I would want to, you know what I would want to do? I would want to talk I would love to be in a room with generals from the Civil War, one on each side, and just listen to like what it was like for them, to look at how both sides viewed that conflict, militarily viewed that conflict. I'm not talking about the reasons for it, but militarily viewed that conflict because
yeah,
you're right on the edge of you're still fighting a war. Because if you think about it, the Civil War was closer to the Revolutionary War than it is to today. It was less than 100 years after the Revolutionary War.
yeah,
And a lot of the tactics were still very Revolutionary War era tactics, but the weaponry was so much more powerful, which is why the carnage was so great, right? And to just kind of talk about like what went into this decision to do this militarily, what went into the decision to do this militarily, like why. I've
mhm,
always been fascinated um, by the Civil War in that regard, the tactical decisions that were made in that conflict, and how it was that war between what we saw in the Revolution and World War II. It was like kind of like
yeah,
that right in between those two. So if you think about it, Revolutionary Wars fought in the 1770s and 80s. And then 80 years later, the Civil War's fought. And then 80 years later, World War II is fought. And to see the change in weaponry and how that impacted the change in tactics. But when I study the Civil War, it's like they didn't quite, they were still fighting an old school battle with so
mhm,
much more powerful weapons, if that makes
yeah,
sense. And just the tactics and how that went into it would, for someone who's loves history, it would be a fascinating conversation for me, just from that standpoint. But yeah, that would be very interesting for me. So tactically speaking, because like World War II, I mean, I feel like there's so much out there.
mhm.
We kind of we
You kind of
there's
know
yeah. It's
there was
just
more information available.
yeah. It's like I feel like the Civil War is one that it's like such a touchier subject that maybe people aren't willing to dive into it as much tactically because of the reasons for the fight. And so they're unwilling to talk about it more tactically. It's always talked about, well, why were they fighting in the first place? Which is certainly
Yeah,
a topic that needs to be addressed. But
Yeah.
I'm more looking from a military history type of standpoint.
Yeah.
How I'd studied it, how I would study at West Point compared to how I would study it politically or culturally or socioeconomically or whatever the case may be. Right? I think that'd be very fascinating.
Yeah.
Very fascinating.
It's interesting because, like, if I had to substitute for my great grandfather, that he's not famous.
Famous to you?
Yeah, he's famous to me. I still might stick with him.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because I know, heck, look, my dad's a storyteller. His dad was a storyteller. So I already know
the OG of storytelling.
Man. And I know I get that. I get it from it's natural for me. So yeah, I would probably stick with.
I think things like that are fascinating, though, Sean, is because one of the difficulties when we study history is we try to put our modern what we go through as modern people and our sensibilities and our things onto what it was like for people then.
Yeah.
But we don't know what it was like for,
No.
It may have been traumatic, but it was traumatic because of this, not because of this. You're worried about this, but this is really what I just think that kind of stuff would be fascinating, right? When you actually can sit down and talk to someone from a generation that's just so foreign to what we've experienced.
Yeah.
Like I've talked to younger people and they're like, you try to explain to them how we had phones connected to the wall and you didn't know who was calling. And it was a crapshoot every time you picked it up,
I had Malik dying, laughing, talking about, I got to stop the gas station to use the payphone. And he's just like, what? I'm like, dude, there were payphones like on every other corner.
Yeah.
Growing up, like,
yeah.
And tell me the last time you saw a payphone booth.
I can't even remember the last time I saw a working payphone.
Or one in they were always in places of business.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Outside grocery stores.
Yes.
Outside gas stations.
Yes.
Outside the mall or inside the mall. Remember in the mall they'd have like that row of payphones.
Right.
Because you needed to go, you get the page.
Right.
You got to go to the
payphone. Yeah. It's crazy. You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
I would definitely.
It's a different universe to even people today that you and I lived through, stuff like that. So imagine someone that's, like you said, is a great grandfather that's from a completely different generation. It'd be really fascinating.
I would, speaking of the Civil War, I would love to have a conversation with Abraham Lincoln. And my question to him would be, how do you see this playing out?
Yeah.
Like, I understand, look, let's be real. Like, I understand there's an economic side to these decisions. A social economic decision that's much bigger than you really having this love for. Like, I get it. But how do you see this playing out? And I would be very interested in seeing like what his thoughts were moving forward, because I'm sure he didn't expect not to be living.
Sure.
So like, what is your vision? Like, once you come out of this, as a union, like, what is your vision? How do you see things moving in your next term? And I think it would be a very interesting conversation, because I think you would get a true view, honest view of what it would take to be a statesman at that time. Because I think being a statesman at that time is different than being a statesman now.
We don't have statesmen anymore, in my opinion.
Well, that's debatable.
Not in politics. Not in
debatable.
politics. Yeah.
But yeah, being a statesman then, and how to handle things as gentlemen.
Sure.
And statesmen.
Yeah. That's a fascinating time. And then how would he have handled Reconstruction compared to how it was handled?
How it was handled. That within itself is very interesting. I'll tell you, another person I would have a conversation with is Booker T. Washington. I would love to have a conversation with Booker T. Washington.
My dad went to Booker T. Washington High School.
Really?
Yeah.
coming out of, first of all, coming from Frederick Douglass,
Mhm.
whose idea was to gain equality politically,
Mhm.
and once he
And
passed,
educationally,
and
right.
educationally, and then Booker T. Washington was switch gears, like stop worrying about being viewed as equals politically and worry about taking the opportunity to acquire land and gain a trade and build wealth, because that's truly the way to help yourself and help your community in this nation. Like he saw where the nation was going with industrialization. So, and if you have a trade, you can always make money. Like you can work with your hands, you can do some things. So it was kind of polar opposite, you know, black leaders, and even though I guess Frederick Douglass was known more for education, it was Booker T. Washington that founded Tuskegee. And we
Right.
know all of the historical things that have come from Tuskegee University. So Booker T. Washington was about education as well. But man, like, like what made you want it to take our people in a different direction than what Frederick Douglass was shooting for? I would
Well,
be very
and it's
interested.
because when you achieve certain victories, it now becomes, okay, now what?
Yeah,
And so each generation is saying, well, this is what they fought for, got it to a degree,
yeah,
but now
yeah,
what?
yeah,
Now where do we go?
yeah,
Right. And that's a whole different show on its own, right? But that's the fascinating part to me,
yeah,
is looking at it from that standpoint of why was this direction that you went? Was
yeah,
it counter to what Frederick Douglass did, or was it
yeah,
building on to, okay, we've established the importance of this, we've won these victories, but in order to truly get here, we now have to do this, where it's like to me, when I studied that period, Sean, it's not so much like Malcolm and Martin Luther King had two completely different visions on how to get to a place, and had different visions on where you're even trying to get to. You know what I mean? Where I feel like there it was, we all have this end game. We have an agreement on what the end game is,
yeah,
but you think the way to get here is here, and I think the way to get here is here, or you've got us to this point. It's like the Bible. Moses got you to the promised land, but he couldn't go
yeah,
in. It was
yeah,
Joshua that then had to take you in, and his role was different than what Moses was, right?
yeah,
Whereas later it became two completely different visions
yeah.
of what the end game is, which is very fascinating.
Which is for me was so fascinating about Malcolm, because I don't know if anyone has read the autobiography of Malcolm X, but his last 3 months of his life were probably the most inspirational, because we all can come into life and be saved by something that sets us on a righteous path. And even in that, even though it saves us, there's still something greater that you can get to. And he was able to do that. Like the vehicle that saved him was the nation. But at the same time, within the nation, he still was striving to be a great person. And when he found there were certain things that he was not happy with in the vehicle that saved him, he was not just loyal to the vehicle that saved him because it saved him, because his aspirations were much bigger than that, and he wanted greater than that, because he was all about, ultimately he wanted to have love for people. And when he saw that there was something greater than what he had been shown, even though it saved him from a life of, man, all types of things that he was going through, that for me, that's very inspirational, for me, because it's like I'm a perfectionist, and sometimes, I feel bad about being that. I know Brian is a perfectionist, because if you call him at 4 in the morning, he's still trying to figure out a way to get better, be better, write something better. So, when you see that, you know, like I said, that story caught me when I read it as a freshman in high school. When I read it, and I'm like, yo, and people might not. I'll share this story. Like, I know how people view Louis Farrakhan in this world. And I just happen to have my wife is one of his granddaughter's best friends from high school. So I've been around the family. I've seen him as a grandfather. I've seen him as a father. At her wedding, he sat down and talked to me 10 minutes about education and just life, you know? So, like, you see people for what they're known for from a media standpoint, but at the core, all of us are just husbands, wives, sons, daughters. And, you know, even with our differences, if we can have a moment with what this question is talking about, to have a conversation. Like, I wouldn't necessarily say, like, yeah, I would like to talk to General Lee. You know what I'm saying? At first glimpse. But yo, if I had the opportunity, I actually got to see outside of the Civil War, like who he was as a husband. But like, man, there are some cool things about people, even when we have our differences.
And why they made the decisions they made.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
Like we always hear about the struggle that some generals like him had in choosing to fight for the Confederacy.
Yeah.
There's other generals who had that same struggle and the pull to the Confederacy that chose to fight with the Union.
Yeah.
Why? You know, like that's a fascinating,
It's
just understanding history.
Yeah.
You know,
And choices and leveraging points and
right.
what pushes one person in one direction and you know causes another person to say, nah, I don't think I'm going to do that. It is really fascinating. It is really fascinating. And that's why I think that's why we have great conversations and had differences, you know, but still are able to just say, oh, you know what? That's kind of cool, though. I never saw it from that standpoint. I never looked at it from that standpoint. Like, man, you said Ronald Reagan. I'm like, look, you know, man, I'll tell you, like, I'm Ron. Did you ever meet Marilyn Monroe, dog? What was up with this? Man, did you meet Julie Garland? Like, what was she like? I mean, that would be my line of questioning.
Well,
like
I don't. What was it like playing George Gipp? And that's the thing that's fascinating because we don't see many people that have these complete dichotomies in their lives. Like it's two different people that live two different lives. That's the fascinating thing. So it's not like, you know, what went into your conversation with Mikhail Gorbachev? Like, I already know that, right? It's more of like, what went into this? Like, what was your reasoning for taking this approach to this? It's like, to me, that's the fascinating stuff when you study these things. Is there certain things we know what happened here, right? We don't, you know, but what went into this decision? What went into that decision? And, you know, and I think that stuff is really, really fascinating to me.
I wouldn't even ask having a conversation about Jesus. Like, I wouldn't even ask him about the stuff he did. Like, man, tell me about the stuff. Like, I know Born, I know like 30 on, like with your ministry, like
sure.
In between that, like, what was the development? Like, what was going on? Like, what was the discipline? What was the commitment?
Right.
To be able to get to this point and that point. Like, because I can read the other stuff for myself, but like, what was it like sitting there watching your father create in the beginning? Like,
depending on your view of the Trinity, your role in that creation.
Your role in that, yeah.
Right.
Like, that's the type of stuff,
right,
that I'm like, yo, you know, I would be, you
or
know,
how do you do this?
Like
how are you okay doing this, knowing what's coming?
Yeah.
And that's the thing about the passion that was fascinating, Sean. And we'll wrap up after this because football talk went bye. Yeah, but there's a scene where he's walking into this city and there's these 3 crucified men.
Yeah.
And just the look on his face when he walks by them, because if you believe what I believe, you know what he knows what's coming.
Yeah.
Right. He knows what he's stepping into. And I think the Bible teaches that. It's just, it's one thing to read it and even portrayed, because I have no idea what Jesus looked like. You know what I mean? But it's just to see it portrayed, to see that angst, it's just like, it just adds so much power to what you know to be true, But when you see things in the written word, and that's the thing we talk about, well, it'd be fascinating to talk to these people because, like, well, I could read what he wrote. I could read what Frederick Douglass wrote, but to discuss with him what went into why.
Yeah.
I know about Booker T. Like I said, my dad was bused to that high school. My dad was one of the people's involved in busing. Well, you know what school he was poor,
Right.
Second oldest of 12 kids, right? 11 kids. So he went, what school he got bused to, right?
Yeah.
And just listening to him, like, to me, I can't even comprehend busing like that. I just can't comprehend it because that's just not something that I'd experience. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But to go into like, okay, but why was that? I know what you wrote. I know what your end game was, but like not why, what led to that? What experiences led you to the point where you felt this is the fight you needed to have?
Yeah.
And I think that's the fascinating aspects of it. Because, like, I know what happened in the battle, but why?
Yeah.
Why was that the strategic decision that you made?
Yeah.
Like, there's like 3 or 4 at least things in the Revolutionary War. You say, if they don't make this decision right here, ball game.
That's tough.
You know?
Right? Like, yo, George, like what ultimately led you to go ahead and go across the river at that very moment, knowing this wasn't the best look, based upon everything. It's just, I would ask, man, jokingly, but seriously, I would ask Jesus, like, man, what was the moment that you were like that close to let take over? Like, was it when you asked them to pray with you and they didn't?
Yeah.
Or was it when you were in the back of the boat and they woke you up and you're like, dude, really? Like, it's just because you get to talk about the nuances. And I'm gonna be honest, man, that's what I love talking to these Notre Dame players about certain things because they give you the nuance unsolicited. They'll go into stuff unsolicited and just talk about the nuance of the time in Notre Dame. And I'm telling you, it's the best of the best. It's the flat out best of the best. When you hear, so Robert Hainsey talked about coming home from the last game and walking the campus and bawling, tears just falling crazy because it finally hit him.
Yeah.
That it was over. Like stuff like that.
Sitting in the basement, listening to Oscar McBride and Reggie Brooks just talk about the same stories I know they've said 1,000 times.
1,000 times. Yeah.
But it's never, we called this play on this thing. And it's always, remember that time at this one practice?
Yeah.
And remember this thing here? And remember that thing? You know what I mean? Those are the things that you love. And to, Reggie's from Tulsa, Oklahoma, and Oscar's from some little farm town in Florida. And you see these guys came together as like to one goal, right? And it's just, I love that stuff.
I got a question that would trump this. So the what was the older show? They brought it back. Forget where you would this guy would travel through time and he would become
Quantum Leap.
Quantum Leap.
Yeah.
I would love to quantum leap one of the Notre Dame players in the tunnel against Miami. If I could quantum leap one moment, it would be 88 in the tunnel against Miami.
Yeah.
I would love to be one of the Notre Dame players in that tunnel. Like if you could quantum leap into any Notre Dame moment, like what would it be?
Yeah. Yep. That was a fascinating show. I just hated like most shows, the shows are great, but the endings stink.
Yes.
That's a lot of shows.
Yeah.
It's a lot of different shows.
Yeah.
I did want to end on this one, Sean. I think this is a great way to end the show. Josh Buffo, the motivational business banker, Al Bundy, Married with Children, or Dan Connor from Roseanne, better TV dad. Is that even a question? Al Bundy was one of the worst TV dads ever.
Yo,
it's
but
a
Married with
horrible
Children,
TV.
I
hated that show. I hated that show.
Oh, Al Bundy was hilarious.
Sean, I grew up on Cosby. Okay, so like Al Bundy was like, what is this nonsense?
Yo.
I hated Married with Children. Hated that show.
Dude.
I didn't really care much for Roseanne, but like you felt like Dan Connor was just that kind of that redneck dad. It meant well, worked hard. He just was, not educated, but he meant well with his kids, and his wife was a psychopath, but Al
Still
Bundy
is.
was a horrible father. Horrible father.
He was funny.
He was a horrible father. This never should be someone you look up to, ever.
Oh, Al Bundy, Married with Children was one of the dudes. I'm telling you now.
Yeah.
I'm telling you now. That was just silly comedy, right? Just, yo.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe I need to repent for that because I watched Faithfully on Sunday nights.
Yeah. I hated that. I hated that. When we were kids, we watched 3 shows growing up. We watched Cosby in a Different World, I think, were on one night, and then Cheers was on another night. Those are the 3 shows we watched growing up.
Cheers was the best.
Yeah.
Cheers
so those are the ones.
best.
But Al Bundy, I was like, I just can't do it, man.
Yeah.
I can't do it. I love this one right here. George Costanza's dad for the win.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely.
There's been some interesting TV dads through the years. Remember Rock? Remember that show?
Rock was funny.
Yeah, but they had some serious moments in there.
Heck
you had the dude from Wonder Years, right? The dad from Wonder Years.
Yeah,
was an interesting one.
I mean, Robert Brady has to be one of the best TV dads of all time.
Yeah, I never got the Brady Bunch was too pie in the sky for me. It just was like too like, okay, this is lame. I was never a big Brady Bunch fan. That was never my cup of tea. No, that was never my thing. Somebody said my wife grew up watching Full House. I never really watched Full House growing up. That wasn't really my thing either. I just, I did. Like I said, the shows we watch now, we would watch shows that like my grandma's, but whenever we were my grandma's, she was usually watching soap operas, Guiding Light and Young and the Restless and stuff like that. So, those were the ones. So, anyway, Sean, that's gonna do it for today's show. I know there's some questions we weren't able to get to, but we kind of went some different directions. And I think we have officially set our record for our longest show ever. So 4.5 hours. That's quite the show. But Sean, Mr. Davis, thank you for joining me today. We had some really interesting topics to get into today, man. Football, some not football related. So it was enjoyable as always, Mr. Davis. I appreciate you. You've got to get going here soon, right? You got a basketball game to get to here soon.
Headed to the city, yes, sir.
So you're going to go see Justin Scott tonight, hooping up,
and Nate Marshall.
And Nate Marshall's a dude you turned me on, Sean. You're like, you got to watch this 25 kid. This kid is the real deal. And if you have not watched Nate Marshall from Fenwick, correct, Sean?
Mm-hmm.
Watch him. He's the real deal. I've seen his hoop stuff. I saw him do a nice little spin move to the basket the other night on a huddle. You know that guy that always includes you and I in tweets about Chicago kids? Yeah. He sent one of those clips. I was like, oh, okay. That big 260-pound DN's got a little spin move going on there. All right. Yeah. Okay. That's what I like to see. So anyway, everyone, thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you for all the amazing questions and the great conversation and those who stuck it through to the end. We appreciate you all so very much. Hit that like, folks. Hit that subscribe button. Hit the notification bell. Share this podcast. Sign up for the message boards at boards.irishbreakdown.com. Oh, and Sean, the other shows I watched as a kid growing up were the Saturday cartoons. Those are Transformers, Thundercat, G.I. Joe. All those were part of my watching as well. My mom would wake up in the morning on school days and record this thing called Froggy's Pad. They had like Transformers and Thundercats and G.I. Joe. And I'd get to watch them later. That's how awesome my mom was. She'd wake up at 5 o'clock, put the VHS in the recorder and record the cartoon so we could watch cartoons later. So I was blessed with an amazing mother.
You said the VHS.
Yes. The old Curtis Mathis VHS, man. You looking at that thing, all the different parts. Those suckers were huge. They were like $700, man. Those things were crazy. Crazy. But yes, that's the kind of mother I had. I was very fortunate and blessed. So anyway, everybody, have a great rest of your night, and we will talk to you all again very, very soon on the Irish Breakdown Podcast.